My nose always gets stuffy before stream. I don't know what it is. I'm dead. Help! Oh, that worked. Hi. Hello. How goes it? My name is Arrow Wrights, and I come to you because I am an arrowholic. I'm sorry to say. I know it's tough for a lot of you to hear, but I just really struggle with not being Arrow. I love making content. It's a struggle for me. We are at Arrows Anonymous. I hope that all of you are here to share your stories. Arrowholics Anonymous. That'd be a wild name for, like... Okay, so I don't have an audience that is like simps or like anything like attracted to me or whatever. But I do certainly have people that have said very kind things about me, that express various interests. So I think it'd be very funny to have a channel in the Discord server called Arrowholics Anonymous, where you can rant and rave about how much you love like me or the channel or whatever, and everyone just shames you. And the goal is that we try to like wean out those impure desires that you might have. Oh no, someone forwarded me something in DMs, and given that it's New Year's Eve, I'm so worried about what that might be. But hello. Hi everyone. Two things. One, if you are in chat and you want me to say hello to you, even if you're just a lurker, just drop a message in chat and I'll do my best to say hello. I try to say hi to everyone as best I can. And also, I am going to make a Q&A. New Year's Pog! What did you do? What's up next? So, for those of you who don't know, I generally have a Q&A during these YouTube streams, and that will just be on the back end. That'll be just a question that I asked, or it's just another channel that you can put your questions towards. You can ask me what you've been up, like what am I up to? What are my plans for 2026? Do I have any VTubing advice? Do I have any TTRPG advice? What are the sort of stories that I've written? Like, you can ask me anything, and that's just a separate channel where you can drop all your questions that aren't related to the current topic, and then I'll get back to it later. And something I would love to hear is if any of you have anything planned for 2026, like New Year's resolutions, any of that. Personally, I'm not big on New Year's resolutions. I'm the sort of person that feels resolutions are setting yourself up for failure, because if you're like, I want to get into the gym, you're going to join at the busiest time of year, where it's the most expensive time of year. You're going to go a couple times where you're with a bunch of other people that don't know what they're doing, and you're going to fail, probably, statistically, and you're going to feel bad. And then you feel discouraged, and they're like, well, I can do it next year. You don't think, well, okay, it's now been 3 months since I went to the gym. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go running instead of going to the gym. You think, no, I failed at going to the gym. That'll be 2027. 2027 will be my year. So I think it does set yourself up for failure. But I am curious if anyone's doing that. But in the meantime, hey, Anthony, and Ignis, and Terrio, and Bear, and Jet, and Call Me, Fox, and Elite, and Wumpus, and Cam, and Dynamite, and Cedric, and Wolf, and Michael, and I think I got everyone that is messaged. You're almost done with a Beacon campaign, and from there switching back to Lancer. Ooh, I'm not familiar with Beacon. Yeah, you made it to one? Oh, welcome on in. All my desires are 100% pure. I would love if that's what my community was, but my community is a little degenerate, I must say, which is really weird because, like, I'm Arrow Ace, at least I'm on both spectrums. My head mod, like my mod that has been around the longest, is Ace. A lot of my community members are Ace or Arrow, which is just very funny that, like, we have the spectrum of completely down bad to completely uninterested. New year, new chat. I do have plans to do a couple things, and I want to run it by y'all. So first off, I need to get into vertical streaming because apparently that's where all the discoverability is. And you tell me honestly, first off, do you use the shorts feed regularly? Are you the sort of person that like scrolls on YouTube Shorts? And if so, if you scrolled across someone that was just yapping and just the entire screen was just their model with like their chat above them and they're just talking for like nonstop like I normally do, would that interest you? Or would you want something that if you're scrolling in a Shorts feed, you would want something more like exciting and engaging? Because I feel as though if I'm yapping, that's an honest representation of what my content is, but I don't know how well that would work in a Shorts feed. I do scroll, and it's how I found you again before becoming a member of the community. Well, I imagine most people found me via the Shorts scroll. I find most, because I don't scroll Shorts. I actually don't. Despite being a Shorts-focused channel, I don't use Shorts. At least not in the traditional scrolling sense. I just click on Shorts that are on my main homepage, but I don't actually scroll through them. Hey, Adreek. Hi, Zap. I'm not someone who watches short streams. That's fair. Beacon is a Final Fantasy-inspired RPG. Oh, it's a homebrew of Lancer. So, Final Fantasy has mechs? I've never played a Final Fantasy game. That's a lie. I've actually played... I may have played a couple minutes of Final Fantasy VII because I tried it out one time. I do know I've definitely played like half an hour of whatever one has Lightning as the main protagonist. I think it's 13. The one where you are like in the big giant city and you have the dude with the guns, which is not very descriptive for Final Fantasy, I know. But do you know what I mean? Fellow Shorts sufferers. Yeah, I don't do the scroll. Final Fantasy has always had sci-fi stuff. No, not sci-fi, mechs. Because I understand that Final Fantasy is like Magitech a lot of the time. At least anything more recent than like Final Fantasy 5 or 6 is my understanding that it's always been like Magitech. There's been guns, there's been robots, there's been motorcycles, but there's still spells, there's still summons, there's still spirits and gods. But is there like mechs? You mostly just fight them though? Got it. They're Magitech walkers? Was on my wrong account for the Q&A? Oh no. Final Fantasy has occasionally had mechs, particularly in Final Fantasy VI. Okay, so for those of you that are Final Fantasy pilled, for those of you that are Final Fantasy educated, I know very little about them. Also, please tell me if the music is too loud. I made a new track and I have it on in the background. This is inspired by the Cain Centipede. And I kind of went for a haunted, overbearing vibe with a chitinous undertone, as opposed to my initial conception was I wanted something alien and synthy. I ended up going for more of like a horror, like almost like cartoon horror music. Just tune the music ever so slightly, like a notch or so down. Got it. How's that? I just decreased it a little bit. Yeah, so there's Magitech walkers and stuff in 6. I think the level of tech depends on the game. Yeah, so but if you're a Final Fantasy pilled, first off, why is Final Fantasy 14 still popular? Like genuinely. I understand it's still getting content. I understand it's an MMO. But isn't it like 15 years old? Like obviously WoW is still kicking. Is like Elder Scrolls Online still around? I know there was like the MMOs are really good at having a sustained player base if they still have more content, and a sustained player base will spend more money on the game. That being said, I'm a bit shocked that it's still around. It kind of catches the repetitive creepiness vibe from the Centipede. Thank you. Gooners mostly. Oh, Happy New Year, Arrow, peeps of the chat. Welcome on in, Lag. Yeah, so my goal is right now for me it is 8:15 p.m. I'm gonna go until hour after midnight my time. So I'm going to hit EST, I'm going to hit Central, I'm going to hit Mountain Time, and I'm going to hit PST. If you are across the pond, if you are someone that is already the new year, hi. Sorry I couldn't make it. Normally I stream earlier, but I wanted to do celebration. Final Fantasy 11 is still active? What? Is 11 also a MMO? Of all the places I thought I would meet my future partner, I wouldn't have expected to meet him on the Discord server of Arrowkiss Rights, but hey, it's where I found... Wait! Wumpus, do you have a name? Because I have a name in mind, but I don't want to like say the wrong one and like accidentally like impose my will on it. Well, when I say name, like, are you comfortable sharing the username? Because I think I know who it is, but I think that is so cute that we have at least one official Arrow Kisser relationship. It survived by capturing a lot of players as refugees from... Oh, got it. Because you know, like, Guild Wars 2 has been around forever. WoW has been around forever, but I also don't know what's the difference between WoW and WoW Classic? Is WoW Classic how the game was in, like, 2006? And then they just, like, remade it or something? Pizza Time. That's cute. But no, Wumpus, that's so cute. Hey, a fox. Loyal player base, I guess? That's the thing. With an MMO, I feel like it's either really easy or really hard to have a loyal player base. Right? Because any game, if it's good, is going to have a loyal player base. But with an MMO, with server costs, with constant upkeep, you need more money. And you need more consistent inflow. However, if you have a constant flow of content, you ideally have retention that exceeds single player games. Now, obviously, there's always gonna be like an Elden Ring out there, right? There's gonna be a Baldur's Gate 3, Clair Obscura, games that capture interest for like hundreds of hours. But I feel like an MMO is uniquely situated where even if you're bored of the game, you still probably have friends on that game. You might have a guild. You might have a stake in what's happening on the meta level of the game. So MMOs are uniquely situated to kind of have like forced FOMO, because you can't take it at your own pace. You have to keep up with the culture of the game, which obviously is like not to everyone's taste. It's not to my taste. But I am on record where I think the Dark Souls series, and Dark Souls 1 in particular, is probably my favorite MMO. It is a massive multiplayer online game. Because what are phantoms? What are summons? What is White Soapstone and Red Soapstone and Invader Orbs and like Gravelord Keepers? Like all of those are massively online multiplayer functionality, including Bloodstains and Orange Soapstone with warnings, getting through the Crystal Caverns, getting through the not Titan's Grave. Is it Grave of Titans where Nito is? Like there are different areas in the game where the other players of the game are guiding you through the Orange Soapstone, which is a collaborative experience. If you played with no online functionality whatsoever, if you had no invaders, if you had no summons, if you had no humanity interaction, if you had no Orange Soapstones and Bloodstains also, and even just like the little wraiths, the little outlines of other characters by their bonfires next to yours, I feel as though Dark Souls would be a demonstrably less enjoyable experience. Not even just like, oh, it would be like something would be missing. Like, no, I think it would actually be like nearly unfun to play. He's the future officiant. Yeah, that is who I thought, because you've mentioned Hydra a couple times. Hey, I'm actually warming myself up, warming up my car to pick up pizza myself. Nice. Yeah, it's called social currency in game dev. Some MMOs ban third-party social media links in their game for that reason. You play an MMO. You join a new MMO. Do you want everything to be constrained to the system? Or do you want it to be where you have this ability to go elsewhere? Like, if you play Arrow MMO, do you want the entire Arrow MMO experience to be constrained to the Arrow MMO servers? Or do you want Arrow MMO to also have like Twitter threads and a Discord server and like a YouTube community that makes videos, like lore videos about it? I feel as though most people want the latter. I feel as though most players want the ecosystem surrounding it. But I can see from a game dev perspective why you would want it to be the former. Like, both have merit, definitely, Zadok. But I feel as though, from a player perspective, I almost only want the latter. I miss the Gravelord Covenant. From Software needs to bring Covenants back. They made online aspects so much better. Yeah. I remember playing, because I played Dark Souls 1. I actually met a guy. I met a random guy online playing like a secret, like SCP Secret Lab. And we just got to talking and like we ended up friending each other on Steam, and he saw I was playing Dark Souls. So he basically just like started coaching me in Dark Souls. And it's just this random guy I befriended via a multiplayer game who just like became my Dark Souls coach. And I don't even talk to him anymore. But like for the first third of the game, really up until Sen's Fortress, I just had like this guy who had like 100%ed Dark Souls kind of deal, just like giving me all of the advice and telling me what to do and like giving me a bunch of humanity just to be like, okay, here's what you do, here's how you do it. So I had that going in. And then Dark Souls 1, people are still playing it today. People are still like right now, Dark Souls Remastered on Steam, you can get into PvP spots and drop your summon sign and fight someone. You can deal with Gravelord Covenant, like disasters. But Dark Souls 2, to my understanding, doesn't have nearly the same acclaim. Not many people enjoy it. So I was a little bit disappointed when I went through the rat area, where like the rat covenant is allowed to screw with you. And then one person, I was in there and I kept like going in there, and then they kept summoning me. Because the way in Dark Souls 2, there's this big underground section that like the rats hold domain over. And the king rat, you can enter a covenant with him and like swear fealty to him and join his coven. Or you can ignore him or fight him and kill him and just go on without him. And if you're not part of his covenant, you can be forcibly summoned into other players' worlds. And there's a bunch of traps in the area that you can set up in your world that have no mechanical function except make it difficult for people who get summoned to your world. So this means there's an entire like giant cavern room that takes, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes to get through, assuming that you're just at like a walking pace, that serves no purpose outside of making it an arena for PvP if you're part of the Rat Coven. And I had like one person who happened to be online when I was in there, and they kept summoning me, and we ran into each other like 3 to 5 times. And then I kept like just looking at them and like emoting at them. And then eventually they just let me pass because at a certain point, it's like, we're the only 2 people in this area at the similar level range in Dark Souls 2. It's so charmingly ambitious. I wasn't the biggest fan in Dark Souls 2 of the change they made to humanity, where you can be invaded, and I think also summoned, without humanity. Because I liked the idea in Dark Souls 1 of, if you want to, like, you can opt in to online functionality. But also, I'm someone who I love summons. I just think they're cool. It's not even like a difficulty thing. It's literally just, if I have the option to summon Solaire for a fight, I want to summon Solaire for a fight. It doesn't matter how easy the fight is or how difficult the fight is. So every boss fight, I would activate humanity to go fight it so I could go fight it with my allies. And so there were times where on the way to the boss fight, I was being invaded. And just the choice to opt into that was so interesting, right? Here in Germany, it's already New Year. Well, Derailing, why are you awake at 5 in the morning? But I wish that you enjoy your new year. Heck, if my PC was working, I'd still be playing Dark Souls 1 too. Oof. Are you a CSM fan, Arrow? If so, manga or anime? Because I just watched the Rez movie and I loved it. Okay, so I watched season 1 of the anime, and prior to that point, I watched someone on YouTube do a read-along of it. I watched someone do a read-along of Chainsaw Man and got all the way through the Public Security Saga. So I know what happens from front to end of the Public Security Saga. Now, I didn't read it, so I'm not going to pretend like I have the same in-depth information as if I had read it. But I do have like the plot summary and the beats and like what happens and all of that. I would say I appreciate Chainsaw Man for what it is, and I love how hyped everyone has been about it, the anime. I don't think that it's like my favorite or anything. I do think that because I love Kane so much, because I've been in such a Kane mood, it's definitely impacted how I view and run Kane, which I just appreciate. And my player, who I've been running for, went into it with like, so this is just Chainsaw Man, right? And I was like, not quite. Like we can go more of a Chainsaw Man angle, but that's not the whole story. So I haven't seen the Reze? I assume Reze movie. Reze? I don't know. I haven't seen it, but like I know how the arc goes, and I've heard nothing but amazing things about it. Reese's? CSM is my favorite comic of all time, really. Would you like to share why? Because I'm someone who, at its face, also give me a moment. My model has been a little funky. I don't know what it is. Like I was just kind of like jittering about for a bit. But so with Chainsaw Man, I was someone that was not a fan of how, I guess, like sex motivated like Denji was. And then once I kind of heard opinions about it, once I started seeing more of the story and the plot and how it's not a matter of him being like a little like nonsense gremlin, it is him being like a troubled and abused youth that is clinging to any degree of affection that is given to him. That kind of shifted my opinion on him and then also the entire series, because it comes off very, I guess, like standard. It comes off very just like most other anime and how it's just meant to appeal to the audience. And then it reveals itself fairly quickly to be like, no, this actually has a purpose and it's meant to function in the narrative. It is addressed in a, I'm not going to say like a real way. I'm not going to say like a reasonable way, but I am going to say in a way that demonstrates it is a symptom of Denji's maladapted lifestyle and upbringing, right? Paneling, characters, SAD, all sad, all perfect in my opinion. I do love, I will say, how a couple times, like with the Curse Devil and the Hell Devil, they utilize the external framing of the panels to indicate their power level. So for instance, which if I open up this, if you have like the Curse Devil, it will be like a panel that'll be like Katana Man, right? This is Katana Man, and literally the outside of the panel will bend inwards to form like a finger that pushes the sword into Katana Man. Or pushes the needle into Katana Man. So the light spoilers, yes. But my point being is that there are instances where a devil will like the panel is here and then like there's a I don't know, like there's a building. And then to indicate the power level of the demon, there will be like literally like a hand reaches down out of the panel to indicate the power level of this devil, to demonstrate that this is not something happening within the reality. This is altering reality itself. And I think that's just a very interesting and clever usage of the medium. I'm not sure how often mangaka do that, right? I'm not sure how typical that is to manga, because I don't read much manga. Like, I don't claim to read much manga, but I have been reading more throughout 2025. And I've really enjoyed it. Like, Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, How I Got Invited to an All-Male Mixer, the same mangaka behind Can't Defy the Lonely Girl made another one that I keep forgetting the name of. There's another one where a comment, fun fact about me, a comment on one of my videos where I mentioned how I really was enjoying like slice of life, like girls love manga, someone recommended like, hey, you should check out this one. It's super sweet and wholesome. Don't ignore the fact that the title's kind of sussy. And I was just like, is this not safe for work? And they were like, yes. So I was like, delete your comment. And I deleted the comment because I'm like, my YouTube analytics says it's like under 5%, but I am a, broadly speaking, like family friendly, like PG-13 channel. I am not going to tolerate NSFW stuff. However, I did look into it because they said it was good. And then once I looked into it, I'm like, hey, this is actually pretty cute. It was actually very sweet. So to the person that commented me a not safe for work recommendation, I did check it out and I did think it was really cute. So like, it's not a matter of taste, it's a matter of branding. He's definitely a divisive MC, but the context behind him really reflavors what you see as default shonen behavior. Exactly. Being food motivated, being, I'll say girl motivated, being really dumb and dense, like, and just loving fighting. Literally, Denji is a deconstruction of the classic shonen protagonist. Because why does he love eating so much? Because he grew up poor and starving. Why does he love girls and is obsessed with like touching a boob? Because he has never felt physical affection before. Why is he obsessed with fighting? Because he is completely enraptured by the idea that if he fights hard enough for Makima, she will do things for him because she has promised him that. Like, why is he so dumb? He never had a formal education. And it's just this back and forth and like this backing and backing and backing of he's all of these problematic things that are so typical to the genre, deconstructed, taken at their core, and said, why would a person reasonably be like this? Arrow executes a man for heretical text, but reads and sees why. Listen. It might be heresy, and you might deserve banishment for this. However, I mean, if it's good heresy, I'm gonna like not spit on your grave. Oh, I love that stuff. I remember the part about a bunch of children being sacrificed shown as a finger being laid on top of the panels. Also, just the layout of calmer scenes is well done too. It's something that really only happens if they're being experimental or if they're good enough to do something weird. Yeah. Well, Denji's actually intelligence, he's just Denji's actual intelligence is a bit ambiguous. He is quite capable of coming up with great strategies in battle, but just, yeah, he was never educated. And that's what I mean. When I say that he's like dumb, right? He's dense, I say. At least in the early arcs, he's constantly just like, what? I don't understand what you're saying. This doesn't make sense. This isn't fast enough. That's dumb. And he's constantly like rash, impulsive, not willing to learn. He doesn't have a curiosity within him. When he is first coached by Kishibe, the mentor dude, when he and Power are being coached by him, their plan to their idea to come up with a good plan is to wear glasses. You just joined stream. What's going on? We're currently talking Chainsaw Man. If anybody, by the way, has any questions for me, or if you have anything you want to tell me, like what your New Year's resolution is, I can get to it later. Throw it in the Q&A chat. I don't really have much of a plan for today. We're just going to kind of riff it for the next 3 hours. Denji's dumb and I love him for it. Exactly, Greyhound. Denji's a deep character pretending to be shallow. Denji is a deep character that the manga presents as shallow. I don't think Denji is pretending to be shallow. I don't think Denji has the self-awareness or the self-reflection to recognize the difference between being deep and shallow. But I think that the way the manga is presented, Denji is someone who starts out, like I was saying before, as, oh, he's just your typical shonen protagonist that like loves to eat food, loves to fight, and is obsessed with women, and is kind of like a pervert. And then you realize why all of that is, and you realize, oh, this is like psychological profiling of this child. This is like going through the laundry list of his traumas and recognizing how that manifested. The Noble Seed is a great example. He has all these problematic things, but it shows that these things aren't good things. Exactly. Particularly his obsession with women. Like obviously, with the Reze movie, that is an indication of what happens there. But like also with Makima, when he like wants to when he makes the deal with power to like touch a boob, and then legitimately one of my favorite scenes in all of Chainsaw Man is that like he finally like touches a boob for the first time. Power's like, okay, bye, and he's just sitting there, and he's like, that's it. Because this is something that he has thought for the longest time would make him feel fulfilled. But there's no intimacy there. And then it's shown, I think literally in the next scene, or it might be like a couple scenes later, that literally just holding the hand of Makima like actually like blows his mind, right? And it's the contrast, and it's the exploration of what emotional intimacy is. And it's a demonstration of the failure of pursuing the physical in order to fulfill the internal, right? He's looking for affection and fulfillment, and he's pursuing gratification because all he knows is gratification. Like people who do gratification are also fulfilled from his perspective. Like he actually feels 15-ish. I mean, I don't know if he feels 15-ish, but also because he's like killing demons and whatever, he's more, I mean, he's like more badass, which I feel like the average 15-year-old want. Like, I feel like Denji is a very realistic representation of the power fantasy of a 15-year-old. Right? So like I don't disagree that he feels 15. I just feel as though he feels like the power fantasy souped up version of a 15-year-old, with the exception, or with the note that he doesn't have the same sense of superiority that I think a lot of 15-year-olds have. Which like everyone has their own growth cycle. I don't think I had superiority when I was 15. I think that I had a cynicism when I was 15, like a misanthropy when I was 15, which is similar, like it's the same energy, but a different vibe. It is the same differentiation of the self from the other. It is taking yourself and saying, like, I see problems with the world, and I'm not going to hype myself up. I'm going to tear down others for like as an internal view. Whereas I think a lot of 15-year-olds say, I see the problems of the world. I'm not problematic, therefore I'm better, right? He's also just a 16-year-old. He's a kid who's repeatedly taken advantage of by people who know more and more emotionally intelligent than him. Exactly. It's very sad, and that's the point. And it's a representation of like manipulation. And I will say that how it resolves is extremely sad on multiple fronts. Like, geez. Like opening the door. That's all I have to say. Bang. Well, later on, Denji does legitimately love power, but as a little sister specifically. Exactly. And I for a while, he was characterized, you used to call Kishibe Jerk All Might. Yeah. I do love that. And someone literally said this online, where Denji was looking for emotional intimacy. And instead of getting that from a girlfriend figure, he got that from Power as a sister figure. And I've also heard it pointed out that without Makima's influence, there was a very real chance that people see. Obviously, I don't know if this is canon, but there's a very real trajectory where Denji and Power didn't have like a sibling relationship. They had more of a romantic relationship if Makima was out of the picture. Because Denji is like laser focused on Makima. Therefore, he's never has any interest in Power, despite the fact they get along together. And therefore, because he's not interested in her, they end up developing more of like a sibling relationship, which is very cute, very sweet, very fulfilling, and like they're there for each other. But I also think that if Makima wasn't there, there was a very real chance that it could have developed into a romance. Bang. Sad face. I miss insert character. Don't worry. I'll make a snowball for you and throw it at you. Denji's a good depiction of the fantasy of a 15-year-old and the emotional limitations of a 16-year-old boy. Yeah, exactly. And the very scary reality of what it's like to have everyone in your life know better than you. Everyone in Denji's life, basically with the exception of Power, and even then, sometimes she does know better. Like, Aki knows better, Kishibe knows better, Makima knows better, the various devils that he fights know better. Everyone understands society, devil hunting, human interaction, emotional stability better than Denji does. And therefore, everyone can leverage this against him. And the few people who don't are like Aki and Power. And even then, they both do it to a bit of an extent, which is just, oof, you know? Although I will say, anytime anyone asks my opinion on CSM, I do think Chaos Space Marines. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I will say. I'm uncertain of if I'm so 40k pilled that that's a bad thing, or if that is just like, that's just more my thing. Because I saw someone ask me like my thoughts on CSM, and then they were like anime or manga, and I'm like, oh, got it. I thought you were talking about the other thing, which maybe they're asking me about the CSM anime or manga, in which case I would not trust it knowing Games Workshop. Oh, that's a thing I want to talk about. I have a two-pronged question. First off, would you be interested in a 40k painting stream? And second of all, would you be interested if I started doing faction deep dives? Because I've talked about this before for the latter. I've talked about this before. Someone in my comment section has been asking me for like a month now, basically on every video, when are you going to do a Imperial Knights deep dive? And I have not done it, but I think I'm going to do it just to appease them because honestly, they've kept at it. I'm impressed. I thought they were going to like die out after a couple of messages, but no, they've asked me every day for like a month. So I'm just kind of curious if that would interest people. A lot of folks have said when I bring that up, they're like, yeah, but like there's already a lot of 40k channels. I don't want you to like turn into that. In the same way that a lot of people don't want me to just become a voice acting channel. A lot of people want me to continue the Lancer series and the Making a Mega Dungeon series and talking about fantasy and sci-fi in my own way. But I also do recognize that I would say I'm more knowledgeable than the average person. You finally have a reason to paint Magnus. What's my favorite 40k faction? You're a NIDS fan. So my favorite faction is CSM, specifically the Alpha Legion, because I'm silly. And of course, by silly, I mean I am Alfarius. However, the one that I'm building, because I bought the Leviathan set off a buddy of mine like a year and a half ago at this point, or half of it. I have NIDS. And over the holidays, I thought to myself, like, well, I can just ask for some NIDS. So I have pre-assembled, pre-primed the whole Leviathan set of NIDS. I have the Swarmlord, also pre-assembled, pre-primed. And then now I have the boxes for a thing of Gene Stealers and a thing of Gargoyles. So I could build some NIDS. I could paint some NIDS. Drat, Arrow beat me to it. You would be interested in a 40k painting stream? I used to paint minis with your mom IRL. Yeah, the last time I painted minis was unironically like 15 years ago. My sibling got me orcs, like a thing of boys and a thing of knobs, like 15 years ago. And they were painting, I think, Eldar? They had Eldar, they had CSM. But they were painting those, and I had my orcs, and so I painted some orcs. And the last time I did that was like 15 years ago. I didn't thin my paints. I didn't know how to do that. I still don't know how. So if I set that up, I would need help. I would need like community guidance. Is that something y'all can provide? Because what I did is I have brushes, and I also got the Vallejo Game Start set. So I have like a range of, I think it's like 16 paints. Because I know Vallejo was like highly recommended online. Is that something y'all would be able to help with? Personally, a fan of Emperor's Children and Iron Warriors, which are about as polar opposite as you can think of. I mean, what is it? What is it? Not videos, images. Emperor's Children versus Iron Warriors. Laugh. Laugh for me. Yeah, so I am, I think Emperor's Children, I love Noise Marines. I'm not gonna lie. That's the only thing I like about them. Like, I understand that as the Slaneshi faction, they have to be kind of terrible, like worse than most other Chaos factions. I'm not a huge fan of them. Not gonna lie. I'm very happy for you, Emperor's Children fans, that you finally got a codex. Because, yeah, y'all were the last one. Y'all were the last one of the traitor factions that needed a Chaos God aligned book, which I looked at it like a week ago, like on Wahapedia. Do you guys only have like 16 units? Is that something that I was misunderstanding? And like Noise Marines aren't even battle line? So you can only do like Daemonettes, which you can only summon... Because I looked into it on Wahapedia. I think Emperor's Children have like 16 units, of which like 8 of them are characters. And then of those 8 non-character units, maybe 4 of them are demons, where you can only have a limited amount. They're a brand new codex, so it's weird. As a Night Lords fan, I encourage painting, and also as a Night Lords fan, the game hates you. Have you seen the new detachment? I only know about it from Bricky's video. For any of you who don't know, Bricky, very popular YouTuber, made a bunch of Warhammer videos. Huge Night Lords fan. Sinbad, I'm so sorry, Solomon. Like, you're eating good, but also, sorry, Dread Talons. Like, you're eating good by comparison to everything else you've had before. Emperor's Children has a pitiful number of kits. Yeah, I saw Emperor's Children. It looked like they had half an army. Hey, a Darkmaster Terra. Sisters and Space Wolves fan? You really hate Psychers. Have you like gone into this? Do you just like hate like magic and whimsy? Because I was like, what links those two together? And my first thought was that both of them really hate psychers. Hey, Akoid, enjoy the new year. I know a lot of people who just don't like Marines and Chaos Marines because they love specific Xenos, but Marine gets so much love. I'm not gonna lie. I feel the same way only about Ultramarines. And I think it's because they win. Because, like, if we're being completely honest, the Black Legion is the Ultramarines of Chaos, right? The Black Legion is always the one you're fighting. The Black Legion is always the one in the background. The Black Legion is always the one in all of the promo materials. But they never win, right? So I feel less bad about the fact that they're constantly hogging the spotlight. Same thing with like World Eaters. World Eaters get their teeth kicked in all the time, and for the longest time, they were the big Chaos faction. I don't really care that much. I do think it's a bit silly that 90% of 40k is you're following Space Marines, they fight Xenos, and then, turns out it's actually Chaos. And then the Xenos, like, I'd say there's 50-50 chance of the Xenos helping the Space Marines against Chaos. Generic Marines, both loyal and Chaos, need better rep. I don't know. I feel like Black Legion is probably the best for CSM. They're the most typical. They're the most boring of CSM, where CSM is very wacky, right? I would say outside of CSM, outside of Black Legion, what, like Iron Warriors is the most like normal, and they run around with demon engines and like heavy artillery that they don't care about friendly fire, which is kind of a little bit niche. I'd say maybe Night Lords, but that's a bit too intense for like accessibility, I would say. Think questions aren't open? They should be. But hello, B. Yeah, the questions, yeah, there's a Q&A section up top. What does Chainsaw Man have to do with the Black Templars? Oh, you. True, I feel Word Bearers fit the Chaos Ultramarines. That's fair. Yeah, I think Word Bearers is probably the best. I forgot about Word Bearers. Word Bearers is probably the best CSM faction as like a generic outside of Black Legion, because where Black Legion is, we're all of the Chaos bands coming together. We have World Eaters, and we have Word Bearers, and we have Night Lords all working under one banner. One, that's not very Chaos of them. And two, the Word Bearers just being like Space Marines, but with demons, makes them more distinct while still feeling very similar. I think my main gripe with Chaos Undivided and the Black Legion is the fact that it just feels like Diet Corn. It feels like Corn with Psychers. It feels like Corn, but they just are allowed to have Psychers, and instead of being in a blood frenzy, they are just really angry. Right? So it does really just feel like Diet Corn. I'm not going to argue with that. It's the big issue. As a NID fan, my dream is a book filled with sci-fi jargon-based NID anatomy. Show me a giant space version of my sea monster trope. The NIDs are unique circumstance. I, as someone that likes NIDs, as someone that is a fan of NIDs, I don't mind the fact that they don't get any attention, personally. I think what they need is they need to win more. I think the NIDs need to stop being they're this overwhelming threat. Looks like with the power of named Ultramarines, we'll barely be able to have a Pyrrhic victory against the Hive Fleet. Like, no, they need to have a curb stomp victory against named Ultramarines. That's what I want from NIDs. I don't want them to have a book exploring the hive mind. I don't want them to have a detailed anatomy section of AdMech xenobiologists delving into what makes up a sea, like an astral leviathan or whatever, like a dissection, a vivisection of a Norn emissary. I think the NIDs need to be scarier before, and maybe even instead of, ever being known, personally. Now, I think we need more Necron books. I'm gonna say it. And you're gonna hate me. I want you to get your boos ready. I want you to boo me in chat, because this is not a good opinion, but it's an opinion that needs to be said. I will fall on this sword. We need more Eldar books. I don't like it. I don't support it. It needs to be said. We need more good Eldar content, because the Eldar are arguably one of the top 3 most important factions in all of 40k. Like, come on. I'm saying this and it hurts me more than it hurts you. Necrons are super based. Like, I have read one 40k book, and it was Infinite and the Divine. And I will say that legitimately made me want to build a Trazen army. I like Eldar, I like Tyranids, it'd be awesome. I doubt that Nids will get any particular major wins given how frozen they're trying to keep the setting. I know, that's my issue. And like, they want to keep the setting frozen while also introducing massive changes. The introduction of the Norn emissaries was a huge, massive change in universe, because suddenly the Nids have Primarchs. Not to mention Robot Girly Man and the Lion Sleeps Tonight in the jungle, the mighty jungle. Like, we have Primarchs returning and nothing changes. Which I understand they need that in order to sell more plastic figures, but Infinite and the Divine is great with how they describe their petty relationship over thousands of years. Infinite and the Divine, it has been recommended time and time again as like it's like the book you recommend to someone who's new to the setting if they want to get into Necrons. Infinite and the Divine is the baby's first Necron book, the Necron 101, the Necronomicon, if you will. And I am so happy that it has that state, because it's so good and it shows off all of the different factions. It goes through Admech, Drukhari, Astra Militarum. I don't think there's any Space Marines. There's Nids, Gene Stealers, Orcs, obviously Necrons. No Sisters, no Tau. There's Exodites in it. We also need Tau to go back to being the good guys with good intentions, but the leadership. Thank you. I'm with you there. Exodite Eldar space Amish wagons with tame Nids would be neat. Yeah, that's pretty good. Honestly, unless I can get the equivalent of a Sanguinor who beats what I can barely call the Night Lords at this point into submission, I will not care about the boys coming back home. I agree. I think Tau need to just be the good guys. And like, this is a cold take. I'm not going to pretend like this is unique. I'm not going to pretend like this is special. I feel as though the Tau need to, instead of being just the fire cast, it needs to be all of the different ranges of different Tau species. I think what they should do is they should have like 4 to 6 core units. And these are like your battle suits. These are like your blue fish face guys. And then every other unit is a specialized creature, like the Kroot or the Vespids or whatever. Like, you have, I don't know, a heavy... Also, enjoy the new year if you're on the East Coast. Yay. In a couple minutes, I actually need to pause stream for like 5-ish minutes, hop on a call, like wish Happy New Year to folks on the East Coast. I have some people over there who I promised that I would say hello to, but that's only going to be for a couple minutes. Heads up. We need more Eldars, more books, more Eldar factions. Give me Exodite army now. We need Exodites. Well, good guys can be a pretty loose term in 40k. I don't know. It's very easy to be good guys in 40k. But like, we need, like, I don't know. Take the Monstros. New addition to the Tau Alliance. The Monstros is an alien species that are super like tall, wide. They're basically Tau Ogryn, right? But they're smart. They're Tau Ogryn, but they're smart. And their issue is that they have a super really fast metabolism. So they constantly need to eat stuff, right? That's what makes them special and unique and whatever. So they have heavy gunners. You have a heavy gunner unit that has like Ogryn-sized models. You then also have a bruiser detachment, and this is the rare Tau melee, as you have another group of monstros. And then those are the only 2 monstro units in the entire Tau codex. And then you have a separate thing where you have a sniper detachment, and these are the Silkies. And the Silkies have really good eyesight and are really frail and small and tiny, but they're fantastic snipers and scouts. So you have like sniper, and you have scout. And then these are like the Silkies. And those are the only 2 Silky units in the entire army. And then blah, 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 blah. So then when you field the Tau, you have a massive variety in your models. Right? I think that would be that would not only be more interesting, that would not only be more cohesive to what the Tau is for, it would also give them more of a unique identity than just the Gundam faction. Because when people look at Tau, they think you're a weeb that likes mecha. And that's not wrong. Like, why would I pick Tau unless I want to either be an absolute menace at ranged combat, or I'm a weeb that likes mecha? Like, and on it, I don't know if this is canon, but I assume it is. There should be like a Man of Iron style unit. There should be a fully AI robot, kind of like the Ironkin for the Voton. There should just be straight up, not like mech drones. There shouldn't be mech assistants, like AI assistants, or there should be those because those are already there. But there should also be at least one unit that's just full on robot. It's Terminator, but good guy, right? The issue is that you can make Tau more evil like British colonialism, but they'd still be considered good by 40k fans. Oh, that's fair. That's I'm not going to argue with that. That's a good point to bring up. Now I miss old Farsight and Tau. Yeah. The outside is exploding for the New Year's because I'm on the East Coast. Yeah. Friend of mine had a joke Necron army, Xandrex Safari, the Namasaur, and Oberyn observing a horde of flayed ones and the Titan they worship. That's so silly. Okay, for a couple minutes, I'm going to hop off stream. I'm just going to go over to... I know what I can do? I have the power. I have YouTube videos that I have like on lock. Do you guys want to watch one of my YouTube videos for like 3 to 5 minutes? Necrons have so much whimsy. They are so whimsical. And if you don't play them whimsical, you are not playing Necrons correctly. I could subject you to my cover. No, I'm not gonna do that. What would you even want? Like, I don't have many short videos. Put us through cover. Okay, fine. Go for it. I want to know what the cover is. So in case you don't know, I, for Christmas, made a cover of the Payday to 12 Days of Christmas. So what I'm going to do, I am going to... Gosh. You tell me if this works. Okay, wait, let me grab this. Okay. Okay, this is not capturing. Let me fix this. I can fix this. I know how to work this. Wait, this says it should be capturing. What? Well, no, so you can see it. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, you can hear it.
On the first day of Christmas.
Okay, I'm cringing. I'm gonna be gone for a second.
This broke dick piece of shit drill.
Okay.
On the second day of
I'm gonna step away for a second. I hope you enjoy this terrible cover. I'm gonna put it on loop just in case.
Piece of shit drill. On the third day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail, and a broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 4th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail, and this broke dick piece of shit drill, which I hate. On the 5th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 5 bullets left. 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail. I hate this broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 6th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. 4 panicked robbers, come on, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail. Fuck this broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 7th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. Ammo bag! 4 panicked robbers, fuck, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail, and this broke shit piece of shit drill, for serious! On the 8th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 8 SWATs repelling, 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. Ammo! 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 fucking years in jail. Fuck this broke dick piece of shit drill. Why don't we get that in the fucking thing? On the 9th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 9 hostages fleeing, 8 SWATs repelling, 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. Ammo bag! 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail. I can't even fuck with this broke dick piece of shit drill. I mean, seriously. On the 10th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 10 seconds response time, 9 hostages fleeing, 8 SWATs repelling, 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. 4 panicked robbers. 2 years in jail. You know what? Fuck this drill, fuck you, fuck this song. On the 11th day of Christmas, payday gave to... Oh, fuck! 11 doors to lockpick, 10 seconds response time, 9 hostages fleeing, 8 SWATs repelling, 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. Ammo, please! 2 years in jail. On the 12th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 12 bags of coke, 11 doors to lockpick, 10 seconds response time, all hostages gone, 8 SWATs repelling, 7 tasers buzzing, 6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. I'm out of fucking ammo. And this broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 1st day of Christmas, payday gave to me. This broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 2nd day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 2 years in jail and a broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 3rd day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail, and a broke dick piece of shit drill. On the 4th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail, and this broke dick piece of shit drill, which I hate. On the 5th day of Christmas, payday gave to me. 5 bullets left. 4 panicked robbers, 3 tires shot, 2 years in jail. I hate this broke dick piece of shit.
I appreciate
drill.
how accepting you are of cringe, despite the fact that you should.
6 dosers charging, 5 bullets left. 4 panicked robbers.
I will say,
3 tires shot. 2 years
I will
in
say,
jail.
in my
Fuck this
entire
broke
time
dick
of content
piece
creation,
shit. Drill.
I have gone out of my way
On the
to
7th day
prioritize
of
making
Christmas,
videos
Payday gave to me
like for you,
7
right?
tasers buzzing,
That's always my goal.
6 dosers charging,
Let me leave it playing, but I'll just turn it down. 6 seasons of Payday, Christmas, and a movie. Oh my gosh. This video I made for me, just full up. Like this was one where I made it for me. I made it because I wanted to. I made it without thinking it would perform well, and like it did not perform well by metrics of my channel. But I can officially say that I have made a cover of a song, despite the fact this is my cover. And also I love Payday. I'm actually in a Payday mood now. Like after recording this, I've been like in a Payday mood, and I've been like watching some videos about it, and I've been wanting to pick up Payday 2. Best cover. Oh my gosh. I'm incredibly embarrassed, in case that was not clear, because I'm not a good singer. I'm impressed. None of the clips repeat. Yeah, so this is just wholesale ripped from like the actual 2014 Payday 12 Days of Christmas, and I recorded overwhelmingly, like I did this in like one take at it. Like there's a couple times where like I broke up the take, but generally like days like 1 to 5 is all one take, and days like 6 to 9 is like all one take. I could have said 6 to 7, but in recording this, I tried my best to like just sing it straight up. Heyo, was driving home during the Trazen mention. As someone that doesn't know much about 40k aside from it being a hyper grim deck, I still know Trazen is an absolute meme lord in the lore. Yes, Trazen is Mr. Steal Your Girl, and also Mr. Steal You. Arrow, everything is cringe, and the only true cringe is trying to deny that fact. Listen, I am not someone that is confident. In case you didn't know, in case I had to remind you of that fact. So putting myself in a vulnerable situation where like I don't sing. That's not something I do. Like I'm not a singer. I don't do karaoke. I don't sing for me or whatever. So I am someone that is, when it comes to improv, when it comes to yapping, I feel confident in that because I've been doing it for years. With singing, I haven't. So I don't have that confidence. But at the same time, I kind of just went, I'm going to do this for me, despite the fact that it's not in my niche. And the overwhelming response has been so positive and so sweet that it has not only been a confidence boost, it has also been like, I kind of want to now make more covers of other equally ridiculous songs and then just like post them occasionally. Because imagine me releasing the cover of like Bitch that like Flambe does in Dispatch, but I'm like singing about like Rory. Just like, I'm a bitch, my name's Rory. You sing good? I wouldn't go that far, but thank you, Aaron. All I know about Payday 2 is the first game's lore was like robbing banks and stuff, and Payday 2's lore is the most unhinged thing ever. So, okay. Payday 1, you want to rob banks, right? Because you want money. In Payday 2, you want to stop the Kataru from overtaking the White House, because otherwise their immortal king will unlock the power of the Nephilim in order to bring down the world order. And you are the reincarnation of previous heisters with the golden masks that have to steal from the eternal immortal king. I also know that Payday 2 is Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. Giancarlo Esposito is an actor who, like, obviously he's Gus Fring, right? I think he's most well known for Gus Fring. And like, he's been in Mandalorian, but he's been in Payday. He was in Far Cry 5? 6? I don't know. One of the Far Cries. He's just like in video games casually. And every time I see him, I'm like, what is he doing here? He's like an actual actor. 6, thank you. Every time I see Giancarlo Esposito, I'm like, what are you doing here? You're like an actor. Why are you like in this video game? And then I realize he has like a whole discography or like IMDb page where like he's in a ton of video games. And for whatever reason in my brain, he is one of those actors. Cause like, if I see, who's a good example? If I see Norman Reedus in Death Stranding, I'm like, oh, you're an actor in a video game. Meanwhile, if I see Brian Deckhart, who played Connor from Detroit Become Human, yes, he is like an actor, but I mostly know him from Detroit Become Human. So if I see him in other games, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Giancarlo, I love how far he'll go for the bag. He is one of the preeminent examples of a fantastic way of like flipping. Like there was literally the meme about this from Far Cry 6, right? Where he's like laughing and then he does the it's an actual meme that was created from it. And I do think he has been typecast. I do think he, because of Gus Fring in particular, there was something where like, no, I think this was the dentist. This was the dentist from Payday 2, as I was looking into. Like Giancarlo Esposito, if he plays a role, I don't ever really see him not just being Gus Fring again, which I think kind of sucks for him, because as someone that has like played TTRPG characters and like I've done voice acting roles and like all of that, if I was always told like, hey, Era, we want you to play this one specific thing, then I'd be like, I'm bored. I want to do different things. You've appeared, it's only 5 a.m. Hey, a cheese. It's just like Keanu Reeves in 2077. I can't see Johnny Silverhand, only Keanu Reeves. And I wouldn't even say it's that far of like, I can't see him as that character. Because for instance, like most of the like popular Marvel actors now, it's very hard to see them in other movies where they're not just the character from when they were in the MCU. Like Robert Downey Jr., Steve Evans? What? Who plays Captain America? Because Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth. I was like, it's not Steve. Steve is the name of the character. If he was paid enough, he can do what Bryan Cranston did and totally flip character. Isn't there a photo of him just chilling with some furries too? All the folks from Breaking Bad talk silly things about him. I didn't know that. I mean, okay. When you see someone that always plays villains, one of two things is always true. And this is fact. You can quote me on this, because why would I ever spread misinformation on the internet? They are either the sweetest and just absolutely a kind individual, or they're the most vile, heinous person you have ever met in your life. There is no in between, and there is no room for nuance. So, broadly speaking, when you play a villain, particularly in like a role that you play for a long time, that affects you personality-wise a little bit. More so if you're like a method actor trying to like get into character off screen. And usually that will manifest, like unironically, now I'm kind of not memeing anymore, where if you're just like a nice person and you're a villain on screen, you can kind of get out all of your villainy from your real self in the character. You can kind of lose that part of yourself and just kind of put it on screen and leave it at the door. And it can actually be very therapeutic to do so, because if I'm someone who is, I don't know, if you have someone who is playing a character and that character is physically abusive, but they in real life struggle with their anger, they might unironically find it therapeutic to play a character that lashes out and is punished for it. And basically, they psychologically explore the ramifications of a hypothetical scenario where they are punished for doing so, or they go through the ramifications of how that would hurt people they love. And then they can say like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And they, in their personal life, don't do that. They're not harmful. They control their temper. Or you might have someone who, let's say they're like a creep on camera, and off camera, they kind of start doing creep stuff too. One of the two. And you always hope that it's the left. Oh yeah, Danny DeVito plays absolutely vile characters and everyone that works with him describes him glowingly. And that's side-eyes Jared Leto. Yeah. And that, like, Danny DeVito is a great example, which is why Danny DeVito is actually a great representation of, like, unironically, I really like the Danny DeVito test, where, I don't know how many of you know this, there's a litmus test for romance, where particularly for most female-oriented heterosexual romance, take the male romantic lead and replace him with Danny DeVito. Is it still romantic or is it now a horror story? And if it's just a horror story, then you focus too much on aesthetics and you made like an abusive and creepy and weirdo romance. However, if you make the male character look like Danny DeVito, another great example would be like if you make the male character Quasimodo and he acts the exact same, says the exact same things, is it a horror story because he's ugly? It's a hilarious test. It's a real test. Like 50 Shades of Grey, where Danny DeVito is like Christian Bale, is a horror story that most people would hate. And the reason that a lot of, particularly straight women, were into it is because the guy was described as incredibly like rich and attractive. That's a fantasy. Danny DeVito as the Penguin. I like how immediately everyone thought of Jared Leto. I think like actually on the left one, Heath Ledger, I think would be a good example, because from what I've heard, Heath Ledger like really got into the Joker role kind of deal, but was generally well regarded off screen. Didn't the guy who played Daredevil lose a big role because he was so used to not looking people in the eye he couldn't act normal? What? That's wild. I agree, that's why I love acting. It's all the hypotheticals out. And that's why in TTRPGs, that's why in what's it called? In acting, improv, it can be very useful to have a character who is evil, or to have a character who is antithetical to your values, and kind of get that out there. However, and I think this is the core of why so many people say D&D is just therapy. Because if I play a character with daddy issues, and I in real life have a strained relationship with my father, suddenly I'm kind of putting that on the rest of the group. 50 Shades of Twilight fanfic that thoroughly reinforced the strange issues of women growing up Mormon and then even partly breaking out of the real world. The best part about 50 Shades being Twilight fanfic is that the author of 50 Shades has railed against and actively taken actions against people that wrote 50 Shades of Grey fanfic. The fanfic turned original work had fanfic written of it, and the fanfic author went after those other fanfic authors. We call this crab pot mentality. We call this backstabbing your own. We call this blowing up and then looking down on those that you stepped on to get up there. I mean, okay, so I misspoke. It's not crab bucket mentality. It is, because crab bucket mentality is, I'm trying to be successful, you're trying to be successful, you become more successful than me, I sabotage you. It is not crab bucket mentality of, if I become a super famous author, and then off of my fanfic, and then you make fanfic off me, and then I squash you. That is not crab bucket, because I already got out of the pot in that case. I already left in that case. That would be more like forgetting your roots. closing the door behind you. Yeah. Pulling the ladder up. Better examples. The current Daredevil, yeah, he's mentioned that his acting to properly recreate the mannerism that a blind person would have leaked into his everyday. That is wild. It's just like how the main person behind the unofficial Skyrim patch issued a DMCA to someone who made a mod that undid a terrible change. Really? Okay, Edgeguard. Is that a Smash Bros reference? Yeah, pulling the ladder up behind you, that's a good descriptor. So real quick, someone earlier mentioned that the questions didn't seem to be accessible. I'm going to run through what questions we do have and then reset the question thing. Why is this still unpinned? Oh yeah, the unofficial Skyrim patch is a hilarious story of just how little power it takes to corrupt someone. Oh, you can see him, Pog. I will say, my take, and mayhaps this is misguided, mayhaps I am naive, I feel as though not everyone is corruptible. I feel as though it's a little bit of survivorship bias, where you hear about the people and see the people and complain about the people who do get corrupted because they are the sort of people that any amount of power makes them feel like a petty despot, and that is the most power that they will ever get in their entire life. And so they abuse it to their heart's content. I feel as though person A and person B can be put in the exact same circumstance with the exact same power and the exact same responsibilities, and just if one of them is built different, they will not get quote unquote corrupted and the other one will. Because at the end of the day, it is a failure of character. Personally, is my opinion. I like the idea that power does not corrupt, power reveals. Exactly. So if I like become the president of my HOA, HOA? Homeowners Association? If I become the president of my HOA and I immediately start imposing my will on everyone else around me, that indicates that I'm just a jerk of a person. That doesn't mean that being an HOA like president means that you're gonna be a jerk. No, like I could be a reasonable person and become the president of HOA. However, I have a question for all of you in chat. Do you want to be an HOA president? Do you want to be involved in your homeowners association, leading it and spending your weekends or your spare time answering emails and doing spreadsheets and like making documentation for what people can do? Exactly. You don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So who's going to become the president of an HOA? Someone that wants power. And so they see being the president of HOA as a step on the path to power. So it's not that power corrupts you. It's that the corruptible are the ones drawn to power. Imagining Lord of the Rings, but the ring puts you in charge of the HOA. Speaking of HOAs, apparently Mila Kunis has been complaining about how ungrateful the tenants of her HOA are. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I don't want to be in an HOA's organization. I don't know if you have to like buy into them or not. I don't know what the deal with that is, but like become ungovernable to your HOA. The only ethical thing to do is if you're in charge is to dissolve it. Rip to everyone that went mad with power. I'm just built different. Listen, can we talk about how ungrateful everyone is and how fake your friends are when they say things like, no, I know you're better than this. Put down the amulet. It's corrupting you. When truly I'm the one that's been chosen with this glorious gift and they're all just jealous. Like these weak-willed fools let their jealousy corrupt them. That's clearly why the amulet chose me to be the Dark Master of the New World, right? Like, can we just talk about that for a second? You like paperwork personally? Bring me more spreadsheets? Okay, but Nine-Tailed Fox, do you want to do that for an HOA? There's a guy who makes YouTube shorts on grilling on his porch after midnight specifically despite his HOA. I don't know, HOA might be the one thing that corrupts you no matter what. I don't know. I feel like the only people that want to join an HOA are the easily corrupted. Do you have to join an HOA? Could you just not? That's what I thought. I thought you could just not join an HOA. You need to join an HOA to buy property? Oh. Like a lich, I don't think being a lich makes you evil. The path you take requires you to become evil to begin with. Agreed. I don't think the process of becoming a lich makes you evil. I think only evil people will do the process of becoming a lich because it involves sacrifice. Like, argue the morals all you want. You could be a nominally good person who, quote unquote, ethically sources your souls. I don't know, like you help people and like you get a whole circus going of like helping people, and then they give you payments, and then if like you genuinely try your best to make it so that people with informed consent give you their souls after death, and you don't kill them, you just get such a queue lined up that you can get one a day every day, and you do your absolute darndest to ensure that's all ethical. Like, you're probably not a good person, but I don't think that inherently makes you evil, at least to the same extent that most liches are. However, no one's gonna do that. If you care enough to actually care for the people whose souls you consume to remain a lich, you probably don't want to put that burden on the world. You probably don't want to consume souls to begin with. So you're not going to be a lich. So all liches are evil. Depends on the flavor of lichdom. Isn't the original lich process involving literally eating a live baby? My like only exposure to lichdom is like the D&D style. I create a phylactery through dark magic and a fell ritual, and I must sacrifice souls to it in order to maintain my undeath. I'm not familiar with like the folkloric lich. Mila Kunis, the girl from Only Murders in the Building, I don't know. Hey, Tyler. For me, it's not 2026 yet. It's like being a billionaire. Yeah, theoretically it's possible, but 99.9% of stuff that gets you there is evil. I would even say being a billionaire, I legitimately think you can. I legitimately believe that there is not even like a 0.1% chance, but a significantly lower percent chance of actually being an ethical billionaire. Not because you're necessarily a bad person by being a billionaire, but because I physically don't think you can get billions of dollars without at least skirting moral lines. Whether it's tax evasion, whether it's exploiting your employees, whether it's involving like foreign or underpaid or involuntary labor, all of these things that reduce cost, increasing efficiency or productivity in order to make you more money. Maybe I'm wrong. I believe, like, my understanding, you physically do not make enough money unless you do that stuff in order to become a billionaire. And maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But hey, the billion has to come from somewhere. You cannot convince me that Mark Zuckerberg isn't a lich already. No, he's an alien, you silly. Lord of the Rings, except the ring is 1,000 pounds of high denomination bills. Nice try, Arrow. Pretending not to know how one becomes a lich to hide the fact that you already went through the process. I will say, I have time and time again gotten that I'm lich coded. And obviously, like, I've gotten vampire coded, and I've had like a vampire outfit as a result. But lich coded is one that like I've gotten more than once or twice. Literally, I was talking to a friend of mine, another content creator, and they were like saying like, hey, I want to practice doing overlays. Like, would you like me to do one for you? I was like, sure. And then they were like, hey, so what would you be interested in? What are we feeling here? And then they talked about how from my design and like from the yellow and the black and like the minimalist kind of gold that I have going on, they got lich vibes. And I'm like, you are not the first person to say that. I have never run a lich in my 8 years of TTRPGs. I have never run a lich. Period. No. I have run a lich as what was intended to be an enemy that then got befriended. So I've talked about this before. I ran a game where the premise, it's like a small West Marches game of just like a server I was on. I was the only DM, and they're in this town. Basically, there's a war going on, so all of the town guard got conscripted into like the army. So they hired adventurers to basically act as the town guard. And the core premise is that I think there's like 12 of them, are the town guard. And there's 3 things going on that are main issues. There's a cult in the town. There's a group of goblins out to the forest. And then there's this weird mist that rolls in, and there's undead in it. And I just let them, as whatever time interested them, whatever group's interested in them, say, I want to go fight the cults. Let's go get a group to go fight the cult. I want to go fight the undead. Let's go to the undead. And the undead was a lich that was in this nearby prison that was filled with wild, uncontrolled undead. And the lich was effectively rolling out this mist. And I believe, I'm trying to remember. I think it was, they basically were trying to empty the prison. So they would send the mist to like signal that they were coming so that the town could get ready. The adventurers, i.e. They would then fight a bunch of the undead in like a challenge and a trial. And then they would, like the mist would go away. But all the players would get rewards from the undead. The undead carried rewards on them because the lich was treating it like a game and literally gave them blood red gold. And the blood red gold could be spent at a specific skeletal merchant that followed the mist. And so they had this like little ecosystem going on over here. And then they met the lich and they found the lich was like not that bad of a person, at least as far as they can tell. So they befriended the lich, and like the lich was fighting these like trapped undead monstrosities that it didn't have control over. MMO event, basically an MMO event. That's what the Tomb of Horrors should have been. And only like 2 dragons. I've run a good few dragons. My issue is that I've never run for a consistent group over like level 8, right? I've run for characters and I've run for extended, like in a larger West Marches game of over level 10. But I don't think I've ever properly run a long form game that ran longer than like level 8. So anytime I run a dragon, it's always weaker than expected. It's always a young dragon or weaker. But obviously knowing me, I make it mean, I make it nasty because I love really tough combats. How does one get lich coded as someone who gets ferret and rat coded by furries? I think it's the way I carry myself and the way I'm kind of evil, but also just like the design behind me. Also, I'm currently in my Christmas outfit, which I quite like this. I like making little holiday outfits that I can put together for myself. Just hi. But my normal outfit is, let me just if I swap back to the main one that I use, hi. I guess this being more monochrome, this being more black with gold to it rather than bright red gives a bit more lich vibes. I also have like the jacket that I sometimes wear. Santa arrow, pog, arrow jump scare. Arrow's been on screen. How is this arrow jump scare? I got no clue how CSGO gambling works, but I figured it required. Why are we talking CSGO gambling? CSGO gambling was like the original conception of loot boxes, right? I don't know, I think your scheme is toad coded. Just because it's yellow and gold doesn't mean it's toad coded. Ugh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sorry, I had to change. Time for a toad arrow model? No. I don't want arrowvores to be a thing, because that's what the toad is. Like, toad is the vor sin. I'm not going to beat around the bush. However, what I will say, Talking Cane, I have gone through all 6 OG sins. Now, I have a conundrum. Do I talk homebrew sins? If I talk homebrew sins, do I only talk... If I talk homebrew sins, do I only talk the spider and the butcher from Harpocrates? Do I talk the wide variety of homebrew out there? Do I talk blasphemies? Do I do the same Hunter's Archive where I explain how the blasphemies work and their different powers in the same way? Do I had this idea, and I might as well run it by you because, well, no better way to figure out than to ask. What if I frame it instead of a temerity researcher or like your castle handler? I frame it as under heaven teaching you how to kill exorcists, right? So it's a briefing from a member of under heaven teaching you how Cain and Cain's blasphemies work so that you can better kill them. However, I think that's a bit niche. Like, I think that would be cool, but I think that's a bit niche. What if we invented new sins right here in YouTube chat? I mean, we kind of did that already. So how many of you don't know that right now I am like literally in the middle of working through homebrew Cain content on stream? Like, I've been working on it the past like 2 weeks. The under heaven stuff would be peak. I like the reverse perspective. Yeah, because I'm thinking like, so my Hunter's Archive. How many of you have not seen any of my Hunter's Archive? Because my Hunter's Archive is it's almost like me flirting with the idea of like roleplay ASMR. It's me like toe in the water to kind of like an in-character style. Like, it's not me presenting it as I normally would and like, here's my ideas and here's images and here's graphics and all that. It's me like playing it straight almost, which I don't know how people feel. But that, where instead of it being Cain telling you how to kill sins, it is an under heaven handler telling you like, hey, here's how you deal with someone with detention blasphemy. And instead of telling you like Cain's notes on it, it will say like, here's the tension blasphemy, here's what its passive is, here's an ability, here's how you counter, here's an ability, here's how you counter. I like the blasphemy UH teaching, but I also think it'd be cool to have an intro to UH video that you link to every short. I want to make... So I want to make more long-form content. What I found recently is I feel as though it's easier on me to just take clips and make them long-form. So I could do like an under heaven introduction in stream, or I could just run into it. My issue is I don't know enough under heaven. And obviously Harpocrates dossier touches on it a little bit. The core book has a single page talking about it. I don't know if Tom Bloom has talked about it elsewhere. I don't know if on the Chasm Discord, which... Can I confess something? Can I confess something to you? I'm incredibly shy, in case you didn't know. I'm curious about joining the Chasm Discord server. But I'm worried that one of two things is going to happen. One of them is going to be that I like don't get noticed and like I just kind of lurk and I don't really engage with it or whatever, which is what I do in most servers. I'm a chronic lurker. The other thing is, what would be terrifying is, what if I get recognized? Because I have made Cain content that has gotten tens of thousands of views, which presumably the people watching it are also on the Chasm server. So I am kind of scared what happens if I join Chasm and then people are like, oh, I know you. Because I've been recognized before. I've been like in a game of Marvel Rivals and then someone on voice chat was like, oh, I recognize this person's voice from YouTube. And I was like, eep. Yeah, so Chasm is the official Discord server for Magna Gas Malagothica, Cain, I believe also Icon. I don't know if it's just all of Tom Bloom stuff. Like, I don't know if it's also Kill 6 Billion Demons, but I do know it is at least oriented around his games, like his RPGs. simple proxy account. See, I could do a proxy account. However, no. Like, I know it's a bit obstinate of me to do that, but I also feel like if I can honestly, truthfully say I'm not running around with an alt, I don't know. I feel like that just kind of clears me of so much nonsense. Because how often, and this is entirely dependent on how much you watch VTubers, how often have you seen someone get into drama, get into trouble, get into nonsense because they on an alt account were talking bad about someone, or they on an alt account were leaking information, or they on an alt account blah 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 blah. If I can confidently say I don't have an alt, and I'm not lying when I say that, then you can't really frame me. If I have an alt and I'm going around using it, then suddenly I have the issue where if my alt account is Arrow Rights 2, let's say, if you have Smorgasmorg, the Bean Blaster, as an account that goes around saying slurs, and then you somehow tie it back to me by like framing me or whatever, I really can't argue that. How do I prove that it's not me? And then I'm at risk. My brand is at risk. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of like silly, but it feels almost safer to just not two arrow two rights. If you ever make an arrow rights alt, make it arrow wrongs. It has to be arrow wrongs, arrow reads, or arrow lefts. Those are the three. He does stream working on Kill 6 Million Demons sometimes. Nice. I have an alt account on your server though. I learned about Tom Bloom from my sibling telling me about Kill 6 Million Demons before I even knew about Lancer Arcane or whatever. And then once I learned about King or whatever, and I learned it was the same guy, I brought it up to my sibling and I'm like, hey, you know Kill 6 Million Demons? The guy who made that also made a TTRPG. Arrow spells? Shut up. You may get recognized, but honestly, you're chill. No, it's not a big deal. I'm making it a big deal to myself. Which, speaking of big deals, speaking of being recognized, I don't know how many of you follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. Would anyone be so kind as to look right beneath the stream title and see where it says Arrow Rights and then it says like 17.6k? We started this year at 3.5k. To be fair, he made multiple TTRPGs. He's also very chill with the community. He's great. No, I've heard great things about him. Like, I want to be just like him when I grow up. I stumbled onto a Kill 6 Billion Demons AMV using the 7 Sins song by Ren, so go back to it every once in a while. Yeah. Nice. I'm unfamiliar with 7 Sins by Ren. You follow me on Blue Sky? Nice. Thank you, B. But yeah, so it's kind of crazy that we quintupled in growth. Like 3.5 thousand times 5 is 17.5 thousand. We quintupled the community in a year. Which, if you want context, at the top of 2023, we had fewer than 100 subscribers. And then we went up to 3,500, which is, if we call it 100, that's what, times 3.5? What? No. Times 35. Well, 100 to 3,500 is, it's crazy. Not that crazy by comparison. We got 14,000 ish. Yeah, we got over 14,000 subscribers across 2025. Or not top of 2023. Top of 2024, we had around 100. Then top of 2025, we had 3,500. And now going into 2026, top of that we'll have 17,600. So that's crazy. Wait, Tom Bloom created Goblin? Yes, Tom Bloom did do that. Hey, Asaden. It's going well. We're currently just celebrating the new year across multiple time zones. Right now, I think that we're about to be hitting Central. So, yay. Alts feel like too much hassle unless you're only being nice on it. And honestly, like, I would only be nice on it. I think, well, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, how do you feel I would be on an alt? As my community, those of you that have seen me in Discord, or that have seen me on Blue Sky and Twitter, or have seen me in chat, how do you feel I would probably act? Because I'm very open about the fact that the persona I play on stream is slightly different from how I am in real life. I exaggerate parts of myself, I diminish others, I try to be as entertaining as possible while also not being problematic. There are things I feel very strongly that I don't talk about on stream, mostly for branding reasons. I don't hide that. I'm very open about that. But also, like, on Discord, I'm pretty open. On stream, I've talked about some stuff that, like, I feel strongly about, despite the fact it's quote-unquote, like, not brand safe, because it was important to me. Arrow Alt talks about how they want to play D&D. I mean, I do want to play D&D. Just, it's a lower priority than, like, any other TTRPG for me right now. That's about controversial opinions about Italian food on an alt. Okay, everyone talks about pineapple on pizza. Has anyone tried pineapple in spaghetti with red sauce? I think you'd be unhinged, but not rude or bigoted or whatever. So are you saying I would just have like an NSFW, like lewd alt? Is that what you're saying? Because I've come across like lewd content on my timelines in like Blue Sky, Twitter, whatever. And I'll look at it and I'll just be like, wow, some people really just on main? Okay, speaking of, there's a trend going around. I don't know how many of you are on VTuber Twitter, but there's a trend going around where it is like 5 rounds of make the sound, and it's like oh, like it's like a game, right? And it is, it's not even trying to sound appropriate. It is straight up just like making lewd noises to a beat. And that's the whole trend, right? And like no shade to anyone who does it, particularly if you're a lewd tuber. Like if you're a lewd tuber, that's a trend for lewd tubers. But I see it and I'm just like, who is this for? Genuinely. This isn't shade to anyone. This is like, why would I do this? And I understand the reason that you do it is because a lot of VTuber fans are like simps or gooners, or they're attracted to VTubers or whatever. And so if you feed into that, you will get more money. And like from a purely business perspective, yes, it does make sense to cultivate a parasocial relationship with your viewers because then they support you. But then like putting all of that aside, putting like the hard cold cash and the problematic aspects of VTubing or whatever, like if I'm just regular VTuber, or I'm a VTuber who does voice acting or whatever, why would I do that? You do realize you just did it? So I did it, but I didn't do it to like the same extent of sussiness. Like it goes on for like 45 seconds or whatever, like a minute, and it gets more lewd as it goes on. Like it's just straight up sounds like moaning. And like, I don't know. With all due respect, I don't think I sounded very crazy. Or at least I wasn't trying to be crazy. I was just going, oh, like that's just phonemes, right? Which, sure, if that gets you off, I guess I can't stop that. That's not subtle at all. It's not. And that's why, because generally, if it's there's a meme going around, call it 4 months ago, maybe, I don't remember. End of summer. It was a little bit after I hit 10K, where the whole trend was, hey, how can I fit my model on how can I fit this piece of artwork on a banner? And then the whole joke was that you would just put your chest, you would just put your bust into your Twitter banner and be like, oh, never mind, got it. And so I did that explicitly, where I put big dice over my chest. And I said, oh, never mind, got it. And that's something where like, it's the same principle, but I guess it was like one step removed, where it's the idea of like, you can't actually, I was going to say you can't make it like safe for work. You can't make it less sussy. I actually saw someone that did it where they were saying butter, bubble, and I think banana. So it was like bubble, 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 banana, 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 bubble, banana, bubble, banana, bubble, banana, and like they made it a tongue twister, and that I thought was clever. That I appreciated it, but just the like anime sussy noises is something where I'm like, who is this for? Because like, if I'm not a lewd tuber, it's not for me. If I am a lewd tuber, why would I do this instead of just doing something more explicit, right? Because obviously it's a gradient, but most of the time you will have folks that are completely removed from NSFW content, like me. I don't do NSFW content in any capacity. The closest I've gotten is like reviewing Girlframe, which the full review should be coming out this month, like this upcoming month. It won't be out until next year. I'm so sorry. But you then also generally have people that are fully NSFW. They have like a green site or a blue site or an orange site account, which I can't talk about apparently, so I'm not going to name drop those. But like, and that's work. Like, that's valid. Get that back. But generally, you're not gonna, I don't know. If you have that extreme, why are you going halfway? And if you don't have that extreme, why would you lead your audience halfway? That's what I don't understand with like these, I guess, like softcore style of memes. What type of dice error? I have the image. It was a meme where, so the initial meme was just like, hey, how do I fit this in my banner? And then I made it so that it was, never mind, got it. And then this was me in like the beachwear outfit where like I have like the bikini top on, but then also my jacket. So it's not like exposing anything, but it is cheeky, right? And then I just was holding up dice because, oh, these, my rollies, my massive freaking math rocketies. What kind of dice is important? D20s, you goober. I feel like those are just monkey noises rather than lewd noises. I mean, I could look it up. I could show you what I mean, but like, I don't really care. And I also don't want to make it sound like I'm coming after anyone. I guess with those noises, I'd be coming first. But anyway, at that point, you're working for free. You're not getting the bag. Exactly. At least get paid for it. Happy New Year to Arrow and the people watching. Enjoy the New Year to you, Elite Trish. So speaking of, I will say that I'm someone that I tell people to enjoy the New Year. Because I'm a pedant and I recognize that if you tell me to enjoy the New Year, I'm not, or if you tell me to have a happy New Year, that is false from the get-go. Because I'm going to have a year where I'm going to be sad. And I'm going to be angry. And I'm going to be happy. And I'm going to have the full range of human emotions. However, you can enjoy or not enjoy any year. It's up to you to make that. So that's why I try to wish people to enjoy the new year. And also another thing that I've heard is that a lot of people, the very first word they say each year is happy. And I think it's better to say enjoy first. You should enjoy yourself. Enjoy the new year. Enjoy your life. You're pirate softwareing us. I mean, okay. Also, enjoy the new year to everyone. I believe this is Central Time, 2 hours ahead of me. Have a lovely year, and thank you so much for being here or watching the VOD. I'm pirate softwareing you. I did get this for pirate software, and I've been doing this for a year. 1.5. I don't think I did this when I first started streaming, but I definitely started doing this very early, and I've been streaming for a year and a half. I've been making content on YouTube for like 2.25. So I do the pirate software thing, but also I just kind of yap. And I use this because I get really in my own head when I'm on my chatting screen, and the only thing here is me, because I don't think just looking at me is very interesting. And as much as I respect the fact that streams are often second monitor content, and yapping is often second monitor content. You who are responding to me in chat right now, even if this is second monitor, this is primary attention. Because you can't reliably respond in chat without keeping your focus on it. So I want the visuals to be engaging for you to the best extent I can. That's something that's very important to me. Enjoy the new year! What do you mean it's been 2026 for 19 hours already? Oh, shush, Pokemon. The first year I want to say in the new year is anti-disestablishmentarianism. The first word I said was yippee! To be fair, just because he's problematic doesn't mean he doesn't give good ideas. Yeah, and he's someone where for the longest time I was like, I mean, yeah, I don't think he's problematic. Like, I don't think that he's, I think that he like should have apologized and like should have like worded his stuff better, but he's not problematic. And then the more I learned, I'm like, oh no, he's kind of like really problematic. Because I do think that it got farmed to heck. I think that the drama circuit kind of ran circles on him, and his responses pretty continuously were some of the worst he could have given. He kept doubling and tripling and quadrupling down. At a certain point, you just have to say, hey, I don't think I'm wrong, but I very clearly recognize that no one is agreeing with me. At the end of the day, I ran in a WoW fight that led to people's deaths. I feel as though they should have been able to take care of themselves, but I recognize that I also could have done more. I'm sorry for that. And then apologize to the people directly. Like, if it's something where people are accusing him of like saying slurs that he didn't say, no, don't apologize for that because you didn't do it. But if it's something where people are blaming you for something that you feel you didn't do, but at the end of the day, it's a game and you really have no evidence, and everyone else is pointing at like video clips of your actions and like what you could have done better, and that you've said explicitly prior to that point, like what you should have done that you didn't do, and your only defense is to just ban people in chat. Like, just man up, bro. Just apologize. Like at a certain point, it's, hey, I feel I didn't do anything wrong, or I felt I didn't do anything wrong in the moment, but looking back on it, I see that I could have done stuff differently. I'm sorry. Boom. No one cares. No one cares. Hey, an echo. No, I hate those sticky rubber band toy. Blah. He speaks confidently about things he knows nothing about. That's fair. And I think that there is value to having someone that can speak confidently and authoritatively. But something I do, for instance, is that you might notice this. I constantly undercut myself. I constantly am saying, I'm not actually an expert. Don't listen to me on this one. This is just my opinion. I often preface by saying, I think, I feel, I believe, because, and this is particularly when I would give people advice, is if you tell me, hey, my boyfriend doesn't listen to me and he constantly goes out when I ask him not to, and I don't know where he is at night, and one time he spent the night out when he said he was going to be back by like 11 p.m. and in the morning he just didn't really address it, I would say, I feel your boyfriend isn't meeting your needs and isn't communicating on the same level you need. And I feel that this is a situation where he needs to either change his behavior and be more communicative, or you need to like end the relationship. Instead of saying, he's cheating on you, you dumb, stupid idiot, leave him. Because a lot of times when there's emotions involved, you kind of have to beat around the bush. And that's something that took me like years to learn. That took me decades to learn. Speak confidently about things he knows nothing about. I wonder who that could be. We're talking about pirate software, Neko. We're not talking about other people. Hey, Alines. In French, we just say, I wish you a good year. Hey, Alines. We march into the new year and claim it as our own. Are we manifest destinying across time now that we've already done that across space? Other people. There's lore. There's lore. Don't worry. Are you doing okay? Yeah. Are you doing okay in chat? Everyone? You watching this? You lurking? You commenting? Also, keeping count of people banned is the worst thing you can do if you want people to behave, because it turns misbehaving into a game. See, that's the thing, right? Like, which Maddie, we have that on the server. We have that on the Discord. We have the ban list. But yeah, definitely being unwilling to apologize and also being hyper reactive / sensitive is a terrible combination. I am someone who I feel I am not very reactive when I'm hit with bad stuff. Like, I've had people say slurs in my comments. I've had people try to tear down the channel. And really, I only ever step in when someone starts insulting other community members, right? Because I don't care. Like, I've had people say nasty stuff to me. I have heard worse. I will hear worse going forward. You mean nothing to me. You are simply a roadblock in the steps of my destiny. But if you're being nasty in my community, suddenly that's a community issue, and I'm gonna begone you. Thought. Nasty words like French, don't say that with Leans being here. Manifest destiny, people. People are breaking the laws of silence so hard that I'm gonna be hanging out here for a while more. Meownifist Destuna? Or Gucci? Nice. I know, but we've only banned one person since then. It was a bot. I mean, and that's the thing. I don't anticipate we need to ban really anyone anytime soon. But the Discord, and I've not really been very vocal about this. The Discord also has had kind of crazy growth. We're approaching 600 people on the Arrow Cord. 600 members of the Union. There was a time when I couldn't reliably get 600 views on my most popular content. There was a time where getting 600 views was 600 men. 600 men under your command. Love you too, Nick. Oh my gosh. So far, so good. Heading to a countdown in an hour to a countdown at a friend's house. Aw, sweet. Would Horus steal the organs of an alien to make an eldritch psychic mech? I mean, I feel like they would have with the Egregorians if they wanted to. So I feel like that's more of an SSC thing than anything. I remember that person doing slurs in Twitch TS. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Because I just like banned them, and then I had to kind of like... Because I couldn't stop the TTS early. I think I muted it. But yeah, it was a sucky thing where Disco Elysium was kind of scuffed. Like, I had one person who was spamming the gunshots in the finale when we confronted the stranger. And I thought they might have been someone else. I thought they might have been someone that was like another content creator who I was like talking to because the name was like kind of similar. And so I didn't want to like start a fight with them. But I should have stepped in and be like, hey, I'm going to time you out for like 5 minutes. I need to be better about when someone's like spamming the gunshots to just be like, hey, I'm going to time you out. Which is why in the past couple months, when people spam the gunshots and it's not a raid, I'm like, hey, I'm going to time you out if you keep doing this. And because I just need to be more assertive as a content creator. That sucked, yeah. And I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed... Spoilers for Disco Elysium. Like, I still enjoyed the reveals. I still enjoyed the moment after that. It didn't take away from the experience for me significantly. Although I think from a viewer perspective, it did. And I think it was annoying in the moment. It threw off the vibe. But it's also, well, that's just growing pains. One of the first things I do when I open Discord is check PilotNet's ban log. 600 women under my command. Actually, on YouTube, my like division is like 70% male identifying, which may be because YouTube auto ascribes your gender as male unless you change it, I believe. If you make a new account, it is a male account unless you change it. Send dudes, you mean oods? No, I'm in a fight. I need more men. That really do be me. I'm really the kind of person to ask someone to send dudes and then they're like, what? Hi, good morning, Arrow. Hello. Forgot to log out. How can you change your gender on YouTube? How? In settings, like your Google account, I believe the standard account is male. Me and my 5,000 alts to boost your confidence so you'll open the darn cans. Shush your face. Gonna hop out for a bit in case you don't come back. Have an amazing new year and enjoy yourself, Zap. Harrison stole the brain of an alien for Genghis Mark II. Yeah, so in Genghis Mark II, the Agni class NHP has the brain of a dying, vivisected, burning to death Egregorian as your NHP. See you next year, y'all. Oh my gosh, some dude. I have an hour and a half. I love foliage management. Flora and fauna. Yeah, I checked CompCon. Harrison Armory scanned the brain of an Egregorian and turned it into an NHP. Yeah. Whew. Drink my water. So I have a question. Do we want to continue yapping? Do we want to work on Kane homebrew? Or do we want to work on the TTRPG for a Stone Age civilization? Gender has been updated. New year, new gender. That's why I say Harrison is the best villain for Lancer, because that should be all your players need to hate them. I like, as a villain, I actually like this conversation topic. So, as a villain in Lancer, I feel as though the obvious answer is Horus. My first go-to was SSC when I was writing up the module, which I still, strictly speaking, I have run the module. I have written half of it. I then got distracted with other stuff. So technically, I have a module that once I finish it, I can release it for Lancer. It's LL0. It's meant to be like 2 sessions. But I think I'd probably change some stuff. I would change some major stuff to it. I think Harrison Armory is always a good choice, particularly because what is a fantastic line mech that you can have the players fight? Sherman's all the way. And then IPSN, I feel as though, is pretty consistently the least villainous portrayed, whereas I think that they are one of the least moral out of all of the corps. Horus is very swingy. Horus is the horseshoe, where they have very good people, they have very bad people, and very few people in between. SSC is very narrow. SSC is very precise. They are super evil, but also at the same time, they like to keep their hands clean. And they also really like PR. So they're not going to go around like... They're very much a quality of evil over a quantity of evil, where I would say Harrison Armory is just lots. They're genociding. They're colonializing. They are waging war. They're the military-industrial complex. Harrison Armory just does bad stuff. IPSN, meanwhile, has no morals. They go entirely where the money is. And they control like all interstellar travel outside of blink gates. They're responsible for planet-wide shipping operations. If you want IPSN to be a villain, all you have to do is have them not do something. IPSN can be a villain purely by not sending critical supplies to a planet for 6 months. And that will cripple the planet. And IPSN can strong arm them into any deal that they want. Because how else is planet C4618 going to get the unobtainium that they desperately need when 86% of interstellar trade is controlled by IPSN and IPSN is embargoing the planet? They're just not. They're not going to get it. So they have to deal with whatever IPSN throws at them. And IPSN doesn't care about being like seen as a higher end designer goods place like SSE. They don't care about being the heroes, the conquering warlords, the aspirational army of Harrison Armory. And they're not so decentralized as Horus. They literally are just capitalism. Up and up and up and up and up and up and up until they take over the entire galaxy. Harrison Armory is that one military dude from Avatar. IPSN is really good for villains in the long rim. They were trying to buy out trading stations the player were using as a home base and weren't sending food to try and force them to sell. C4621. Did I say C4621? I'm not gonna lie. I literally just said numbers and I think I accidentally did an AC6 reference. So it's pretty much exactly what I wanted to do before the campaign fell apart. Oh, they're the East India Company. Yeah. I mean, that's the way to play them. You play them as the East Orion Company. Did you know in Cyberpunk an AI can possess you? Yeah. Isn't that like the plot of Cyberpunk 2077? Can confirm East India Company was... Were you part of the East India Company? Tell me, what were you doing circa 12 to 1400s? That literally is the plot. Source, I'm from the India in question. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ooh, we're talking about Lancer now. Yes, we're talking Lancer now. Yeah, this... This is just the cycle of this channel. We talk Lancer, we talk mechs, we talk sci-fi, we talk Kane, we talk trauma, we talk like building off of that. Suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character. We talk Lancer, we talk sci-fi, we talk mechs. Johnny isn't technically the guy, he's a program that thinks it's Johnny. Well, I thought... So I've never played Cyberpunk 2077. I watched a playthrough of it. Fun fact. My exposure to Cyberpunk 2077, I watched RT gameplay it, but I like 100% know, or I 90% know, that I did not watch it in order because I got recommended the videos not in the proper order. So it was like a 6-part series. And I watched like episode 3, then episode 4, then episode 1, then episode 2, then episode 6, then episode 5. So I have no idea what happens in this game. I'm not gonna lie. I watched this like 5 years ago in the wrong order. He's my comfort YouTuber. I do love RT game. RT had a fun playthrough of it. Him doing the racing quest was fun to watch live when he pulled out the Mario Kart Double Dash music. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember this whatsoever. However, I'm playing Persona 5 and I can finally watch his Persona 5 playthrough. I'm watching him, I'm watching my Kamiyoshi, I'm watching Bricky, I'm watching like multiple Persona 5 playthroughs at the same time because I'll watch one and then I'll get to the point where they're doing like an S-Link that I haven't done yet. So I pause and then I move over to a different playthrough. Silverhand is more of an accidental parasite that's replacing your brain with somebody else. I think actual normal AI can possess people. Well, so isn't that like a brain dance? Is like a mental imaging thing? And that can like take over your brain with cyberpsychosis? Even the weapons on the mech show the ideals of the company? Yes. IPSN should make another mech as... You want to run that by me again, Chief? It's an engram recreation of Johnny Silverhand, so technically not really him. Plus, he's all kind of messed up because of the events of Cyberpunk, and merging with V made him less and less Johnny. Did you know they used to call him the RT game the Drift King? I didn't. Really? Was this like back in college or something? My name is Johnny Anime. No, literally, like I started watching the adventures of Johnny Anime. Persona Arrow 5, and it's you adventuring through people's minds and hearts using your TTRPG characters as stands. That's just Kane. That's the thing, right? Like, Kane is just Persona, and I love it. Which is why the homebrew that I'm making for Kane just makes it more Persona. It makes it Persona 4 instead of Persona 5. Cyberpunk has the most unfortunate acronym. Yeah, that's why I never abbreviate core power. And like, I'm sure you heard me pause. I was reading the message and I'm like, what? I'm not, what? Ah. No one should use it. Yes. I like to describe Kane as Persona 5 meets Silent Hill 2 and you work for the SCP Foundation. I describe it as Chainsaw Man, but you work for the SCP Foundation and you fight Persona 5 shadows. And Project Moon, people keep bringing up Project Moon. Oh no, Stormlight Archive. Ugh. Okay, my theory for Cyberpunk to get to immune to cyberpsychosis is you put an engram of yourself in yourself and bam. Would you have to like cycle yourself? Would you have to like replace the engram of yourself eventually? It's still funny to me that saying John Halo isn't entirely wrong when referring to Master Chief. Well, yeah, because he's like John something. Speaking of Kane, I've been trying to make Chainsaw Man and Kane, but I have no ideas. Sin mark, flavor, weapon. Take the doomed agenda, so you have a sin mark, because I think a fiend is closest to an exo with a sin mark. And then ideally you get like a torso one, you get an arms one. And then you just flavor your weapons to be like chainsaws that come out of your arms. Or you flavor your weapon to be that you have some inbuilt weapon within you. And then if a toad steals that, if a centipede dissolves that, that would be specific to the hunt, how that interfaces with your fiend insight or whatever. For blasphemy, my first thought is actually, funny enough, sympathy. But that's also not necessarily the case. I think that it would be, for Chainsaw Man in particular, I could see tension because of the severance ability, which is really good at cutting stuff. But also Vector, the way he throws himself around a bunch. Get yourself Harpocrates and Puja. I forgot about Harpocrates, yeah. I think that a fiend is like Pugile. John 117 or something, I don't know, I only played Halo 3 and barely paid attention to the story. I just messed around with a grunt birthday party on. I've never played Halo. Or, like, I've played Halo, like, once, multiplayer with my friend, but using an engram of yourself would not prevent cyberpsychosis, unfortunately. Sorry to pop your bubble. What about putting an engram of yourself that was inside of yourself, inside another engram of yourself? No. I think his official name is Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, if you include the military rankings. Okay, my question, because, like, Master Chief is a rank, right? How is he a petty officer if he's also Master Chief? Because, like, Master Chief is like an actual, like, title that you would give someone. Because petty officer is a fairly low ranking official. Like, still an officer, but a petty officer is an enlisted that, like, ascends to petty officer, correct? Like a warrant officer almost. It's not a C, like, it's not like from OCS. So what exactly is Chainsaw Man? All I hear is the fan base apparently has no media literacy, and that's all I've ever heard. So Chainsaw Man, we were talking about this earlier, actually. Chainsaw Man is a story about a kid named Denji, who his father had debts to the mafia. So he goes around paying off debts, paying off his father's debt, because his father took his own life, and now the debt all goes on to the kid. So he's super depressed. He has no family. He has no one taking care of him. He spent his entire life paying off his debt to the mafia. He sells his organs. He fights demons or devils, because in this world, devils are real and they grow more powerful the more people fear them. And then he eventually dies. However, he has this little dog with him called Pochita, who is the chainsaw devil, or who is, like, related to, like, chainsaws and the chainsaw devil. And Pochita, because he treated Pochita so well, because he saved Pochita from dying years and years ago, Pochita says, I will make a deal with you as you're dying, where I will save your life, and in exchange, you have to live your best life for me. It's basically an entirely, like, you treated me well, I want to treat you well. So now Denji comes back to life. He is now considered a fiend. And a fiend is a dead body possessed by a demon, by a devil. Except he's kind of different. I'm not going to get into it, but, like, he's a special fiend, right? And so now he has the power of, like, he has a ripcord on his chest that when he pulls it, chainsaws come out of his arms and out of his face. Enjoy, Asaden. I had a D&D rogue like this once. Okay, not organ selling. Holy heck, we still on Chainsaw? No, we came back to Chainsaw. Military terminology is always weird, plus we're dealing with a military that doesn't actually exist. Well, yes, so I know, but generally you're not a corporal lieutenant. You might be a lieutenant captain, because that is a rank. A lieutenant captain is a rank. But you're not going to be like a general lieutenant, a general lance corporal, right? Unless, I suppose, if you rose through the ranks in one branch of the military and then left it and transferred to a different branch, I suppose you might be like, if you were a lieutenant in the army, and then you transfer over to the Navy and you work your way up and you become an admiral. I guess it could make sense to call you Admiral Lieutenant name, but I think most people just call you Admiral. You're just disassociating because you're inflicting mental trauma on yourself by getting rid of perfectly good meat and replacing it with cybernetics. Hybrids are different from fiends. I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into the difference between hybrids and fiends so remember when I made the short a while ago where you have to be able to talk about something for 5 minutes or 5 hours, and it's how do you best tell someone about something that is interesting to you that they're asking a question about but they don't care about or that they don't really know about? Maddie asked, I don't know anything about Chainsaw Man. So I gave the brief summary of who is Denji, what is the setup for him to become a fiend / hybrid, and how does that manifest into the show itself. The difference between a hybrid and a fiend doesn't matter here. Fundamentally, a fiend and a hybrid are interchangeable for the purpose of telling someone the premise of the show, particularly because that gets explored later. The fact of the matter is he dies, he gets brought back as a part devil, and now he has chainsaw powers. And now he goes around working for the public security force, killing devils, and basically is like an exorcist, is an exo, is a slave to the government, effectively. And the reason everyone talks about, Arrow, how far are you from joining us in the future? I'm an hour and a half. The reason everyone says that you have no media literacy is because in Chainsaw Man, Denji is poor, he is abused, he is like depressed. Literally, when he's like introduced in the show, his two goals are that he wants to eat a piece of toast with jam on it because he has never been able to afford jam, and he wants to touch a girl's boobs. Those are his two goals. Or I think he wants to kiss a girl first, and then later he realizes like, I want to touch a girl's boobs. The point being, we were talking about this earlier, he is a distillation and subversion of classic shonen archetypes, which is being obsessed with food and being obsessed with girls and being obsessed with fighting. And it's made clear time and time again how his pursuit of gratifying desires like food or girls or fighting isn't fulfilling. Every time he reaches a milestone, like he eats toast with jam on it, or like he touches a girl's boobs or like whatever, he never feels like he won, despite the fact his entire life was leading him to that point. And it's a story about him growing and realizing that there is more to life than that. It is him overcoming his poverty insecurity, as well as him being manipulated by the people in his life who recognize he has such simple desires. And for instance, his boss, the one that's like in charge of him, that like controls him basically, leverages that to say, I want you to do impossible tasks for me. And every time you do that, I will give you a kiss. I will give you one wish of anything you want to do. And like, it's made very clear that like she's like propositioning him because she's manipulating him. She doesn't care about him, but she recognizes that he has a crush on her, so she can use really whatever she wants from him, and he'll do it because any amount of affection he receives from her is infinitely more than he's ever received. And so a lot of people see that and say he's like a really dumb, stereotypical shonen protagonist. He's obsessed with women and like objectifies them and like only cares about food and fighting. And those same people will often say how like attractive Makima is and how hot Makima is. And it's just like, brother, this is not portrayed as a good thing. Jamto's Pog, the latter can't relate. Darn, it's already been 8:30 hours of the future for me. Yeah, I know. I'm so far in the past. I used to be on the East Coast, and now I went back in time to the West Coast. They're barking right alongside him. Exactly. And like if you want a dominant partner, I'm not going to shame you for that because that's valid. Sure. But I'm also going to say you shouldn't decry how awful a show is. And then also at the same time, like flanderize its characters, right? You ran your first Kane game on Monday. Everyone says it went well. Awesome. Cyberpsychosis gets a better breakdown of what it is from Mike Pondsmith. Denji starts homeless poor, being gang pressed into working for the mafia to pay off his debt of his deadbeat dad. That is a starting situation. Yeah. I have half an hour until I'm in the future. I will send a damage report when it rolls in. I was informed like 6 hours ago that apparently the future is just normal. Apparently the only thing that changed is that the clock went from 11:59 to 12. And I can't substantiate this. I don't know if that's the case. I don't believe it. I think that this is a lie set up by Big Time in order to sell more clocks. However, I'll have to see for myself in about an hour and a half. Well, normal's gotten steadily worse over the last like 5 years. I don't know. I feel like we hit... Does anyone remember distinctly that 2016, everyone was like, this year was awful. This year was so much worse than every year that came before it. A bunch of celebrities died. There was a bunch of political turmoil. There was a bunch of international stuff going on. And then in 2017, things chilled. In 2017, people were like, it can't get worse than this. And then it did. A lot of people point to 2020 as like the inflection point. Other people point to 2012. I think 2016 might be where it all went wrong. We became the bad timeline in 2016. Although what I will say is that the worst things that have happened to me and the best things that have happened to me have both happened since 2016. And this is where I get into like my weird place in the universe and like with timelines and whatever. Like if I had the chance to go back in time and go to 2016 and I was informed that, oh, actually, this isn't the right timeline. You need to go on the right timeline. And I go back to 2016 and I go down a different timeline where different things happen in the world and it's a better timeline and the world is on an upward trajectory instead of a downward trajectory. I don't know if I'd take that. Because yeah, that would be better, but also there are so many things that I love here. Not least of which is this channel. And in fact, I would say that this channel has been one of the best things to happen to me because I am someone who since like 2006 to 2008, early YouTube, I've wanted to be a YouTuber and I just never had the confidence or the skills. I saw that you needed to learn how to edit and that scared me off for decades until I finally just decided I'm going to do it. And I did it with Snowball Mic. I did it without an understanding of what an EQ is. I had auto enhancements on my device that killed my audio and hyper compressed it. And I didn't know how to edit. Me with drawing, exactly. If you could turn back time to the good old days. Oh my gosh. To the good old days. Editing seems so scary in the beginning. It is scary. It doesn't seem scary. It is scary. It is genuinely really scary because it's a lot and it's a lot of moving parts and some moving pieces. But at the same time, it is so rewarding. Like the reason I focus so much on shorts and the reason I keep kicking long form content is because shorts is something that even if it takes me like more than an hour to do a short, which is not that good. That's very bad, actually. I should be able to do a short within an hour. I've been able to do shorts within an hour before. I feel much more proud of my recent work, and I get the dopamine hit of being able to complete a task that I feel like I genuinely put in a lot of time, effort, and attention to daily. And then obviously I do like editing for commissions and for work. You wanted to draw since 2015 and just haven't. 2026 for real, for real. My interpretation of cyberpsychosis is that it's just psychosis from trauma of living in Night City that's amplified. Are we sure? Because I feel like you can still suffer cyberpsychosis even out of Night City. I had to make a 15-minute video for my English final and the editing was so hard. No, none of you are allowed to see it. Found Arrow's channel thanks to shorts. That's how most people find me. And I love it. And I love having a diversity of shorts. I love having a variety of content I make. I like having clips as well as fully produced and like scripted content as well as voiceovers. And yeah, that's a variation of work, and I prefer to do less work, but I also feel extremely proud when I get out a Lancer video. I think the Lancer videos are some of my best work, personally. But like obviously the voice acting tends to get the most views because it's the most shareable. You can suffer cyberpsychosis in Canada, of all places. Canada. It was not gold. It was awful. I did not deserve that 90%. I think the only reason it seems that way is because most of the time in the Cyberpunk games, both 2077 and TTRPGs, is in Night City. Well, yeah, because Cyberpunk's setting is Night City. There are areas outside of Night City. But, like, I feel, based on my understanding of Cyberpunk, if you exit Night City, you have exited Cyberpunk. Because it's just so wrapped up in it. It's not just a Night City thing, but it is notably found in higher rates. So it could just be that like everyone in Night City is suffering CPTSD because Night City sucks. And then cyberpsychosis is just builds off of existing traumas, like you said. That's totally reasonable. There's splat books for playing the broader world of Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, and that's why they're additional content. They're not core. The entire core books, 2020, 2099, 2077, all revolve around Night City. Cyberpsychosis, in most cases, a mental breakdown, but you have rocket launchers in your arms. Here's my crack theory. Cyberpsychosis is a virus that important figures give chromed up people to avoid having people mod themselves to the point of becoming a genuine threat like Atom Smasher. I wouldn't be surprised. Night City is the cyberpunk setting, but there are other locations in the universe. I mean, yeah. And fun fact, there's actually a card game called Netrunner, which I think it's inspired by, but separate from, I think modern Netrunner is a sequel, like daughter series to the original Netrunner, which was in the same world as Cyberpunk 2020. But now it is considered a different world. And Netrunner, which is now like come and gone, it was a card game in the 90s that then got shut down, got bought up by Fantasy Flight Games, got brought back in like the mid 2010s, and then got shut down again. And now is completely run online for free by fans who remade all the cards, because you can't copyright game mechanics. You can copyright art, you can copyright names, but you can't copyright game mechanics. So they remade the game with new art and new card layouts. And so you can play this game online, and it's so much fun. And I need more people to play with. And the last time I played it was probably like 5 years ago. But going to bed, see you all next year. Enjoy, Anthony. I think the environmental factors are a lot more important than the mechanics show. Well, so are we talking Cyberpunk Edge Runners cyberpsychosis? Are we talking Cyberpunk 2077 cyberpsychosis? Are we talking about Cyberpunk Red cyberpsychosis? Because all of those are different, but the same core. Edge Runners is definitely more of it's a ticking clock, right? Once you get too chromed up, there is a clock that starts, and it just ticks. right? And eventually you're going to fall over. And the more well-adjusted you are, the higher humanity you have, the more empathy you have, the better you are. But eventually you're just going to crack. That happened to... Bro, I don't even remember the main character's name. I'm not going to lie. Or the big guy. Like, I don't remember most of the characters' names except Lucy, who was like the hacker. And then I think it was like Rebecca was like the girl who was like the really funky eyes and colors or whatever. Yeah, like I don't remember most of those characters. David, thank you. But then in like Cyberpunk Red, there's mechanics where it's just like a this or that. It is die mechanics. It is rolling. It is random chance based off of how high your empathy is versus like you have an equipment load effectively of cyberpsychosis. And then in 2077, I don't know how it works. I really hope Blade Runner 2099 does well. I haven't heard much discussion or news about it. Isn't Blade Runner 2099 the one that was Ryan Gosling from like 6-7 years ago? I have not seen a Blade Runner movie. I haven't seen Blade Runner 2020. I'm mixing up the dates for Cyberpunk and Blade Runner. 2049, thank you. Oh, my head starts spinning. If you read my message before the one, you'll... What? There's a data sheet in 2077 saying that like real mental illness, it disproportionately affects the poor, and it says that many who suffer from it only have a single implant, like a kidney or liver. Oh. It's legit just pre-existing mental trauma made worse. That makes sense. V is built different. That's how it works in 2077. 2049 has Gosling. They're making something new. Played a 2020 game once, made chromed up solo with insane armor and shooting skills, was making 3 to 4 headshots in a turn, took on a tank and survived, went from 8 humanity to 1 with all the chrome. Holy heck. All David needed was therapy. Also, yes, its interpretation is the same thing. Also, okay, Zadok, you say directives cut supremacy. My understanding is that in Cyberpunk 2020? The one with Harrison Ford. In the original Blade Runner, there was a director's cut where they completely changed the ending and added voiceover explaining the internal dialogue of scenes that otherwise were just silent. Was it that? No, this was the theatrical. I think this was the theatrical release, and the director's cut didn't have that. And it is like genuinely a bad movie with the voiceover and the different ending. Like it's not a good film, but with the director's cut, it becomes a masterpiece kind of deal. Yeah, the director's cut removed it. That's what I thought. Blade Runner 2049, and sometime soon Blade Runner 2099. In Edge Runners, it's not taking clock. In the show, it's even more underlying that's a mental breakdown. The meds for cyberware might have a negative mental effect. I feel like it is a ticking clock though, because it's only once David gets super chromed up that it starts. And he's dealing with the same stressors all the time. And you could say it's as he gets to a higher level of stress with like the augments allow him to get to higher levels of stress, which means that his pre-existing conditions are worsened, not by the augments, but the augments allow him to get into situations that make it worse, which is kind of what we were saying before about like the idea of like an ethical billionaire, where it's the idea of the augments don't give you cyberpsychosis. The augments let you get into situations that give you cyberpsychosis. It's a correlation, not causation deal. When he was forced into the brain dance? I don't remember that. I'm not gonna lie. Any mental trauma can cause a psychotic break and make you go cyberpsycho. How it's handled in 2077 is Johnny acts as a shield from psychosis. Got it. I think it's a little funny that in the TTRPG, David's Sandevistan is kind of mid-implant and is really old, so he's already going insane if he's getting minor symptoms. Because, yeah, I actually didn't know this until like after I watched the show. I didn't realize that the Sandevistan is like an actual item you can get in game in 2077. I didn't realize that Atom Smasher showed up in the game, which is why obviously Cyberpunk it's Grimdark. I didn't think it was going to go the way it did because I didn't realize Atom Smasher had plot armor. I didn't know that. I do know that apparently there's something in Cyberpunk 2077, which spoilers, heads up, but I think there's a thing where you have the option of like romancing someone, or maybe it's not that you romance them. It's like, who do you choose to like be your like co-op to go on like the final mission together? And whoever you choose, Atom Smasher kills them. So it's the idea of like, you choose the person you want to accompany you on the mission, the person you trust most, the person you like most, the person that you like rely to have your back, and Atom Smasher just kills them. And I don't know if it's tied to like a romance or whatever, but isn't it like the game encourages you to choose someone that you care about, and then Atom Smasher just kills them? He's immortal? Isn't he like 1% human? He's like literally only a brain, or like a brain stem. Speaking as a social work major, it is nearly impossible to completely separate correlation from causation with mental health. We just have to recognize patterns and draw conclusions, because mental health is stupid. And I don't mean like the pursuit of it is stupid. I mean like our understanding of it is stupid. Didn't they add the Sandevistan after the show? Oh, they did. Atom Smasher was in the game from release. As much as I hate the adversarial GM mentality, I love the idea of dropping Atom Smasher on a party that gets too powerful to humble them. I mean, okay, that's the thing, right? If I'm playing a 40k game, if I'm playing a cyberpunk game, if I'm playing a game where explicitly we're saying like this is inspired by Berserk, or even if it's like a Darkest Dungeon style game, depending on the group, maybe even Kane, I think these are all reasonable settings where the GM says, hey, don't do X or else you'll have to deal with Y. Don't cause more than $50 million in property damage or else Atom Smasher will come after you. Don't do anything that would indicate to the local populace that you are anything but a God-fearing servant of the God Emperor, or else an Inquisitor will come up and interrogate you. Don't try to fight something that is a monster that you have no means of fighting. I think it's totally reasonable to have these situations where, as long as it's clearly communicated, you as the GM can just be like, okay, have fun fight. Call of Cthulhu, Vampire the Masquerade, more settings with this, where it's just the idea of like, you are not going to win this. And the only reason I'm doing this is to reinforce the narrative of the world you live in. And ideally, the player says, I know, but this is what my character would do. My character in a blind fury would upload the data virus onto the upload the virus onto the mainframe, which would crash Aristaka stock by 2%, and suddenly they send Atom Smasher after us. It doesn't matter that that isn't productive for the game. What matters is that like I'm making that decision with my character knowing it. The other players all agreed that's okay. I'm not ruining their fun. I accept the consequences of the Aristaka. I accept the consequences of this decision. I am going to help the heretic who escaped from the inquisitorial purge because I see a kindred soul in them. And I recognize that if this is discovered, I and everyone else in the party will be executed for treason against the Imperium. And like, if that NPC gets found out, they have to deal with the entire PDF as well as the Arbites as well as an Inquisitor coming after them. And like, that feels impossible and that feels unfair because that's the point of the setting. The point of the setting should make you be fearful to do things. And as long as the players buy into that and are okay with that, I think that that could be fantastic storytelling. You should know that in Vampire the Masquerade, if you breach the Masquerade intentionally and or don't clean it up afterwards, the Camarilla are going to grab you, bring you before the prince, and 9 times out of 10, execute you. You will meet your final death. So don't do that. And then if you do that, that's going to happen to you. And then if you start complaining and you start being like, oh, that's so BS. Like, what do you mean I can't fight against the sheriff and also the hound and also the prince and also the primogen? You're a fledgling, bro. Like, that's not how the world works. You are a cog in the machine, and you agreed to that when we started the game. Obviously, it has to be handled well. Obviously, it requires finesse. But I do think it's totally valid to have that as an option. My intro to 2077 was a buddy showing me a scalpel katana. Been in love with Sandy Stan ever since. Atom Smasher is basically a brain and spinal cord inside a robot body. His face is synthetic skin specifically made to look like he's had his real face cut off and stapled to his head. That's really funny. I think one of the Star Wars systems has a thing about annoying the Empire enough that Darth Vader comes after you. Daggerheart would be good for Darkest Dungeon. Oh. The Sandevistan was in the game from the start. RT game used one and he played it before Edgerunners. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool in 2077, but when I looked at Sandevistan from 2020, it's like mid at best. My brother's playing a Banu Hakim. Nice. I know immunoblockers were mentioned earlier, and yeah, they're a trap for players. You get a temporary humanity boost, but you crash hard later at ×2 humanity lost. Ooh. People stop being loud. I'm heading to bed. Good night. My Thin Blood already broke the Masquerade in her backstory. We're in Anarch territory though, and her character, and in character, nobody told her since her sire turned and ran. She's only told one person. Immunoblockers is not a replacement for therapy. Therapy is being the way you... Wait. Mechanically, you get humanity back via therapy? That's so funny. Because I'm actually playing Persona 5, which I've mentioned plenty of times. And I just started talking to the therapist. Which, no spoilers. However, I'm getting sussy vibes from him. Because he is the Counselor Arcana. And that's not part of the normal deck of Arcana. And the last time that happened, it was Adachi in Persona 4. Which, no spoilers, but Adachi in Persona 4 was plot important. Wasn't David Sandevistan a new military prototype? Something like that. Therapist IRL are just sanity clerics. I don't know why the thought that like IRL clerics are just teachers came to my brain. Is it not? I don't know tarot cards. So the major arcana of tarot goes Magician. Well, technically, so first up it is the Fool. Then it is the Magician. Then it's the Priestess. Then it is the Empress. Then it is the Emperor. I believe it is then a Hermit. Then it is Strength. I'm gonna get this wrong. I should just look this up. I remember most of them. I don't want to get it wrong though. Tarot cards. This is Minor Arcana. Where can I just grab an image of all of them? Here we go. This looks right. Not quite. Not quite what I was looking for. Tarot, cards, tarot, major arcana. I've done this before on stream. I've used my tarot deck on stream before. I am curious how y'all would feel about... Also, I think I need to real quick... There's nudity on these cards in a couple of these, so I just need to... Yeah. So Sorry, I'm just making sure I don't get banned. Okay, Pog. I really want to play a hunter ghoul that is probably being tricked by the Camarilla to hunt down Sabat for blood because the hunter's hopelessly addicted to vampire blood but has bondless meaning. No loyalty to the vampire. Ooh. It's an abstraction in the name of gameplay and balance. That's fair. Therapy and medical care being a legitimate gameplay stage in Cyberpunk is great. Yeah, New Year's goals, don't get banned. Let's see if I can manage that. I mean, I haven't gotten banned yet, but there's still an hour left in the year. So we start with the Fool. The Fool represents new beginnings, potential. It represents the ability to start a journey and being undirected, but not necessarily lost. It is the idea of potential energy is the big thing with the Fool. Then you have the Magician. The Magician is immature masculinity. It is youthfulness. It is the catalyzing of that potential energy that the Fool has and actually converting it into action, initiative, but being directionless. It is the idea of if the Fool is a giant pile of kindling, the Magician is that you just set it on fire, but you don't have a plan of what to do with the fire. The High Priestess is about self-reflection, is about intelligence, is about youthful femininity, is related to the idea of turning inward and like prudence. The Empress, mature femininity, nature, the control over yourself and your emotions and like all that is feminine as well as other adult women, whereas the Emperor is the mature masculine. The Hierophant, right? The mature masculine. This is if the Empress is kind of like control over the spiritual and your emotions and the mental, the Emperor is control over your surroundings and your physicality and yourself and your self-discipline. The Hierophant is this is so Empress is more like emotional, social, relational. Emperor is more hierarchical, physical, structural. Hierophant is spiritual. There is the tarot is tied deeply to like spiritualism, obviously. So the Hierophant is kind of this mastery and connection with and understanding of the spiritual and your spiritual health and your soul. Lovers is relationships, love, also just social relatedness, just connection with others, the ability to start a relationship, romantic or otherwise. The Chariot is the representation of kinetic energy. It is being able to take on anything in your path, everything in your path, action in the immediacy, being able to tear down the walls that are in front of you. The Hierophant is Coffee Dad. Yes. It's also Detective Dad from P4. And it's also Book Grandparents from P3. Strength is not just physical strength, but it's more like strength of character. It's conviction. It is the idea of seeing things through to their end. It's diligence, backbone, if it were. The Hermit is turning inwards. It is the idea of self-reflection, much like the High Priestess, but in the sense of worldliness, in the sense of understanding yourself. The wisdom that comes with age and the ability to impart it upon others. The Wheel of Fortune is chance, it is randomness, it is fate, and the grand design of the universe simultaneously. Justice is exactly that. It's justice, it is balance, it is the vindication of the weak, the punishment of the wicked. The Hanged Man is being caught between choices. It is stagnation, it is paralyzing, it is being forced into circumstances where you have a dilemma, no good choices. Enjoy the new year to everyone, MST. Yes, to the next time zone. We have already passed through as we reach death. And death, as a card, is actually often considered one of the most impactful cards, but not one of the worst cards. Death is the inflection point in the tarot, in the major arcana. It is the halfway point. And in the Fool's Journey, it is the inflection point of where you go from the worldly to the spiritual and the otherworldly. So death is finality. Death is an ending. Death is a conclusion of what is happening. Temperance is temperance. It is also generosity. It is worldly pleasure, but in a non-indulgent sense. It is the peace of yourself with your surroundings. The devil is temptation. The devil is being persuaded to do something that you probably shouldn't do. It is indulgence. It is going against your better and more internal understanding and convictions to pursue your desires. The Tower is widely considered the worst card in the deck. The Tower is upending and oftentimes disastrous upheaval. Enjoy the new year, Jeffrey. Convert the left card into the right card. The Tower is a complete... The Tower is anti-disestablishmentarianism, is what it is. It is taking the existing framework of the world and upending it in a radical and often violent manner. The Star is the pursuit of the spiritual. It is the connection with like the divine. You're kind of like grokking with the universe almost. But the Moon is illusion, misdirection, misunderstanding. The Moon is when the Star connects you with the universe and you have this understanding of your place within spiritualism. The Moon is you being prevented from reaching your full potential because you have not pulled the wool from your eyes. And then the Sun is you are warm, you are connecting with others, you are happy, you are engaging with others in your life and your pursuits. You're going to have great things happen. It is one of the best cards in the deck to draw in its associations. Judgment is like the end times. It is the merging of the physical and the spiritual, and it is kind of the culmination of everything you've learned to that point. Judgment is a decision card. It is a card that is based around the idea that you can make the decisions based on what you've learned up to until that point, and you need to make a good decision. And then the World is just everything. The World is... Don't worry. The World is enlightenment, nirvana, heaven. The World is where Judgment is getting to the point where you can make decisions that you need to make. The World is like you have achieved self-actualization. The World is you have completed your journey. It is the ultimate of finalities and the best of senses. It is also the representation of this is what you need to achieve. This is required for your enlightenment. The world! Exactly. The Tower is stuff is going to go sideways. Yep. Wow. So if you had 2 Tower outcomes, the result would be really bad. So the way you do tarot is a lot of people will do a 3-card spread where they will do past, present, future. A lot of people will do a 1-card draw, which is just topic. A very popular one is a 7-card spread, which I don't know the specific ID, but generally the 7-card spread will be like, I think it's past, present, future, like romance, career, like fulfillment, and like spiritualism. With the 7-card spread, it is the leftmost card is specifically assigned to one particular thing, and the second from leftmost card is assigned to one particular thing. So it's like the 7-card spread is very inflexible in its arrangement, which means that if you draw the Sun in the leftmost card versus the Sun in the rightmost card, those will have 2 very different meanings on what you're drawing for. Whereas with the past, present, future, the Sun being drawn for the past indicates what used to happen. The Sun drawn for the future is what is going to happen. Yeah, I'm so glad that all of you are focusing on the Zawardo, and none of you brought up Star Platinum. Very good. Me doing a tarot reading. How did I draw this tower 5 times? tarot reader flips over a card that looks exactly like me crashing a hot air balloon into a power line. Is that good? So what I will say is that when I do tarot readings, and this is like unique to me, I don't think anyone else does this because it's not a very good method. I will just shuffle and I will grow looser and looser in my shuffling until cards just fall out. Because it's the idea of like the deck is choosing what cards to give me. And so sometimes I will draw 1 card, sometimes I'll draw 7 cards. And I'll just kind of rock it. I'll just be like shuffle, 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 and then they fall out. I could end 2025 by doing tarot readings for y'all. And like you could just ask me questions. Well, I know what I could do. What I really could do is I could go through the question tab, clear it, and then you could ask me questions that I could do tarot readings on. You can use a standard deck of playing cards. So you can use a standard deck of playing cards for the minor arcana. If you hear something like, oh, you drew the 2 of swords, or you drew the 7 of wands, that's the minor arcana. When you have a tarot deck, it will be separated into the minor arcana and the major arcana. The major arcana is the 22 cards I just went through. 22 cards I just went through with like the Fool and the Magician and the Priestess and all of that. The minor arcana is all 4 suits, ace through 9 or ace through 10, and then it will be page, knight, queen, king. So the jack is kind of split up into 2. You can use a standard playing card deck. However, you just have to assign the different suits, where spades is swords, clubs is wands, diamonds is pentacles, and hearts is cups. But your jack, you would have to decide, are you using it as a knight or as a page? The ones in Balatro, exactly. Where's the question tab? It should be pinned. Deck of many things in D&D has to be the best and most dangerous thing to a D&D party. I used a deck of many things one time, actually in the game that I talked about earlier, where it was like a West Marches game with like the undead and the goblins and the cult or whatever. And I made my own homebrew deck of many things. And this was like right after Strongholds and Followers came out, or like a couple years after Strongholds and Followers came out by MCDM. So I incorporated like, you get like units for like mass combat involved in it. So they drew one of those. I don't remember what they drew. I'm not going to lie. I do not recall what my players drew. I do know that one of the things they drew was that they had an army appear for them, which was important because there was an army approaching the town that they had to fight. Deck of Many Things is extremely chaotic. My take, Deck of Many Things sucks. It sucks like hard, and it doesn't swallow. It's like bad at sucking, because the Deck of Many Things is, hey, we have like 3 cards which make it so that your character is just done and can't participate. We have, I think the Deck of Many Things is like 60% bad, 40% good. We also have cards where it's, you get 50,000 experience, which I think that would make like a 5th level character up to like level 11. On average, it's going to get you between 6 and 8 levels, which that's cool, but also, are you really going to play a character that's 13th level when everyone else is 7th level? No, you're probably going to have to make a new character. Not to mention, if you draw the Void, you're gone. If you draw the, not the Bungalow, the didgeridoo, what is it? The Diacretia? One of them flat out removes a player from the game until someone, well, removes the character, but multiple of them remove a character from the game. Gazebo, probably. No, so there's Void, but there's also another one where it's like the dungeon or something, where the Void is your soul is missing. There's another one which is your body goes missing. There's a dud card if you're playing milestone leveling. Well, so if you drew the sun, where you do milestone leveling, you can't really not give them like 4 levels. Because otherwise, why did they draw that card? Bro, we found a deck of many things on a beach episode. One player got a level up and I got the void. I never played this character again. He was so fun to play though. We were 12th level after that game. Donjon, thank you. Donjon is the one I was thinking of. Because I was like, it was the dungeon. Because the reason I remember Donjon is because there's a site that was like dnd.donjon or something where it handled calendars for fantasy games. And I like used that for my world briefly as like a reference. There's also like the star, which gives you a rare or the key, which gives you a rare magic item. There's multiple cards that remove all of your material wealth. There's another one that removes all of your magic items. There's another one that creates an avatar of death that fights you. And if anyone else tries to fight it, it creates another one that fights them. And you don't get anything for it. You just have to fight it. There's one that gives you 1d3 wishes, which that's cool. But also, I think that the way D&D handles wishes is so stupid. Like, you want to hear my beef with D&D wishes? Old school D&D was all about adversarial play. Old school D&D thrived and expected the idea of everyone is going to get their time where they're on the floor getting kicked because Schadenfreude was the name of the game. So there was this expectation that the GM was going to purposely misinterpret what you said, not just with wishes, but with everything that you did. Because this was the 70s, and that's how people had fun in the 70s. And now the culture of the game has shifted, and broadly speaking, that's not assumed anymore, and that's often disencouraged and disincentivized in modern play, and has been for 30 years. But for whatever reason, GMs can't let go the idea of a wish just doing what the players want. If I, as a player, wish for 10,000 gold pieces, respectfully, you're not clever as a GM for saying, okay, well, actually, that gold had to come from somewhere, so it came out of the king's vault, and now you have the entire kingdom on your head for stealing 10,000 gold pieces. Or if you say, you didn't specify where you wanted the gold, so it spawns 10 feet above you, and you get crushed under 10,000 pieces of gold. Roll a new character. It's like, no, dude. I wanted 10,000 gold. That's not even that much money. I could have asked for 1,000,000 gold. You're not being clever or fun. You're just being obstinate. Because D&D has this weird fixation with keeping wishes this odd, like, devil deal, even if it's offered by, like, just getting it as a class feature. Old school D&D was the DM actively trying to fight you and you had to fight back just as hard. Exactly. Is it weird that I prefer playing D&D in the Magic the Gathering multiverse as a setting? No, I don't play Forgotten Realms. I've played Forgotten Realms briefly, but I have never run Forgotten Realms. Oh, Arrow, you should read Listen Up, You Primitive Screwheads. It's a how to referee book for Cyberpunk. It's so adversarial. Yeah. Part of why a physical deck of many things is cool is that you can take a deck, take a half a deck or a third of it and present it to the players. The Remembered Realms. Yeah, another took 2 cards and lost all of his magic items first and all of his gold and non-magical wealth with the second card. Well, if you lost all the magic items, then wouldn't you lose the deck? I had a DM do adversarial play. The DM was being a jerk who also railroaded the party. That's the thing. I think adversarial play can be fun. If 2 things are made clear. 1, everyone at the group, not just the players, not just the GM, everyone at the group can understand what happens in game stays in game. I don't want you being pissy at me because I killed your character. I don't want you to feel superior because you beat the obstacle that I put in front of you, not because I was like softballing it, but because you genuinely were really smart. I want what happens in the game to stay in the game. The other thing is that the GM has to understand that they have unlimited cosmic power, like Jafar at the end of Aladdin. They don't even have to do Rocks Fall You Die. I can throw 5 adult red dragons at a group of second level players. And I can just justify that. I can do whatever I want. I'm the GM, baby. But that's not fun. That's not adversarial. That's curb stomping. To be adversarial, you have to have not just a finger on the pulse of balance. You have to actively and like almost like religiously adhere to riding that line of balance. Because if I throw, you have a party of 4 second level characters. Me throwing 5 orcs at you is kind of rough, but that's also reasonable. And that's also something where, depending on how tough I am running them, that can be a really easy encounter or a really tough encounter. So for instance, if you have 3 frontline characters and 1 backline character, if all of my orcs only attack your frontline characters who have armor and health and reactions and can support each other, then yeah, the orcs are going to go down. Because yeah, they deal big damage, but maybe they miss 60% of the time. So you're fine. But if I'm playing adversarially, I can have my orcs go around your front line, hit your healer in the back, suddenly you're screwed. But that's much more fun than if I just threw 5 adult red dragons. I actually wrote most of the rewrite for Deck of Many Things and have the card be fun effects. Era can't stop thinking about throwing red dragons at their players. No! I swear I can do more than just that. I think the best way to run a Deck of Many Things is to use it as if it's telling the future. I don't know. I'm just of the opinion, like, you need to rewrite the Deck of Many Things, which I did. And I made it so that I removed, like, so I have a thing in my world called Soulless, which is a, like, sub ancestry you can be. It is, like, a prestige class for your species, where what happens is that if your soul is ever taken from you while you're still alive, it will like physically leave a mark on you. Like your eyes and your mouth and like your internals will all glow, as that is where your soul was pulled out from. And you get some minor detriments. You get some minor like benefits because you don't have a soul anymore. And like the void I replaced is going to... The void, instead of like stealing your soul and like now you're comatose, it makes you soulless. So you're still playing your character. You're just kind of like a shell of your former self. And like, I have not touched the soulless species, the soulless affliction, I suppose, in like 8 years. Because I haven't needed, or probably 5 years. I haven't touched this in years. So I probably need to update it. But the idea being is that I removed the idea of you don't get to play your character anymore. I shifted it to your character has some interesting new twist to them. Similarly, like Ennui is one of the cards from the Deck of Many Things, and it's just a blanket. You get a -2 to all saving throws. That's not fun. That's just a net negative. If I draw that, I'm not excited. I'm not like sighing in relief. I'm not biting my nails at the risk of what's going to happen next. I'm like, oh, is that it? Particularly if Maddie draws it, Thanhul draws it, Greyhound draws it, and Maddie draws the moon. Thanhul draws the skull, which summons this avatar of death that they have to fight, and then Greyhound draws the star, or the key, which gives them a rare magic item. So we have someone that like got 50,000 experience. We got someone that had to fight an avatar of death. We had someone that got a rare magic item. And then I get -2 to all my saving throws. Like, that's not even interesting, right? Like, the skull, at least it was like, oh, I have to fight myself, like, Persona 4 style. Like, no, it's just literally, that's it. You don't need red dragons, just banshees, lots of banshees. Okay, depending on how you handle it, you just need one banshee. There's a line between tactical and adversarial. Having enemies flank and hit the squishies instead of front lines is a transcendent experience. Saying death shows up to fight them for being smug is lame. Also, I'm getting ready to run Daggerheart, and one of my players specifically requested I be a meaner GM in combat, and I don't know how, especially since this is a new system. I've been told I'm too nice as a GM. So what I like to do is, this is just my personal style, I make it clear that I am a fan of the characters. Even characters who I don't really care about. I'm a fan of them because they're the players. Purely by virtue of being the player character, I am your fan and I want you to succeed. If you tell me I want to do this weird thing, 9 times out of 10 I'll say, okay, how are you going to do that? And then I work with you so you can do the cool thing. Which means when I do nonsense, like when they're on my cane hunt and they're fighting the Lord and they're about to execute it, and then suddenly the host starts rallying about how powerless they feel and how, no, they don't want to go back to how things were. They're being forced into that by their parents and by their family and by the expectations placed on them. They just want to actually have a say in their life for once. The Lord metamorphizes into a spider. Pressure goes up. The execution talisman clears. Cat goes up. Or pressure resets. Execution talisman resets. Cat goes up. Now they need to call in the virtues. They need to call in other exos. Like, I can do nonsense like that, which I would consider is mean. That's like rough. But I can do that because up until that point, everything the player did, I was like, yeah, let's do that. I'm so excited to do this. I want you to do what you want to do. Well, Cain is like the one exception. I was accidentally too mean in combat that we had at least one exorcist hit brink of death and or sin overflow per session. That sounds about right for Cain. Like, that's rougher than what I do, personally. But I'm new to Cain. I'm new to running Cain, so I try to be like pretty softball on that. I did go all yes and like you're saying here, and that's what I'm saying is that if you do that, you can go infinitely harder on stuff like tactics, because then 9 times out of 10 your players recognize, oh, this isn't Maddie coming after us. This is the orcs. This is the dragon. You don't even need to have that conversation with them because every other opportunity, you've been their biggest fan. I'm just worried about killing the characters my players work so hard on. Oh, listen. I'm of the opinion that you can always pull your punches. Crucially, you can do so subtly. You can pull your punches in a way that doesn't feel like you're pulling your punches. I feel. Way easier than you can start punching harder without it being noticeable. So I am of the opinion that if you start too hard and you accidentally instantly knock down one of their HP, good thing this enemy had this special ability that gives them a bonus on the first round of combat, and then you like slowly behind the scenes remove their damage and like reduce it from doing 12 per attack to doing 7 per attack. Like, you can make things work for the players as simple as they're fighting 2 enemies. These 2 enemies have really big melee attacks that deal a ton of damage and they're super tanky. And then you have a single person tanking for them and you have like some people behind. You have one of these things attack the tank and the tank goes down to like 1 hit point, goes down to 1 wound left or whatever. This second one conveniently sidesteps the front tank to go attack the person in the back, taking an attack of opportunity. Why did it do that? Well, on a meta level, it was because you didn't want to kill the frontline character. But in game, it recognizes that its buddy has you handled. So it's going to go and attack the other greatest threat that it sees, which is the caster. And then now the caster is going, eep. But at the same time, this character, this player, gets to be like, okay, I'm not going to die. Ooh, we can handle this. They don't think you're pulling your punches because it's too hard on them. They think, oh no, the enemy is going after our squishy. And you can do that way easier than something like suddenly having them do more attacks or more damage or having reinforcements come in. Cain sounds like it's the type of game where it's going so brutal makes sense. It does. I DM'd 4 games by this point, and in all of them, a PC of one specific player always died. So now I made a deal with them where I kill his character in the first game to deal with this curse. That's really funny. In D&D, death means very little. Just have scrolls to revive around. That's fair. Thankfully, insta-kills are all but impossible with how damage works. Nice. An old rule for writing, kill your darlings. Yes, with the asterisks. According to genre. For instance, I wrote a story, which is a fantasy romance, which is about 2 women who go off who are like in a relationship. They're adventurers. They end up parting ways by circumstance. They don't talk for years. And then they're forced back together to go on another quest together, where they basically reconnect after thinking that they'd never see each other again. The love of their life, they were forcibly separated from. Years passed without seeing each other, and now they're back together. How do they handle it? Spoiler, it's a romance. They end up falling back in love. Or realizing more so that they never stopped loving each other. I could kill one or more of them in this story. That's not the point of the story. Therefore, I shouldn't kill my darlings, because I'll detract from the story. This is not a story where the tension revolves around, are they going to survive? It's a story about how is their relationship with one another going to evolve? How is their relationship with the people around them and the institutions that separated them and want to separate them again? How does that evolve? How do they socially and physically navigate a world that's trying to keep them separated? So that's a situation where kill your darlings at its ethos of do bad things to your characters does make sense. I put my characters through the ringer because I'm awful. You should know this about me. However, I don't threaten their lives too often. Kill your darlings' players or somebody else's darlings? Very true. That is an incredible thing. That is not what kill your darlings means, cutting fluff, even if you love the fluff. Well, no, so kill your darlings, to my understanding, literally revolves around the idea of kill your characters and or put them through the ringer. Because my understanding of kill your darlings is too many people plot armor up their characters when they should have died. And kill your darlings is basically just saying, allow your characters to die if that's what's supposed to happen. That's my understanding of it. Instructions unclear, already wanted for murder. Are you not? I was already. Your villains are trying to win. They should be within reason, doing what they can to defeat their foes. Defeat doesn't mean kill. Very true. I always do revives as you came back, but you lost part of what makes you you and limit it to 3 times a character because they become undead. Honestly, I used to do like the Matt Mercer, like resurrection rules. I like the idea of like, oh yeah, something is coming back different. D&D is not designed around that. I think a pill that the D&D community needs to swallow is that D&D is a game where revival is cheap once you are above 5th level. I think GMs that either ban revivals or that try to make it needlessly obtuse are fighting with the game for the sake of fighting with the game. I think that if you want to play a game where revival is not common, play Drawsteel, play Daggerheart, play Pathfinder even. Or I'm actually not too familiar with Pathfinder. I don't know how popular reviving is in Pathfinder, but I recognize the fact that D&D is so not just easy, but also baked into D&D, that fighting it really doesn't make much sense. Personally, I don't want death that cheap, but also that's why I don't play D&D that often anymore. That's why I don't do that. I also enjoy throwing my characters into heck and keeping them alive so they actually have to deal with it. I do love that. I mostly read that as even if you really want all these cool things to happen, some of them don't need or should be part of this story. That's very true. I've never heard kill your darlings mean that. And to be fair, I don't run around kill your darlings circles, I guess. Like, I'm not saying that's not what it means. I'm just saying I've never heard that before. The phrase "kill your darlings" is a piece of advice given to writers or artists. It emphasizes the importance of removing elements from one's work, even if the creator is particularly fond of them, if they do not serve the overall narrative or purpose of the piece. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that. The killing darlings. So D&D character lifespan is kind of like a society of high infant, less than 5th level mortality, but long expected. A little bit. Because being above 5th level, I mean, let's be real. If you're above 5th level, you're probably not dying anyway. Unless it's like an insta-kill, or you're doing something dumb. Because at that point, you just have the health and healing where you're probably not going down and dying anyway. I think most character deaths happen before 5th level. And the character deaths that do happen above 5th level are because the dice were abhorrently against you, or you did something ludicrously stupid. Like, as a 7th level party, you tried fighting a beholder. That's not really something you should probably be doing at that point. Or, as a 10th level party, you fought a young, like, dragon and some kobolds, and just for whatever reason, the dragon was rolling hot and none of you could roll above a 13. Right? Like, that happens. That happens. 5th level wizard in the corner. A 5th level wizard has fireball, has fly, has lightning bolt, has illusions, has fear. Like, a 5th level wizard is not hiding in the corner. I've never heard the phrase of "kill your darlings" used for anything other than kill off your characters. Thank you, Sandwich. I have 2 basically ogrins in my game. They're the luckiest untouchables. First XO that does their best to keep them alive gets a gold star. In the Kane game I was in, I talked about this character before. They used to be a beast, and they're now a sorcerer agenda. And their whole premise is that they grew up in a rough childhood, which formed their psychic energy, their grace. They got picked up by Kane, and they had the mentality of, if you can't pick yourself up, I'm not going to pick you up. If you're so weak that you can't continue on after injury, I'm going to put you down. And they would execute their fellow XOs or untouchables they're on missions with if they were at like 3 injuries and couldn't continue, because they saw that as weakness. And they've since mellowed over time. They've since chilled. So now they're a sorcerer, not a beast. Now, instead of like taking you out when you're down, they just won't pick you back up. They will write you off as someone who is weak and unable to take care of yourself. But over time, they've been softening and softening and softening. And over the course of the game, this is a one-on-one game where it was just my XO and some castle teams of untouchables. And we ended the hunt with 1 casualty out of all of the castle teams. And I was relying on their teamwork, so my attacks weren't hard. They were putting in effort and work. When I killed it by meeting its execution talisman exactly. And earlier, one of the castle teams did a single wound did a single slash, meaning that the only reason I killed it then and there is because the other team helped. And my admin asked me, like, hey, you used Whisper, used Omen to kill this thing. How does your vision of how this progresses differ from reality? And I explained that I thought the way I was going to kill it, I was going to take a satchel charge. I had like a bomb vest that I had in game. And I took it off, I threw it on the hound, it exploded, killed it. But what actually happened in reality is I threw it and I missed. And it was on the castle team to grab it, throw it at each other, distract the hound, and manage to plant the bomb. And then I could detonate it with their assistance. And that led to my character realizing, actually, maybe they aren't weak. I wrote them off and they didn't just survive, they thrived. And my character had this, like, in a one-shot, this arc of going from this continued arc of before the game, they went from beast to sorcerer, and now they're basically continuing along to actually caring about those around them and actually looking out for them and actually trying to protect them when they're down. And just the Ogren conversation made me think of that with the protecting the untouchables. It's a piece of advice repeated by Stephen King, which is funny because he's famously terrible at killing his darlings, as he does not revise. Yeah, once you get to a certain level, you don't really need to. Like, Stephen King is kind of infamous for having a repository of books where like 50% of them are classics. They're like classic literature. And like Pet Sematary is a good example of a more recent one that kind of falls into that. And 50% of them are like kind of trash. Great, like, and in context, I have not read much Stephen King. I've read a couple of his books, and like I've seen The Shining. I wouldn't say I'm a fan by any means. This is what I've heard of people talking about his books, like people that read King often. And that's because once you get to the point where you are Stephen King, you don't need to worry about it. You're gonna have like tens of thousands of sales, even if you wrote, this is a meta commentary on consumerism in America, and published that in a 300-page book where that was the only line of text in it. Stephen King would sell tens of thousands of units purely by having Stephen King attached to the name. Similarly, in like YouTube, you can have massive YouTubers with like 10 million subscribers who once every 4 months release a 3-hour video essay where it's just them ranting and rambling for half of it. And they'll get 30 million views because they are at the point where their audience expects that. Their audience is there for that. And they can just do whatever they want so long as it falls within broad guidelines. For instance, Stephen King has an editor. The editor is going to tell him like, hey, Stephen, love this story. We need to cut out this 50-page interlude about the backstory of this small town. And yeah, the editor's right. You should do that. But Stephen King is Stephen King, so he could probably get it down to like a 20-page interlude. Whereas most other authors would need to just cut it entirely, or maybe down to like a 5-page interlude at max. So the idea being is that once you get to a certain level of success, you just don't have to care. And that's both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because obviously creative freedom. It's a curse because, I mean, 50% trash is not a very good metric. He's openly said he didn't like Stanley Kubrick's take on The Shining. Oof. I still find it very funny that the one movie King had full directorial control over was Maximum Overdrive, and is considered one of the worst Stephen King-based movies. I should ask 50 top authors to sign a book and sell the resulting work as a book by all of them. We have a player in a game whose character arc is basically Thorfinn, aka Revenge, but he already killed those whom he wanted to kill, and now he's at the I have no enemies at first level. I like that. And I think a lot of people will be like, how is he still a first level character then? And I'm just like, no, like, narrative. Seriously. Is this the XO that's wearing the Roman sandals, a sombrero, jorts, and a kimono? Yes. Yes. This is the one who has an eye patch on. Not because he has a damaged eye, just because he thinks it's cool. And he also has 2 sets of sunglasses on. And my admin, at the end of the first session, because I got like apoplexied by the hound. I got attacked and I got like big damage on me. Described how one of my set of sunglasses went flying off my face and landed on the ground, and one of the lens popped out, and on the reflection of the lens was the Myrmidons approaching, because there was an approaching talisman from the Myrmidons from an earlier complication. And like, that's when we ended this session. And it's silly. Freerin Beyond Journey's End. Freerin isn't a first level character. I have not seen Freerin. Isn't Freerin like a 15th level character? Isn't Freerin like stupidly powerful? Isn't that like the whole premise of the show? That anime's so freaking good. I've heard nothing but great things about it. She's like an 18th. Yeah, well, my point being is that she's not a first level character that did stuff prior to the story beginning. She's like an end game character. She's max level when she joins the hero's party. I cried for 3 episodes straight. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When people say, oh my gosh, I love this, I cried at it, I always squint at them and I'm like, but what else do you cry at? Because I don't cry at really anything. I cry at physical pain, sometimes. I cry when my eyes are irritated, like by chopping onions, or like when I have wind blowing in my eyes. And I cry when bad stuff happens to puppies. Like, I have like bawled my eyes out because I saw a headline of someone that like hurt a puppy. And those are like the 3 things that will make me cry. Freerun is solidly after 15th level. She's like 18th or even 20th with epic feats. I don't know anything about her. All I know is that a lot of people were really weird about how like they're saying that she's racist, or like the show is racist because like she hates demons, but also demons are inherently evil in that show. So like she refuses to like give any demon a chance, but demons don't deserve chances, and like that's somehow problematic. Media that has made me cry is a very short list. The most recent addition to that list is 1000X Resist. Stark is my favorite character. Tony Stark is your favorite character. Whoa. Gosh. Give me some water. I have a question. What should I be doing for the new year? We have like 20 years, or we have like 20 minutes, 18 minutes. Like, is there something? Should I do like a hop on Marvel Rivals or something? Yes, Freerun was an already successful hero party from around 100 years ago. She's like the character of someone who plays a game casually, but for a very long time. Got it. People don't like that the show only barely examines the biological essentialism they apply to demons. I cry at hard-hitting emotional points. Sanderson book's been fun. Stark is a party fighter. Tarot readings, like I said earlier, that could be fun. I think the demons in the show aren't sentient / philosophical zombies, so killing them was fine. Demons act like people, so they impersonate people. She has a valid reason, and they're literally described as predators. Get drunk, set off fireworks without a license, and operate heavy machinery. But I don't drink. I would love to operate fireworks without a license and operate heavy machinery, but... Are you just not vibing right now? If you are, then you are what you should be. I am vibing right now. I don't know. I figured I would check. Clearly, you must set a strong tone for 2026 and turn over a new leaf as a League of Legends streamer. My therapist has told me that I need to treat myself with kindness, and I don't think playing League is that. What about the questions? I do have the questions. Clearly, you don't own an air fryer. I could probably run through the questions in 15 minutes. Have I checked out Flying Circus yet? No. It's on my list. Lame answer, but... Arrow, what is one thing you've always wanted to do with your community? I mean, fan art. like fan art is something where... Oh, no, I know what the answer is. The meet and greet. Meet and greet. I want to do a meet and greet where I can, like, at a con, show up virtually, and you can roll up, and we can, like, have a conversation. And maybe, like, there's, like, a gift exchange. Maybe it's something like that. Or maybe it's literally just, like, you hop and call. Like, and I understand I can facilitate this myself by hopping in Discord. However, I have made the boundary very clear since minute 1 that I really keep myself out of like private interactions with people. That's just a safety measure for me. And I understand like public Discord is public, and I've been in other community members, other content creators community Discords before, where I've chatted with their community members because I was talking to them and they were in a public channel. But I don't know. I would love the idea of like a proper like convention appearance is something that I've really wanted for the longest time. Also, I love fan art. Fan art is super sweet. And the most recent thing that I really want is I want art for the TTRPG. I want to release the Creatures Stone Age TTRPG where you're like evolving over time with different traits and attributes, and I want it to be a big community project where I can have a full page dedicated to here are all of the art credits of all the amazing artists in the community. Gotta start drawing to make Arrow proper fan art. I mean, I have fan art, right? And I love the fan art that I've gotten. I'll get like one piece of fan art a month, and I'm like, oh, hey, lovely. But I do love the fan art that has gotten. Honestly, another thing that I would love to do, again, like something I've always wanted to do, I want to do an actual play series. And I think a way that I can integrate it is I get a group of content creators who I have a rapport with, who I know how they play, get them to record a session. I upload the session to YouTube. I edit it down and whatever. So it's like a pre-recorded video. And then the community influences how the game goes before the next session. That would be the ideal. Always keep up a wall. No one wants to get you John Lennon. Oh no. Well, no, that's why I would be there behind a screen. Not gonna lie, I've already started 2026 with League of Legends. No. Yeah, it's cringe. Show's very adamant on showing that demons are not human and very much so irredeemable. It shows us many times they're like AI, they can imitate but not understand. Do I need help checking out Flying Circus? I need time. That's my thing. Like, I follow the creator of Flying Circus on Blue Sky because she made a narrative Space Marine TTRPG where it's not granular, it's not crunchy, combat is narrative to reinforce the power fantasy of being a Space Marine. Hey. It's not New Year's yet for me. Seth Skorskowski style war stories would be cool as heck too. He's someone that like I know the name of, and he made a Delta Green review like 2 days ago, which I was not expecting. Because Delta Green is something that like I've only heard from Quinn's Quest. Oath of Moment is goated, yeah. I've started my new year with Silksong and it was nice. I should buy Silksong when it's on sale. Like, there's currently a winter sale now, right? Do you mean Space Marine as in 40k or Space Marine as in Power Armor Space Marine? The Space Marine is like as in 40k. Like, the person that made Flying Circus made a 40k Space Marine TTRPG, which is narrative oriented, so that you can have the power fantasy of being a Space Marine. Like, narrative handles combats. Happy early New Year, desperately trying to sober up. I think, no, that wouldn't work because you can't fit that much in your stomach. Oh, Pog, I have a little cake thing from my birthday that I didn't finish, and I was going to finish the other day, and then I forgot. And then, like, last night, I was like, actually, I can have this on stream tomorrow. I could have that for when it hits New Year. So Coming is awesome, but it's not nearly the 100-hour saga that the first game was for me. Wait. How was the first game 100 hours for you? I beat the first game in 50 hours? To be fair, I haven't done Pantheons. I played through the first 3 endings. I got like 75% completion. And I did Path of Pain. Does Pantheons take like 25 hours? Oh my gosh. Oh, fun fact, Seth Skorskowski has an Easter egg mentioned in Cyberpunk Red. That's awesome. To the level of Crunch's Flying Circus or even more story driven. Oath of Moment is the TTRPG. It is entirely narrative oriented as far as I'm aware. Shoving so much rights in my body, that was going to be my suggestion. Something absorbent, something that can sober you up, something that can fill your stomach. It's a boss rush, the final one in every boss in the game. You die once, you have to redo it all. You're going to go spend the last 10 minutes with your cute, adorable, awesome boyfriend. Enjoy the start of your new year. Enjoy, Wumpus. I am so happy. I don't know. It's one thing to have a group of people in the same Discord. It's another to see that y'all are forming friendships and relationships and like, it's cute. I like it. Enjoy the new year, Luando. Pantheons are every boss back to back with like 4 breaks. Unless it's the 4th, then that's just full sound. Oh my gosh. First game for you was 146 hours and Silksong is 175. I mean, so I streamed it, right? I streamed Hollow Knight recently. Like I finished playing it like 2 weeks ago or a month ago. And then I played Path of Pain like a week ago. Which on the VOD channel, if you want to check it out. I think it was like 50 hours for me. And then I didn't do Pantheons because people kept saying like, oh, God's Word or like God's Path or whatever. And I'm like, how? And they're like, in the Ancient Bastion. And I'm like, where? And they're like, it's just in the Ancient Bastion. And I'm like, in the waterways. And I'm like, oh, okay. Plus the Hollow Knight and Radiance get above. Oh, no, Radiance took so much time. Learning Cyborg, ever played? Also, my resolution is to use most of my unused TTRPG books. I've never played Cyborg. I think I've heard it recommended when people ask, I want to play a mech game that isn't Lancer. If anyone knows about Cyborg, like Cy_Borg, you let me know. Favorite game of the year? Like, what was my favorite game that I played in 2025? Or what is my favorite game that came out in 2025? Because I don't think I played a game that came out in 2025. Or I played Dispatch, rather. I played Dispatch and Dispatch came out in 2025. Favorite game I played? I really enjoyed Disco Elysium. I played Disco Elysium at the very beginning of the year. I think I started it at the end of last year, but I finished it beginning of this year. I played Armored Core 6. I played Hollow Knight. I played Dispatch. I played... What are some other games I played? Like I played some heavy hitters this year. Because like this is my first full year of streaming. I started streaming halfway through 2024. And like 2025 is my first year where from January 1st to December 31st, I've been streaming. The difference is that you were moving with a purpose. I'm just enjoying doing a ton of stuff. That is fair. I was kind of like go, go, go. But that's also just how I play games, particularly Metroidvanias. I am not someone who wants to spend hours wandering, just taking in the atmosphere of a game. Usually I like a more directed trip, but I do like wandering. I like getting lost insofar as my path is like a river. I take the path of least entertaining resistance. I take the path that is most engaging in that moment, and then I'll generally go back to the main path. I'll go off on tangents. I still gotta play Dispatch. I know a lot of the bits, but I want to do it myself. Yeah, I highly recommend it. I'd say of the games I played, I think I kind of got to give it to AC6. I think I got to give it to AC6 because AC6 is... I started Persona 5, which I can't say I got too far into, but I've been loving it so far. AC6, I S-ranked every mission. It just was in my brain. Like AC6 was off stream, I wanted to play it. And once I was on stream... Oh, Marvel Rivals. I played a ton of Marvel Rivals this year. Like, Marvel Rivals was a third of my total playtime on Steam. And I basically exclusively played it off stream. Ooh. Marvel Rivals. Tangents are like trying to open an ice cream machine. Okay. The ice cream machine from Disco Elysium, unironically, I think took me like 10 hours to open. It took me more than 2 streams. I tried the ice cream machine. I couldn't do it. I left because I needed a better crowbar. So then I got a better crowbar, and then I came back, and then I failed. I said, okay, I'll put another point in physical instrument. And then I tried again, and it didn't work. And then I maxed out my physical instrument. So then I had to do 3 different things that let me reset all of my checks. That singular ice cream machine drove me mad. Disco Elysium does feel like a game does just feel like a game you should play in January. I think I played it December through February. I think it took me like 3-4 months because I was playing it once a week and then I shifted to twice a week because I wanted to like wrap it up. Sounds like the time I went on a quest looking for Evian water. Oh my gosh. No, I played a lot of good games this year. I really enjoyed what I played. I played Dwarf Fortress a little bit on stream. But yeah, I think I have to give it to AC6 because with AC6, I started being, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's all right. And then I beat the game once, and then playing the second time, I was like, whoa, changes based on New Game Plus. That's awesome. And then in New Game Plus Plus, I was like, whoa, more changes. And the pile bunker has a suspiciously ice cream maker chase, an ice cream chest shaped hole in my heart, where those two, they're the toxic item yaoi of my 2025. So I absolutely loved it. And then off stream, I strengthed every mission. I played it again. I played more of them. I was grinding it. I didn't go and get every chest. I didn't get every piece of data, but I watched like multiple playthroughs of it. How quickly did my fortress die? It actually didn't. I played 2 streams of Dwarf Fortress and I shifted to play something else. And then I just didn't pick it back up. I don't dislike Dwarf Fortress. I'd be down to try it again. I just was kind of completely lost. And when it comes to, oh my gosh, Terraria was a game that like Rory, Neko, and I were playing for like 6 months every week. And the reason I started playing Disco Elysium twice a week is because we finished Terraria. That's what it was. Legit went to 5 to 7 gas stations, finally gave up, headed home, and stopped at a Chevron. Guess what I found? Oh no. By the way, if you liked Hollow Knight and haven't played them already, Ori and the Blind Forest. Ori and the Blind Forest, I've heard... No, I'm thinking of the Wolf game. I've heard good things about Ori and the Blind Forest. I've heard good things about it. See ya, Stanhole. I got the Era Rights is playing Marvel Rivals notif all the time. Okay, to be fair, sometimes my roommate wanted to play, so I'd let my roommate play on my account because their PC can't run it. But I was playing Marvel Rivals constantly. So AC6 or Marvel Rivals. Because Marvel Rivals I could just pick up, put down. AC6 like kind of took over my brain for a couple months. And I kind of loved it. Well, it didn't really take over my brain, but just like in my gaming time, when I was off stream and I wanted to play a game, I think that's the time where I was picking up AC6. Mostly I would pick up Marvel Rivals, but... You started playing Ender Lilies? For me this year, the best game was World of Darkness TTRPGs, and for video games, it's probably Space Engineers. Okay, we're approaching like 40 seconds. Heads up. We're about to hit the new year, and I hear fireworks going off. 1 minute till New Year, you know it, Beholder. Next year we will get Arrow to play FTD. Listen, I've told Rory I would play it if he bought me it. Okay. How do I check the timer? I'm just gonna raw dog this. I'm just gonna watch my clock, and as soon as it says, I'm gonna go enjoy the new year. I'm just gonna pause. Let things shake out for about 15 seconds. Enjoy the new year! Woo! Yep, that's outside. Yep. That's a lot of fireworks outside. We have landed on the shores of the new year. Open fire. Dang, can't do that in YouTube chat. Do not believe the big time you are in the future. Guys, I think that the person earlier wasn't lying. I think it really is. Just 1 more minute. Y'all are so sweet. Why did I say that? I don't know why you said that. You're tired. Pogging New Year to you. Okay, wait, I kind of love that. Pogging New Year! Woo! Okay, so I'm gonna like play Payday, right? That's what we're doing this year. And now it's World War III outside. You and me both, Arrow. All the fireworks. It's already 3 a.m. where I am. Yeah. Listen, I'm enjoying the West Coast. I'm in California. I'm enjoying the West Coast. My heart is on the East Coast. I don't think I'll ever shake the idea of feeling like an East Coast person. New Year, new Pog? Pog. Wait, what if I just do like a mommy voice where I'm just like Ada, Ada. So pogging of you. I'm in the middle of nowhere with woods all around, so no fireworks. Okay, I'm mostly sober. Winning. Good job, baby. Woo. I left my heart in the Sierra Madre. Y'all are cringe and I'm proud of you. Listen, I sang a Payday song that was a parody of 12 Days of Christmas. I'm incredibly cringe. Too much energy drinking, not enough water. Drink some water. East Coast, Beast Coast. Please don't do the Ada, please. Listen, I might be cringe, but I am free. So I guess we're just going to continue as we were before. Ada, or Arrow. Arrow. Oh, you've been so good. Let me hit you with that Arrow. We actually had what I'm pretty sure was a fireworks incident around Christmas. There was 30 seconds of them going off like crazy, then none for the rest of the night. That's how I want it. That's how I'd prefer it. I want... Oh, that's like horns. I thought there was like a fire alarm going off outside. And the smoke cloud from them was huge. That is what I'm not a fan of fireworks for, is that... Oh, that's more fireworks. That's a little bit of why I'm not a fan of fireworks, because like the air pollution. So I guess we're just going to continue as we did before. Me every year. Exactly. Guys, I don't know if this one's it. Already, my year has been ruined. 2027, for real. Nah, I am incredibly thankful to you and everyone in this community, whether you're in chat right now, or you're a lurker, or you're a VOD watcher. And I want you to know that I appreciate you for giving me your time, and your attention, your viewership, comments, and your likes, and your comments, and your subscribes, and all of the good stuff, and your ideas, and your contributions. Yeah, last year, 2025, brief stint, I was homeless. Now, I wasn't in danger. I was moving, so it wasn't that bad. But I was homeless. Like, I had no home for like a month, and I was sleeping in someone's spare room. I moved across the country. I went full-time for online video editing, or not full-time, but like, that is my primary source of income, is online video editing. We had a long-form video about my story of me running a false Hydra, hit 100,000 views. We had multiple of my voiceovers hit in the hundreds of thousands, where one got nearly 1 million. We have quintupled our subscriber count, where now we're at 17,600 and plus. Gosh, we're at like 600 in Discord. I haven't even mentioned how we're like nearly at 900 on Twitch, where I don't even know how much we started the year with. This has been a year. Has been one of the years of all time. A lot of bad stuff happened. But at least on the content side for me, even when I was moving and I was just drip feeding content, legitimately, you and this community was just my rock, my anchor. 2025 was a lot, and I don't think 2026 is going to be any easier. But there was a time in October where I was really struggling. After I'd moved, after I was here, I was on a downward spiral. I was really struggling, and it was probably the darkest point that I've been in a while. And a lot of that was self-imposed stress. A lot of that was me getting in my own head. A lot of that was just the cycle of depression. But I am... I'm quite happy. And I've expressed this before a couple times where how weird it is to be happy for me. Because I spent so much of my life accepting the fact that I thought I would never be happy. So it's odd. Glad you got through it. You too, bro. Like my struggles paled in comparison to yours. I rolled a die to see how many years gonna go, and I rolled a 1. Guess it's too late. 2027 for real. Oh man, you should hear my area on the 4th. I'm the only county where they're legal to get set off, so everyone comes here. Time do be marching onwards, more than a quarter of the way through the century. Yeah. Can't have the good without the bad. I hope I keep writing deranged stuff that keeps the robots recommending your stuff. Congrats on the happiness. Yeah. It's weird. It's a lot. And goals for 2026. I don't do New Year's resolutions because I think that if you want to do something, you should just do it. But I do recognize that it is important to say stuff that you want to have happen. So current plan is I'm going to shift to on my Wednesday streams. I'm going to keep my normal stuff. I'm going to yap as I normally do. I'm going to attempt to set up multi-streaming with vertical, which is something you can do on YouTube. Ideally, what I'll do is you will get my normal horizontal stream, but in addition to that, there will be me on the shorts feed. Better than 2024 by a long shot? Yes, sir. You're still in the trenches, but it's better than September to November. That's how it goes. You're always on the uptick, but it's never as good as you want it to be. You finish uni this year, don't know what to do after. Job market sucks. Heads up. Fair warning. That's not going to be your fault. It's going to be the job market's fault. And we are currently in what I believe is probably the worst time to apply. Probably like within the last year and a half, because with the rise of AI, there's so many, not just scam postings, there's also AI postings, there's AI applicants, and there's people just spamming, utilizing AI. So it's going to be scary. That's not your fault. That's not something that should be on you, but it is going to be on you. Persistence and focus on achievable, sustainable metrics in like a job search over something like trying to get a job as quick as possible. Similarly, don't be afraid to get a tutoring job or a retail position or a small scale position that you spend your daytime on. Just make sure that you're dedicating time to doing applications. Similarly, don't forget to pursue new skills. I'm not going to sit here and say like, hey, for 2026, make sure that you're looking out and say that you're going to do video editing, say that you're going to do drawing, say that you're going to do X, Y, or Z, because it's easy to say that now, not start it for a couple weeks, feel like you already fell behind, and then get disheartened. That's the psychology of it. It's not going to be your fault. It's both weirdly soothing and unsettling, but it's also more soothing than not. That's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and coddle you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to be okay when it's not. It's going to suck. And I truthfully think this is the worst the job market has been in quite some time. I think even in comparison to like 2008 housing crisis. That being said, you're not alone. Everyone is dealing with, or a lot of people are dealing with this, and it's not your fault. So focus on what you can control. Focus on how you're approaching the job market. Focus on if you're doing any internships, if you're doing any co-ops, if you're doing any networking. World sucks right now. Everyone knows it, but nothing lasts forever, good or bad. Yeah, but remember that it's not a matter of it just shifting. It's a matter of change. Things will last forever if people don't make it change. March to August 2025 is like the best my life has ever been. Yo, we love that. Terrible job market is a lot like mental health. It's not your fault, but it is your problem. Exactly. My big goal this year is actually practicing my art and not giving up because it's not where I want to be yet. Yeah. And I constantly will upload something. And after I upload it, I will watch it back and say, this is bad. I should not have uploaded this. I should take this down and I should re-edit it and I should re-upload it. And part of the reason why I'm so strict on myself, where I am infinitely grateful of how permissive you are in my deadlines, whether I'm hours late or like a day late or I have to push something back entirely. I'm so strict on myself because I recognize that if I'm not, no one else will be. If I'm not strict on myself, if I don't hold myself accountable, I will get stuck in perfectionism. Force yourself with deadlines. Don't be a jerk to yourself. Don't stress yourself out. I was doing that to myself, and I put myself in danger. Like legitimately, I was in danger from myself because of the mental state I put myself in. But hold yourself accountable and give yourself deadlines that you hold yourself to. And then you will, after having a period where I'm only going to spend 4 hours on this piece of art. I'm only going to spend a day on this piece of art. I'm only going to give myself a week for this commission, whatever it ends up being. You will get to the point where, because you've trained yourself to only give yourself 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours. Here's to a new year. Thank you, Wolf. I appreciate it, Wolf. Also, that was kind of loud. Whoops. Here's to a new year, indeed. The good news is that we do have the power to make lasting positive change. Exactly. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get a bunch of small stuff on the ground for myself. Specifically, hopefully getting a small IRL gaming group. Awesome. I'm working on translating Troika into German for them. Ooh. I've been struggling to learn Russian, but I've been struggling to keep a schedule for it. But I've been using the icon to make a silly little emoticon. That's cute. Yeah. It's so tough when every day you're just trying to keep yourself alive. And managing your time is something that, well, your life probably won't get easier if it just continues at the same trajectory. So I'm not going to tell you to invest in time management and deadlines and accountability while your life is easy. But I am going to tell you, do it now because it will make your life easier. Even if your life sucks right now. Even if you're really struggling right now. If you can spend 15 minutes a day working with a planner and scheduling and just kind of reminding yourself right before bed, okay, tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment at 11 a.m. Therefore, I'm going to build my schedule around that. That, all you need to do. You don't need to do anything more. All you need to do is say, oh, I actually made plans with this other person for Friday night, so I should write that down now so I don't forget. 15 minutes, nothing crazy. On your notes, or on your calendar app on your phone. On Guilty Pleasures 2026. You can do it. I believe in you. I set 5 New Year's resolutions for 2025 and hit every single one despite the constant fight for existence. It's hard, but keep on fighting. Set goals that are measurable, but have flexibility. Keep fighting. Exactly. My goal for 2025 is to... Your goal for 2025? Bit late for that. Is to be less messy. If I can manage that, maybe I can start working on doodling again. I loved it in grades 7 to 8. Not going to do it for anyone, just for me. So my advice, don't say I want to be less messy. Say I want to consistently clean up the pile of laundry in my room within 24 hours of it building up. Because when you say I want to be less messy, you are very easily going to set yourself up to either beat yourself up because you weren't clean enough, or you're going to excuse your behavior because, oh yeah, I mean, it's less messy than it was before, even though you didn't actually clean that much. The two extremes of beating yourself up and self-defeating, or excusing and coasting. You need a measurable impact. So for instance, when my pile of laundry when I get a pile of laundry, I want to clean it up within 24 hours. I want to make sure I do my sheets once a week. I'm going to ensure that I keep my desk clear of everything except for my computer. Just starting is legit the hardest part. Yeah. Are you actually doing Guilty Pleasures this year? No. I don't have Guilty Pleasures 2026. What are you on about?
I mean, if I did, okay, so I have talked about that I could make a throne. If I made a throne, you could buy me Guilty Pleasures 2026. Hopefully things will improve over this week, month, year. But do I have Guilty Gears? I've never played Guilty Gear. All I know is that Bridget is a trans femme and the town is inside her. And Testament is so diva they are beyond gender. And also there's like a pirate girl that has a crush on her dad, which is weird. And I think that's all. No, yeah, that's all. That's all. It's been really hard for me lately, not gonna lie. I think I've had too much free time over winter break and been alone with my thoughts. Yeah, and that's why drawing is fantastic for that, because you're focused. You're not alone with your thoughts. You are focused with your thoughts. Brisket is fantastic. Oh my gosh. Yes, favorite game of the year, TTRPG wise, the favorite game I ran/played in has gotta be the werewolf game that I ran for my roommate, because the False Hydra. I mean, come on, that was so much fun. And like the fallout of it, and being able to just like chew the scenery with role playing, and like it was a very narrative oriented game where dice barely came out. So much fun running that. Also, I finally got to run werewolf. Game system would probably be Kane. Like Kane, like Lancer, I kind of hyperfixated on, and then that faded as I hyperfixated on Kane. And then when I stopped hyperfixating on Lancer, I kind of wanted to stop making Lancer content. I wanted to focus on Kane, and I kept making Lancer content because it was performing well. And then I kind of grew to like have a more healthy appreciation of it, right? In the same way that I'm not hyperfixating on D&D, but I still enjoy D&D content. I'm not hyperfixating on Lancer. I still enjoy Lancer content. Something about Kane, like I hyperfixated on it and I made a bunch of content, and then that faded, and then it came back, or like I think it's just that I started running and then it was on my brain. So then with it being in my brain, it was like just constantly there. So it's not a hyperfixation, but like I feel much deeper into Kane than when I was into Lancer. So like Kane, even though I discovered both systems this year, like properly and like running them and mechanics, I think I'd probably eke it out to Kane. False Hydra story was a blast to listen to. I am so happy that is the video that took off. Like if I could choose one video to show someone my channel, I would choose that video. I think it's a good representation of how I am on stream. I think it is a good representation of the things I talk about on my channel. I think it is me talking about my style of running and my philosophy with running. I think it has good advice on how to run a False Hydra, as well as just being a cool story. And yeah, obviously I could have gone harder on like visuals or aesthetics, or I could have made it more narrative or whatever, but it was a stream highlight. I'm so happy that's what took off. Did I just get sideswiped by words? I don't know, did you? I know I'm a traitor to transfems everywhere. There's a Faust in Guilty Gear. Yeah, funny gameplay. I mean, I'm reading Faust on Friday member streams, which those of you who are here, I have a question for you. I have my weekly member streams on Friday, which I then make public so that anyone can listen to them after the fact. After I finish Faust for member streams, how would y'all feel if I instead shifted that Fridays I have like a 2-hour like work productivity stream? Same principle of like members first, members in chat. It's just like work buddying. I'm being productive. You can be productive with me. And then I upload it. So if you want to know what I was up to, you can watch it. Otherwise, not really. It doesn't really matter. And then instead of doing once a week, I do like 2 hours of reading. Every stream, I read one chapter of Frankenstein, of Dracula or whatever. So like I start stream by reading a chapter of Frankenstein. And maybe I would do on Wednesdays, I'm reading Frankenstein. On Saturdays, I'm doing Frankenstein, or I'm doing Dracula. I'm back what I missed. I need a minute by minute breakdown. That's what the VOD is for. Another goal of mine is to just run a TTRPG one-shot campaign, anything, just once. I'm always scared I won't be prepared enough. I'm awful at prep, like even for the most basic stuff, but I gotta start at some point. So when it comes to prepping a TTRPG, your first TTRPG, personally, because I generally really grok with mechanics, I really like vibe with mechanics, I will take templates of the game, whether it's Lancer NPC templates or D&D stat blocks. I put all of my prep into NPCs, their names, their motivations, what the plot is, what's going on, and I just rely on the system to do the mechanics. And then once I'm comfortable with the mechanics, I'll just start ad hocing making my own. So what I would recommend, in my experience, I would say shoot for a 2-shot, don't shoot for a 1-shot. A 1-shot will be very stressful. A 2-shot gives you the opportunity to have that first session be like feeling out the water. Everyone's learning their character. Maybe if the story that you want to run is that the players enter a new town in D&D, bandits have overtaken the town and they're like thugs running the place, and then you realize that the only reason they could do this is because the leader got a magic artifact that gave them special powers. Then in the first session, they enter the town, they get to roleplay, they get to learn how it feels to be in your game. If they're new players, they get to learn how to roleplay. And then you end the session by fighting bandits. These are just thugs. It's like, there's 4 players, there's 4 bandits, you fight them. And then maybe like a 5th and a 6th one jump in on the second round of combat, and oh no, but the players already took out 3 bandits. So now it's like a 4-on-3. And then the second session, now they kind of wet their whistle. They know how fighting works. They're entering their second session. This isn't their first session anymore. This is their second session. They're experienced. So they're more confident psychologically. And then they can go over and confront the big bad evil bandit, who it's one bandit with 2 other bandit minions and an imp. A CR1 imp is accompanying the bandits because this bandit lord made a deal with the devil, and mechanically they're all bandits, but this one main bandit has 10 extra HP and an imp familiar. And then boom, you fight them and all of that. And then the party gets this amulet that summoned the imp. And now the party has to go, what do we do with the amulet? And then, that's the end of the 2-shot. If they want, they can continue into more sessions. If they want to make it a campaign, they can figure out what the amulet is, how to destroy it, or not. If you just end it at 2 sessions, you can say, you managed to destroy the amulet, congrats, you've saved the town, there's no more bandits. Very simple narratively. Only 2 fights, neither of them super complicated. But that break in the middle, that 2-session format, gives the players the psychological rest to be like, okay, I learned the system already. I had my session of like wetting my whistle. Frankenstein's monster was thought Paradise Lost was nonfiction. He's so dumb. You'd be dumb too if your father created you and then abandoned you instantly. That probably describes some of my viewers, doesn't it? I intentionally stayed away from the False Hydra video. First time I heard about that thing was the D&D horror story, and I'm absolutely not effing with it. That's fair. Insert a Dachi True sticker. Oh my gosh. In Lancer, did Raw ban furries when transing your humanism? I can't select this question. I cannot select this question because I don't know if it's because furries or because transing. But in Lancer, did Raw ban furries when he banned transing your humanism? No. Raw banned upload, basically immortality, collective consciousness, uploading your brain in a computer, putting your brain in a jar in a robot body that's preserved. Furries are fine. In fact, in Lancer, a lot of people are furries. A lot of people are anthropomorphic or have like cat ears or have different animal traits or robotic traits. The issue that Raw has is immortality. So you can be furry fine. Yeah, furries are canon in Cyberpunk. They're called exotics. Yeah, isn't there, I think it's like a stripper or like a working girl or something in Cyberpunk 2077 who like was a part of the marketing material because her entire body is chrome. I think I heard about that, where like one of them like completely replaced all of her skin with chrome. What False Hydra video? What are you talking about? I don't know. She was a pop star. There you go. Immortal. I know that she was like not objectified, but like kind of like sexualized. So I just assumed that's a full body conversion. Ah, my Lancer pilot looks like Harlock. Immortality specifically using digital means usually. I mean, also with cloning. Like, Raw took issue with Harrison II cloning himself. Even though he didn't upload his brain, he was still trying to be immortal. I have something really similar. For me, it's a bunch of goblins are threatening the town. Cliche as heck, but that's fine for a first game. Disagree. I don't even think that's fine for a first game. I think cliche is fine for every game. It is a matter of how do you make the goblins special? How do you make them unique? Because then they're not cliche anymore. It's only a cliche if you don't alter it in any capacity. You can make the most cliche, overdone thing. You can have it be the party meets in a tavern, orcs attack, and then you have to fight off the orcs. And you can have that be entertaining and engaging. That's fine. The player's going to find that the goblin camp, that there's the goblins were being supported by an evil wizard who's part of a cabal of even more evil wizards. Yeah, exactly. So if you go to the goblin camp and they're being led by this evil wizard or supported by this evil wizard, you get to fight the goblins, and then, oh no, a party of second level characters, let's say, they fight a third level wizard. The third level wizard can cast Scorching Ray. Gasp, horror. But ultimately that's not going to like kill a character. That's just going to damage them severely. And then they get to kill the wizard because the wizard has like 12 hit points. There's exactly one exotic in 2077. Unfortunately, he's a lizardman in the animals gang, and you fight and kill him in an NPC scanner gig. Blake is canon. She's probably still a fauna supremacist. What? Now what about putting a robot in your brain? I mean, that's basically what Johnny Silverhand is. Like the one Horus NPC I made called Delphi, who basically turned their own brain into an NHP casket and can now see the future. That's pretty good. Make goblins attacking the village unique by putting them in goblin mechs. We had the conversation before of which singular Lancer mech would perform the best if it was dropped into the Forgotten Realms. And I think the answer I said was not one of the hackers. Like, obviously, like the Barbarossa is an interesting choice because it's just huge, right? But also, like, with magic, you have to consider that. So I actually think one of the more paracausal ones would probably work best, like a Lich or a Pegasus. Productivity time, thanks for existing. Right back at you, buddy. Only they spoke cryptic nonsense, as all oracles do. The evil wizard cabal is being supported by a cabal of even more evil wizards. Oh no. It's a Ponzi scheme. That's a terrifying idea and you love it. The lance was made for dragon slaying. Ooh. Atlas, though? In the Forgotten Realms, Atlas would be a very good suit of armor. See, Duskwing, actually, I did think Duskwing. Metalmark actually might be really good because Metalmark has armor. Metalmark has invisibility. Armor, speed, invisibility, and damage? Like, Metalmark doesn't have anything fancy, like tech attacks or whatever, but you don't need that. Metalmark is a bodyguard mech. I think Black Witch would actually be a very strong contender. Again, Black Witch, very good at defending, very good at control. Controls metal, which you're in a Steel Age civilization. Very strong. I was talking about the furries in Lancer. It was a crude Ruby reference. I never got into Ruby. Can I tell you a fact that might be true or I might be misinformed? Go for it. But what if you lose the knife? How will you contact the designer for a new one? I was thinking about that. Okay, a wizard who accidentally started a Ponzi scheme and now has to conquer the kingdom because things have kind of gotten out of hand. That's good. White Witch solos the city of Okay, I did also think White Witch. Not everyone is corruptible, but are you? I would say no, but also I don't have a high enough opinion of myself to assume that I'm like beyond corruption. I feel as though I'm the sort of person who I would go into a system trying to fix it for the better, but ultimately would understand that the more radical change I push for, I would be shut down. So I would go for fairly conservative and like small incremental changes, which ultimately would be putting a band-aid on a slit throat. So I would be trying my best to sustainably make progress, and that would just not make sense. That would not meet the needs. Also, I did kind of go on a corruption arc throughout 2025. I don't know if folks have noticed, I'm certainly much more open to sussy content. And that's just kind of like my personality. That is just over the year, I have grown more comfortable with sussy content, whether it's of me or making jokes about it or whatever. So I kind of have been corrupted a little bit. I don't plan on going LewdTuber anytime soon, but like I have kind of corrupted from being fully say-so. So basically, yes man ending. Oh, in Persona 3, the reason why they don't... Yeah, okay. Persona 3, I love Persona 3. They don't use guns because the evokers is... there have been mix-ups in the past. Wait. I don't think that's real. The reason I don't think that's real is because the Persona 3 crew, C's team, starts as a school club under the chairman, and they work with the police, or at least one police officer. They would not carry firearms because it is illegal in Japan for anyone other than like military and law enforcement to have firearms. I cannot see the C's squad having actual legit firearms in any capacity. So I think that that's not true. A cop sells you swords and stuff. Yes. However, that's not guns. Like Japan is weird where like a katana, for instance, can be considered a piece of art, which that's why you can't have a foreign made katana in Japan. As far as I'm aware, is because that is considered a weapon. Whereas if it is created like by a Japanese smith on like from Japanese metal on Japanese soil and has been made and like maintained over the years, it is considered a piece of art and therefore is allowed to be like retained. The girlfriend is getting to me. I mean, a little bit. I mean, part of it's been that certain people in my life have made comments to me that have slowly but surely gotten me more comfortable just being exposed to that. But also it's I'm more confident in myself, and I really don't talk about this, but it's the new year, so I have had some troubling experiences in regards to that kind of stuff in the past. And that has made me incredibly anxious surrounding it and just even talking about it. So that's why I it's not the YouTube brain, actually. It is full on just like my preference, which is why I'll like euphemistically refer to like sussy stuff or like lewd content. Because I wasn't comfortable with it for the longest time, or at least to varying degrees. And in more recent years, I've kind of like reclaimed that part of myself. You know, you haven't done sussy stuff on stream all year. I can change that. I ended last year by making weird noises into the mic. But also, why are evokers guns? I know the metaphorical reason, but why are they there in the story? So, you say the metaphorical reason. That is the reason they're there in the story. So the reason they're there in the story is because in Persona 3, it is a story about confronting death. It is the idea of everyone else with apathy syndrome, everyone else with the coming of... spoilers for Persona 3. Everyone else with the coming of Nyx, they all are just accepting their death and being apathetic about it and being disillusioned, and they're not fighting. And the whole point of the game is that the Nyx Annihilation Squad is rallying against death with everything they have. So with that, the thematic through line of Persona 3, which I think is the strongest theme out of the Persona games, which I'm still playing Persona 5, so we'll see how that goes. But I think in Persona 3, the theming of facing death is significantly stronger than Persona 4's theme of reaching out for the truth. And in Persona 3, you summon your persona by taking your evoker and pointing it to your head and pulling the trigger. And you basically go through the somatic components of taking your own life to trigger a trauma response where your persona is awakened from it. right? So it's the idea of the reason it's a gun is because you need to face your death and demonstrate your force of will in the face of that. So you have something that looks exactly like a gun that isn't a gun. And then that allows you to manifest it. There are people in Persona 3 that manifest their personas without evokers, literally evoking death. I actually didn't pick up on that. But yeah, literally, that's what it is, Greyhound. So with Persona 3, there are people that create their personas without their evokers. And these personas are closer to shadows from Persona 4, where when you don't have the evoker, when you aren't channeling it, it just kind of overtakes you. So you need it like a catalyst in order to manifest it. And the evoker being shaped like a gun is so that you can face death. That explains the gif of Persona 3 I've seen. Yeah, where they put the gun to their head and they pull the trigger and then like the blue explosion around them where like a guy appears. That is Persona 3. And then that's why there's a bunch of memes, because in Persona 5, one of the core mechanics of combat is that you have a gun, which I actually really like this. In Persona 5, it's not a real gun. It is a fake model gun. However, because you're in like the realm of desires, you're in the realm of perception, mementos. If you approach someone with something that looks like a gun, they assume it's an actual gun. And because you're in the realm of unreality, because you're in the realm of perception, if you point at them and you pull the trigger of this fake gun that looks real, it will fire bullets at them because they assume you have bullets. And that's why you have a limited amount of bullets. But once you kill someone and you start a new fight, clearly, if you have a gun, you would come with bullets. So you don't have unlimited ammo, you have no ammo. But because all enemies assume that you enter a fight with full ammo, you always have full ammo. And it's just such a cool explanation, which I only learned by watching someone playing Persona 5 Not Royal. That's a unique thing to Persona 5 Royal. In Persona 5, you just had a limited amount of bullets. No, it's super clever. I love it. But that's why is that in Persona 5, you have a gun. In Persona 3, you have the evoker. There's a bunch of memes about Joker from Persona 5 seeing Makoto from Persona 3 do the Persona summon, and then Joker shooting himself in the head. Warhammer Orc logic. Basically, gun safety rule 1, assume every gun is loaded. Yep. Assume every gun is loaded, safety is off, and it has a hair trigger. That is why you never point a gun at another person. You never wave it about. Like, you always keep it pointed down. Finger off the trigger if a capable. Like, even like law enforcement or military, when you're moving about, your finger is off the trigger. You only put your finger on the trigger when you're going to shoot someone. The power of imagination. This makes me want to play Mage the Awakening. It's kind of Mage the Awakening. How does this work with Aigis and Koromaru? So Aigis as a robot does have literal guns in her hands. She shoots bullets. Because she's an anti-shadow killing machine. I think she literally holds an evoker. I think she does an evoker normally, and she has a human consciousness in the fighting game, actually. In case you didn't know, I hyperfixated on Persona 4, and by extension, the fighting game tied to Persona 3, so I played through Persona 3. So I have the whole thing here. But Aigis, as a robot, should not have a human soul or consciousness. But she does, because this is spoilers, this is major spoilers. The Kajiro group, like Mitsuru's family, basically experimented on people and made robots and basically synthetically developed a psyche, a human psyche, and gave it to robots and then traumatized them, which is where you get Labris from the fighting games. She is one of the older generation of fighting units from before Aigis. Traumatized them to the extent that they basically, like a Cain exo, manifested these psychic powers, this persona. So they basically took robots, gave them the ability to feel pain, and then hurt them on purpose. And that's how that works. With Koromaru, he has a collar that he's just built different. The collar has an evoker built into it. I don't understand how that involves facing his death. I think he's just built different. He is the only one of the team that doesn't have an evolving persona. I think, because I'm counting, well, no, I guess evolves in base game. And then obviously in answer it changes, but Koromaru, his persona doesn't change. He also doesn't like face death. He's also not human. So I think that's different. That's so evil, traumatizing a robot. Yeah, it's horrifying in the fighting game. Because the fighting game has a storyline where you follow Labris and you explore in like visual novel format what her life was like and how she like had sisters and siblings and like other robots that she had to fight and eventually kill. Because otherwise they were going to kill her, like Hunger Games style. And that's traumatized her and she manifested a persona from it. And that was considered a success. To be fair, Arena is sick. I actually really enjoy Arena. And it's crazy to say I know, because it's like a weird cop-out anime fighting game that was just like Blaze Blue Tag, but with only persona characters. I actually really enjoyed it. And for any of you who do know about Persona 4 Ultimax, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, I play Shadow Naoto. Don't get upset at me. Don't get upset at me. I play Shadow Naoto because Naoto is my favorite character from Persona 4, and I like Shadow Naoto's voice. That's my reason. It's not because of the mechanics. I learned to like the mechanics after the character. Shadow Naoto's voice makes me feel things. Didn't Koro's owner die? Yeah, so Koromaru's owner died. And that's part of why I think the theming in Persona 3 is so strong, is because every character deals with death, either in your backstory or in the course of the game. Koromaru's owner died. Before the game started, Yukari's father died. Before the game, Ken's mom died. The girl who's like the adopted sister of Shinji and Aki died. And then obviously as the game progresses, Shinji, again, spoilers, Shinji dies. Mitsuru's father dies. Junpei's girl. Chidori dies. And then main character dies. Every character deals with death. And Koromaru's is his owner died. And he very much was it like Bachi? Who's the dog that his owner died going off to work and he went back to the train station every single day? Chidori undies. Yes, Chidori undies, but only if you do a special thing with the flowers to give her life back because she healed the flower. Like, it's optional. Hachi, thank you. Koromaru is based off Hachiko, who is the dog that went off to the train station for his master every day, and then his master died at work one day, and then Hachiko still went every single day, and then was like cared for by the local populace. Koromaru is that, but for a shrine, and he protects the shrine from shadows, and then you find him when he's injured, and then you realize he has the potential because he's been fighting all this time. But I'm using the mega busted broken games. I regularly play fighting games like Kamen Rider Climax. Maybe the collar's a reminder of the owner. The collar literally has an evoker in it. How it works, I think the game just kind of glazes past as like don't worry about it. He's just a playable character now. Don't worry about it. It is mega busted broken, but it's really fun. Arxie's advantage. I heard Junpei is like the second most complicated character in any fighting game. Really? He has a weird mechanic that I've never played Junpei. He has a weird mechanic because like he's a baseball player, and like when he grows up, because the cool thing about Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, and just Persona 4 Arena, it's like takes place right after Persona 4, which is a couple years after Persona 3. So you get to see the Persona 3 cast like not all grown up, but like a couple years more grown up. So Ken, who's like an elementary schooler, is now in high school, which is the age all the other characters were in Persona 3. Mitsuru, Akihiko, they're adults, like with jobs. Junpei and Yukari are fresh out of high school. Junpei is a baseball player. Yukari is, I think, a professional archer, I believe. And I assume like for Olympics or whatever, for training. or for like sports. And it's cool to just see them and do that. But with Junpei being a baseballer, he has a weird like strike foul hit, like strike foul ball mechanic that I have no idea how it works. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night. Junpei literally plays baseball in the fighting game. Yeah. Right, you're off. Take care out there. Enjoy. Happy New Year. This is the year you lock in and get everything you need. Yes. You haven't slept all year. I'm tired. Oh. I was stuck with family and karaoke and got too overloaded. On a similar side note, are you also not a big fan of too much noise stimulation? Any tips on like not getting overloaded? If I recall correctly, the evoker is just customized and attached to the collar. The collar is the one he was wearing when the P3 crew found him. I think that makes sense, Golden. Do I get overstimulated? Yes. I am someone who I'm very swingy when it comes to social interaction. I can rock like a concert. I've only been to a couple. I've been like basement shows. But like I've moshed. I loved it. Big bump, like thrumming bass that beats my heart for me is an experience that I never thought I would love, but it's one that now I miss and that I want to do more of. Right. But very much so socially, I get overstimulated very quickly. Particularly when I'm in a group of people who I don't know all of them. And I think that the worst for me is when I'm in a small to medium group. When I'm in a big, huge group, I mean, again, depends on what it is. Like, if I'm in a big, huge group, I'm just probably not talking, right? I'm just listening. If I'm in a medium group, I feel like I should be participating, but I can't. And in like a very small group, it's entirely a matter of, do I know these people? So I socially get overstimulated and kind of overwhelmed, and I don't know what to say, and I don't know how to do this. And my tips for that is mostly just, I mean, it's a little bit invisible guest theory. Invisible guest theory being, from my understanding, the idea that when you're at a function or a party, no one cares about you. Everyone's so worried about their own insecurities that you're just an invisible guest to them. It's the idea that overwhelmingly, if you're interacting with someone, they aren't focused on your flaws and insecurities. They're focused on their own flaws and insecurities. Therefore, you don't need to worry about them because everyone's so focused on their own world. In the same way that if you think back on, hey, can you remember 2 times someone in your day yesterday messed up or did something ridiculous? Probably not. Like maybe you remember 1. Or maybe you do remember 2 because it was a crazy day. But overwhelmingly, you tend to be pretty in one ear out the other when it comes to people messing up. But when it comes to you hyperfixate on that. And I think that comes down to a big part of it is the hyper awareness of how you should be acting, but also just when there's a lot going on, like family functions, for instance, I tend to just kind of shut down and I want to leave and do my own thing. But something that helps is appreciating what I can while I'm there. Instead of sitting there miserably wishing that I was somewhere else and wanting to go on my phone, but knowing that I'll be like chided if I'm seen on my phone, I find what joy I can in something in particular. I was with extended family, making tamales in early December, and it's like a big day that all extended family comes by. I know 3 people there. 4. I know like 4 or 5. And I just decided I'm gonna go help tamales. So I'm spreading the I think it's like maize, like this like ground up like spread across the corn husks. And naturally, the other people that are in the line with me, because there's like 6 people all working on tamales, they start chatting. And then we start talking about how like, oh yeah, well, like I'm from the East Coast. And then one of them's like, actually, I spent some time on the East Coast. I stayed in Philly for a bit. And then like someone else was just like, oh, well, I'm from Philly. So then we started talking naturally about different locations. And that's a situation where I was kind of overwhelmed up until that point because I didn't know anyone and I didn't have any conversation topics to bring up with anyone because it's like a family function. I don't have any connection to these people outside of just like relation. And so I focused on just the tamales. And then that led to a natural conversation point. And that's the sort of thing where when you're overstimulated, when you're overwhelmed, you're looking too high up. Keep your eyes down, keep your attention down, keep your focus narrow, and you will find that you are less overstimulated. Now, you might still want to go. You still would prefer to not be there, but at least you're not overwhelmed. And then that might lead to a situation where, because you're focused on, you're in a Discord call with a bunch of people who are all co-working, and you're focused on your art. Maybe you stream your art as you're in the Discord call. Someone comments on it, and then you start talking, and then now you're in a conversation, and now you're one of the leading voices in this group of 6 people. Focus on something instead of trying to focus on everything. I should really try and go to concert this year too. Really difficult because stuff like weed smoke is a very bad trigger for me, and I'm already mega social awkward, but I really want to go to a concert. Honestly, I'm the same. I've never been to like a proper concert, and I'm not big on music, but I've enjoyed basement shows, and I really want to go to a club. I want to go to a club, but I also recognize, 1, I want to spend money on that. 2, I am not the sort of person that has experience or like has enjoyed just going out to a club by myself just for the heck of it, because I don't drink, and I'm not trying to like engage in hanky-panky casually. So what would I do there? Just like dance? Which, yeah, I could, but I feel like it's more fun when you have other people with you. So I'm a little bit in a similar boat, but it's also, I'm never going to learn how to do those things unless I try. Same with you. Whether that's a concert, or that's the club, or that's going to a bar, or that's going to a game store, like a hobby shop. Hey, a DP. I joined just in time to talk about Junpei, my goat. You know it, Liam. Junpei as a character really frustrated me for like 70 hours. And then basically, like with the Chidori twist, like he instantly kind of became a character I really cared for. And Persona 3, I've talked about this before, I played Persona 4, I hyper-fixated on it, and I wanted to play the fighting game. But I knew that the fighting game had Persona 3 characters and a Persona 3 story continuation. So I wanted to play Persona 3. And so because I was hyper-fixated on Persona 4, and also just Persona 3 took longer, I kind of like had to force myself through it. People were not kidding when like the beginning is really slow of Persona 3. I was not enjoying, like I just did not enjoy the first like 20 hours, which is a crazy thing to say because you should not play a game for 20 hours that you're not enjoying. But I stuck through it. I knew I just played a Persona game. I knew I would enjoy it, or I assumed I would enjoy it. And yeah, 60, 70 hours in, I realized I care about these characters. Just by pure propinquity, by pure spending time together. It's wild. Because like I spent most of the game not caring about them, and then I suddenly did, and it was wild. What about being in like a physical place and just literally overwhelming how loud things are? Bring earplugs. If you're going out to like a concert, basement show, anything, bring earplugs. If you're at like a family function where you were not expecting that, and just everyone is yapping, there is usually a corner that is quieter than everywhere else that you might be able to hide. The issue with that is that then you have to figure out how can you focus on something while in that corner. I will also say, depending on how you function, when I'm in surveillance mode, when I'm being overwhelmed, I can hear more because I'm processing more. If I'm focused, like I'm focused on the tamales, I just kind of naturally tune out a lot of the background conversation. And I think that that's true where if you're at a family function and like there's a grill out back and you're helping with the grill, you will naturally tune out the conversation that you're not involved in away from the grill. And that's not going to fix it, but that will help generally. Human default settings are negatively oriented because we were cave people. Not paying attention to every bad thing could easily get you killed. Always remember you don't live in caves anymore. Some people do. Some people live in their caves and they don't go out, and the shadows are dancing on the wall and they clap and like cheer at reality. But that's not what you should be doing. Personally, that's my opinion. Like I don't like telling people how to live their life, but I pretty firmly believe that you should not be living in Plato's cave. What would you want in a hypothetical fortitude fanfic? I can't say that on stream. I think a fortitude fanfic should involve fortitude going absolutely buck wild. Write your best action scene possible. Write your absolute darndest, like most action-packed exploration of what fortitude, just like demolishing the most shonen sin you can. Like I can just drop the word propinquity without batting an eye. Yeah. I mean, I am someone who, like, I'm dumb, right? I am dumb. You've seen me. But also at the same time, I have a certain erudition about me that I can just engage in 5-letter words with a sort of colloquialism without really needing to try. Because I have this odd anachronism where I have this casual mean of speech as well as this prim and proper upper echelon, where I just kind of, it don't mean nothing, while simultaneously ascribe the astuteness of an academic to my own personage, you know? And that kind of comes from different parts of my life where I wanted affect as someone that was down to earth and casual, and I'm just saying what comes naturally, versus I wanted to come off as someone that was proper and formal and to be respected. And now I just have this weird affectation where I will speak extremely informally and then drop a 5-letter word or a $5 word. Erudition. I mean, you pronounced it flawlessly. Arrow, good word. What, propinquity? Thank you. I appreciate it. A fortitude fic would just be an all melee doom montage. I mean, not my ideal one. Good night. Enjoy your New Year, Wumpus. I appreciate that you are applauding my pronunciation of a random word because, as we know, I struggle. But yeah, like I'm dumb, so I will just have the most informal language mixed in with fairly formal language. Okay, I didn't mean to emphasize the cave part. I mean, like, not every mistake you make will lead you to be eaten alive by a saber-toothed tiger like the Neolithic era. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Sorry, I'm like sniffing because I sneezed. Okay, DP, I wouldn't go so far as to say death, but I mean, you're on the right track. Yeah, so I understand that you didn't mean to emphasize the cave. I was being facetious. I was being silly. Don't worry about it. But yeah, your point is correct. Like, we evolved to hyper-analyze and recognize patterns. That's why so many conspiracy theorists are pattern recognition and nothing else. That's why so many people are paranoid, because pattern recognition. We are hardwired for that, and rewriting your brain is sometimes difficult. Do you have any musicians you plan on cooperating with your next lewd beatboxing video? Tell you what, if anyone in my community gets like Project Melody or Cottontail VA or some like random recognizable lewd tuber to agree to do a lewd beatbox with me, I'd do it. I think that would be fun. And like I could do the full trend. I just feel as though it's a kind of silly. Send it. Listen, hit him up. Could you do one about how my art is going to go this year? Mostly whether I'm going to stick with it this time. That could be interesting. I assume you mean for tarot. I'm not going to do that now because you have gone to bed. You said goodnight earlier, so I'm not going to do that now. Have you played Changeling the Lost? I have not. I have not played Changeling either setting, but I want to get into Changeling the Dreaming. My main thing is I've only played V5 for World of Darkness. I've only played 5th edition. So I've played Vampire, I've played Werewolf, and I like Hunter, but the mechanics I think are kind of half-baked. Yes, but specifically pattern recognition towards bad stuff. You can easily remember all the bad stuff. You have to sort of learn how to focus. Exactly, that's what therapy is for. Yeah, you gotta rewrite your brain. What's my favorite alien species in media and why? That's a good question. Because, like, the first thing that comes to mind is, like, the Xenomorph, because it's a classic. But then I thought, like Mass Effect came to mind as, like, explorations of other civilizations and, like, other species with their cultures. And then, like, I haven't seen Arrival, but apparently Arrival is a very good depiction of alien species. Dreaming setting is so cool. Actually, people always dunk on it because it's not super gloomy goth punk, but it's fun and can be so insanely melancholic. Honestly, I liken the Dreaming to the Umbra in just how weird and wacky and crazy it is, like to the Shadowlands. And I feel as though there's overlap between all of them, which is why in my setting, my Garo PC, the one that I'm running for, has learned or suspects now that they went into deeper layers of the Umbra, and that initially, in my initial conception, was based on like the middle, the upper, the lower Umbra. But now, I as a GM and as a storyteller, and also them as a player picking up on, we both kind of had this realization at the same time. What if those other levels of the Umbra are actually just other supernatural planes of existence, like the Dreaming, the Shadowlands? Because it's extremely painful and difficult for a Garo to transcend the normal Umbra into another deeper layer, which makes sense if the Garo are not natives of it. And that also explains why there's overlap between the Dreaming and the Umbra, but there is not like a Venn diagram. I'd love to see more solar punk / hopeful settings for things, TBH. I think that shouldn't be in the World of Darkness, but I do agree. I think there should be more like solar punk, optimistic, hopeful settings. I don't think that belongs in the World of Darkness. I think the point of the World of Darkness is it's our world, but slightly worse. And also vampires, right? I think that if you try to make the World of Darkness, but you have, like, even Princess the Hopeful, which is a home, like a third-party homebrew fan TTRPG that's like magical girls in World of Darkness, based off of Changeling the Dreaming, Changing the Lost. Even that is kind of depressing and is about hope in the face of a dark world. Very noble dark, I would say. I feel like the World of Darkness requires darkness. Changing the Lost is greater than Changeling the Dreaming. Yeah, you've talked about this before. There's a Kith and Changeling who are basically wraiths. Ooh. Played a Puka Rabbit stand-up comedian and a Slua corner pawn shop owner who dressed like a Victorian. What is part of what is mostly a philosophy and viewpoint thing? Oh, fully agree. I was speaking generally. Yeah. I think that a lot of people still discount hopeful media as being unserious, as being for kids, as being anything but valuable for their time. When in reality, I think now more than ever, we need more hopeful media. And that's why I love Noble Dark because I love the aesthetics of darkness and I love the world being difficult like the real world is. But I like rewarding goodness. I like rewarding justice. I like the idea that there is more to the world than just the cruelty of man, right? We do need more hopeful settings, but I love some dark and hope-crushing settings. I don't like hope-crushing that much. Like, even in 40k, I think the most compelling stories are where it's like Berserk, but in 40k. It is hope in the face of a terrible world. My Blood Hunter in D&D dresses as a Victorian-era occult investigator. You're just playing Bloodborne. You're the one thing that's supposed to bring the hope. World of Darkness should be awful. Yeah. On the subject of hopeful futurism, aka solar punk, did anyone think Lancer was just a little too positive? Like humans making space communism work to the point where they got to the space with it? That's not how the setting went. The way the setting went is humans ruined Earth, and so they sent out... Is it 11? Is it 11 ships? They sent out 11 ships to go colonize the stars. And then the world exploded. And then they, like, destroyed Earth, basically. And, like, they got sent back to the Stone Age. Cradle, Earth, slowly redevelops over time, and they fight themselves again. There's a whole bunch of fighting. They keep fighting themselves. They cannot stop fighting themselves. The little wars go on forever. Other outposts, they're all falling. They're no longer hearing back from Earth. They're self-sustaining, or they're completely losing themselves. And then humanity unites. Basically, they run the cycle over and over and over, and then they just, by chance, hit upon, we're all going to unite together. They form union. They go out into the stars. They reform, like, they regrab Luna, Mars, the rest of the galaxy, the Sol system. They start expanding. Eventually, I don't remember why, Union... Does Union swap... Does First Com swap to Sec Com because they meet the On? Maybe? I don't remember. But eventually they become Sec Com. Sec Com, fascist, imperialist, colonialist. They want to expand humanity. They're the single largest movement of human life in all of human history, like all of history. From before that point, since that point. SecCom moved more human bodies than anything else in the entire setting of Lancer because they wanted to colonize the stars and choke it out with life. And they killed anything that was in their way, even if they were human. They genocided an alien species. They went hard into the alt-right fascism tree. And then social unrest, multiple crises, external threats, all forced SecCom into ThirdCom, which is soft power, negotiation, space communism, as it were. So it's not that like Lancer, like humanity just kind of got all together and then they decided to, we're going to walk hand in hand. Yeah, we had a Warhammer 40k phase, and people like to imagine that Lancer is the precursor to 40k. Lancer is like 20,000 instead of 40,000, which I don't think is unreasonable. Like obviously it's not the same. There are differences, but it's kind of similar. And SecCom was the Imperium of Man during the Great Crusade. It was humanity first. It was, we were going to colonize the stars. We were going to take on everything with an iron fist. And then that fell apart. And then now they have the Starship Federation. Like, and I feel as though Lancer is a more realistic expectation, is a more realistic founding, or more realistic, is a more reasonable explanation as to the same fantasy as the Star Trek Federation, right? The Star Trek Federation, I don't know the lore of it, I don't know what happened, but like, they are the same thing. Effectively, Union ThirdCom and Star Trek Federation, basically the same thing. But one of them is on the back of the most anthro-chauvinist, bloody regimes in human history. And that regime still lives on in Harrison Armory. So the official timeline is Event Horizon Lancer 40k now. I didn't know about Event Horizon. And that's why I like Dreaming You Are a Literal Creature of Hopes and Dreams. being buried under cynicism, depression, and the grinding of gears, and to survive, you either bring back some whimsy with tooth and claw, or you resign yourself to conning people out of what little they have left. Yeah. And that's why I think, as much as I love mages, and I think mages are cool, I think I might, like, if I was in World of Darkness, I might be a changeling, because when I inspire someone, when I give someone hope, that feeds me. That brings me so much joy and just inspires me in turn. And when I am struck by banality and cynicism and the weight of the grinding of the gears of the cog of the machine, that is generally when I'm at my darkest, is when I'm feeling the pressure of external forces and just society in Comic Sans. And that's a very changeling thing to have happen. Everyone headcanons Event Horizon as humanity's first warp jump in the 40k universe. Oh, I thought you were saying Event Horizon into Lancer. Yeah, so Event Horizon is the one, isn't that the one, because I have never seen Event Horizon. Is that the one where like the ship is filled with like a blood orgy? And so everyone's like, yeah, that was Slanesh. Your boyfriend is Warhammer 40k. I am Lancer. We are not the same. I got two hands. In Lancer, it's not all space communism. There are mega corporations that own planets. They basically act as mini empires. It's just that thanks to SecCom and ThirdCom's monopoly on FTL, everyone has to at least look like they're following. And ThirdCom, like, as nice as I think it's fair to say, ThirdCom are the good guys. That does not mean that they're the effective good guys. ThirdCom could win a fight with any individual manufacturer if they devoted all of their resources, like exposed all of the core worlds, stopped moving into the diaspora, and just like devoted their resources to fighting SSC, to fighting Harrison Armory. That being said, it's the same problem with the Imperium of Man. The Imperium of Man could wipe out any single Xenos threat. The Imperium of Man could probably, if they devoted all of their resources to it, stomp chaos out from the universe, from the galaxy. And then the Eldar and the Necrons and the Tau and the Tyranids would just wipe them out. So they can't do that, so they're stuck. Dang, the stream's still on. Yeah, I generally go 6 to 7 hours, or like 7 to 8 hours even. I'm gonna wrap up now though. Like I'm just kind of wrapping up questions. Event Horizon has so much cut out of it due to studio interference. Oh no. You were simplifying it because we're in short form. You got a gosh darn character limit. That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna answer this question. What's the biggest red flag for when you're meeting a new person? There's a couple. Probably the biggest thing I would say is they immediately try to convince you of something. When someone you just met immediately tries to convince you of something, they're trying to sell it to you, they're trying to indoctrinate you, or they don't understand your boundaries. And this can be, they're trying to convince you to go buy this thing, whether or not they're like gonna make money off of it, like they're just trying to get you to buy a thing, or they could be trying to convince you to sleep with them. They could be trying to convince you to check out this game that they really like. Like when I just met someone, I don't want to get homework from them, even if they are nice. And I don't want to give them anything unless I feel like it is given freely. Hi, hello, you should play the Kane TTRPG. That's a red flag. And to me, personally, I don't have just red flags. I have yellow flags, orange flags, red flags. A yellow flag is something that I take issue with that I think needs to be discussed. A yellow flag for me would be every conversation someone brings up something. Every conversation they bring up the Kane TTRPG. Every conversation they bring up how amazing they were back at college ball. Like, that's not something that's a problem. That just bothers me, right? An orange flag is you need to have a conversation, and like you should cut things off. You should stop talking to them if it doesn't go the way that it should be going. And an orange flag is your like. I don't know if this would be a red flag or an orange flag, but like so an orange flag is, for instance, my friend is talking to a guy, and he is just constantly complimenting her and constantly saying how wonderful she is. Like, that's not a red flag. That's not saying he's like a bad guy or anything. But an orange flag is like, he's kind of love bombing you. Like, you need to like figure that out with him and like confront it and stop it, or dip. Right? That's an orange flag. A red flag for me is like they have like one chance to course correct or you are gone, right? And that is, and for instance, the other example I had in mind was like being rude to waitstaff. That's like an orange flag, right? An orange flag is like, hey, they need to fix this or else you should dip. But it's not like a one and done, like you're in danger. A red flag is something like they seem to enjoy hurting animals. That's something where that's a red flag. If they enjoy hurting animals, or they enjoy like being rude and mean to like children in particular, that is you have a conversation with them about it. If they don't give you proof that they are changing behavior immediately, you are gone, right? So I'm very conservative with my red flags. I'm very liberal with orange and yellow flags. So like, what's the biggest red flag you have when you meet someone? I feel like an orange flag is they're trying to convince you of something. I just met you. Hi, how are you doing? You should play Kane. That's an orange flag. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Yo, Arrow, Happy New Year. Enjoy the New Year trade-in. They ask you to make a fatal character, that would be a red flag. Hope you have a good day, night, Arrow, and Happy New Year. I hope you do as well, Golden. Enjoy the New Year. The 6 to 7 made me wince like an abused... No. I just realized that I was doing laundry and that I reenacted the meme of, let me put something on to listen while I clean. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Spaceship tried to travel faster than light by making and going through a wormhole, did so, didn't come back for years, comes back and is definitely haunted. Yeah. They recently came out with an Event Horizon prequel comic. I should watch Event Horizon. If his first name is Jan, just run. Oh no. What qualifies as being rude to waitstaff? Sometimes people are in a poor mood. That's why it's an orange flag. If I am a jerk to you, honestly, one, it's a great example of this. In Dream Daddy, I played through Dream Daddy with some of my friends, and like we just Discord screen shared it, and we all told each other what decisions we wanted to make. This was years ago. One of the guys, like the Goth Daddy, his introduction, if you walk around and like explore the town prior to like the first choice or whatever, his introduction is he's yelling, or like he's being a Karen to a retail worker. And he's saying how this is very clearly not what it was advertised as. How dare you sell it this way? And he's just being a jerk, which is an orange flag. And then you learn very quickly he was having a bad day. He apologizes about how he acted. And like he doesn't apologize to the waitstaff, to the retail worker, because he's gone at that point. But he basically explains like that's not how he normally acts. And like he's just one of the sweetest guys out of all of them. He was our favorite collectively. Do people call Arrow Rights goth, or does the model just have eyeshadow? I mean, I don't know. I think I've been called goth before. I definitely think I'm alt, like alternative. I don't know if I'm goth, though I'd like to be. I don't know if I could pull that off. Goth Daddy? Yes, from Dream Daddy. Is that the gay single dad dating sim? That is the gay single dad dating sim, and it's made by the Game Grumps. If they refer to rowdy/loud kids as crotch goblins, that's a red flag for me. And see, for me, that's something where I'm very particular about my red flags. That would be an orange flag for me. Or I would advise you consider that an orange flag. Because, like, let me make this clear. When I say a red flag, I mean, like, leave. I'm saying like give them a single chance, and if they don't acquiesce, leave. And that sounds like an ultimatum because it is. And that is why I'm so specific with them. I've known people who were very liberal with their ultimatums. I have known people who very often would force choices in the people in their life. And I very much want to avoid that, which is why I'm very permissive of a lot of things. But a red flag is like real bad. And it's like, change your behavior or else I'm walking out of here. Whereas an orange flag is you have conversation about it. You give them the opportunity to change. If they don't change, walk away. If they don't change, maybe you have a second conversation, but like you put it on the table very soon that like, hey, I'm not sticking around for this. And then a yellow flag is just kind of like it's something that bothers you. It's something that you don't agree with. It's something that you would prefer that they change, but generally you're not going to leave someone over a yellow flag. For instance, a yellow flag might be that they maybe they're gay and they use the F slur and that bothers you. Or actual literal real example. I had a friend, non-binary, very queer, did not like the word queer. They had experience with their father using it in like a pejorative term, and they took issue with using queer. And so that's something where like that was a yellow flag they had for everyone else, including me. So I wouldn't use the term queer around them, which is why if they said like, oh, someone using the word queer is a red flag. Because for me, I don't see it as anything other than just like a generic term for LGBT. That's the use case I've always seen it as. So if they said, oh, that's a red flag, then that would be on the same level as like being rude to waitstaff and as having a history of violence, right? I think that those should have different striations personally. But I think you can hear it in my voice. I know very little of Fatal, but I know it's a massive red flag indeed. If someone has said that they have played Fatal, that is a red flag to me. Like a legitimate, after my whole conversation about like different striations, if someone has said they've played Fatal, is a red flag. And my immediate pursuit in that relationship would be figure out what was the deal with the Fatal game. And if they're like, yeah, we played it as a joke and then we realized that like it kind of really sucked and we didn't enjoy it, then I'd be like, okay, red flag averted, you're fine. But if they're like, yeah, it was actually really fun, no. Gang, what's Fatal? To say briefly, Fatal is a TTRPG from, I believe, the 90s, which explicitly revolved around explicit material, i.e. not safe for work material, and particularly non-consensual not safe for work material as mechanics in the game. And it was really weird. It was very misogynist. I think it was racist. And it was just a pure expression of one person's idealized version of the world where like women are just objects of gratification for men, a certain type of man is superior to all others. It was very racist, yeah. So it was like, and it wasn't meta or subversive or like an art piece or whatever. It was like you roll for how well endowed you are. You roll for the circumference of your booty. And it's a situation where you played it to play cruelty. And the only people that were expected to play it were the people that could inflict cruelty. Very right-wing manifesto vibes. That and taking like 80,000 dice rolls to make a character after learning this very huge red flag. And that's why, like, if someone says that they've played the system, that's a red flag to me. And if you tell me that you played the system and then you reveal like, yeah, we wanted to play it for the memes and then we realized very quickly it wasn't funny, it was just uncomfortable, I would be like, okay, then that's fine. Like, I would do the same. I would play a system that I would then be like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this and just dip. That's valid. That is not an issue. That's why the red flag isn't an instant blockage. But if they say like, hey, I had a great time with it. No. On the scale of sincere to sarcastic, it's sincere. Yeah. complicated simply for making it complicated and having thousands of stats that are completely useless. If you're curious for a deep dive, Zigmentatep has 4 whole videos about it. Oh my gosh. I just looked up fatal and it is indeed a very fatal red flag. I don't even know how you would play the system. If you could put all the yuck aside, it's so incredibly cumbersome. I mean, okay. I reviewed Girlfriend, or I did a first impression of Girlfriend. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as though you can't have NSFW stuff in a system. And hot take, I think that if everyone at your group is comfortable with it, I don't think it's my place to tell you what you can and can't play at the group. If that involves explicit depictions of non-consensual activities, if everyone at the group is comfortable with it, that's your group. I can't tell you how to have fun. I can say, I'm not going to associate with you because of that. Wait, did the Girlfriend stream happen already? No. So I made the initial impression video like 2 months ago, probably 3 months ago at this point, and I have not read the rulebook yet. But I'm going to make a video of it. My goal is by the end of January. However, I'm going to prioritize the TTRPG first. I'm going to prioritize the TTRPG I'm making, the Stone Age civilization, where you are a creature and you evolve your species over time as magic fades from the world. It is a TTRPG I'm making. I just need more time for it. So I'm going to prioritize that, and then I'm going to do Girlfriend. Those are my next 2 big projects. Some of my friends I gained from the club will like take certain substances, indulge in vices, which is a yellow flag for me. As long as you don't do that stuff to hurt me, just don't bring it up to me. Yeah, and that sort of thing. Where like I'm someone who I don't drink, I don't consume substances, I don't smoke, and I don't vape or do like any nicotine product. Like I am considered straight edge, which apparently straight edge is like not a cool thing. Apparently straight edge is tied to like some problematic ideologies. So I don't identify as straight edge, but like I don't do any of these things. If you do that, I don't have a problem with that. If you go around pushing for me to do it, that's a yellow flag. I have had, like, for instance, when I was in uni, I had guys who were like constantly asking me if they could buy me a drink, and not. I realized that sounds like I was being hit on. Like, these are like my friends, right? These are my friends who were wanting to buy me a drink, and I'd be like, nah, I'm good. And some of them would be asking, why? Why don't you drink? Blah, 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 blah. And I would have to explain myself, and that's a yellow flag to me. But that's also like, they're not doing it from a place of being weird or being pushy or anything. They're doing it from a place of like, hey, like, it's normal to buy people drinks. I want to buy you a drink. And I was like, I'm good, thanks. I'll stick to water. Okay, lunchtime BRB chat. Oh my gosh, it's lunchtime for you? It's 1:30 for me. NSFW at a table requires a very specific and chill group. Yeah. And that's not a group that I have any intention of forming anytime soon. Like I literally, like, in running for one of my players, I'm running a 1-on-1 game. We were talking lines and veils, which, if you don't know what a line and veil is, let me know in chat. But we're talking lines and veils, and I was just like, hey, they brought up like, well, are you comfortable with romance? Because it's like a character oriented game. And I'm like, if you want to romance an NPC, sure, go for it. Heads up, I don't want to ERP with you. Respectfully. Like, you can have your romance, you can have your fade to black, bound chicka wow wow scenes, but I'm not going to roleplay that with you because I don't want to. And then we shared a laugh over that because of the idea of like, okay, we're not trying to do that. Don't get your head twisted. Boring. JK, I'm also equally as boring. I don't know why it's considered problematic, just not indulge in vice. That's weird. Nobody's spending 60 hours creating a character just to play a character where they can do stuff like that in game. It's a game for literally nobody. Wait, that's actually such a good point. If you want to play a game where you can just like engage in that cruelty, presumably you want to just hop right in. Have I drank water this year? I think I drank water like an hour ago. I still haven't found an NSFW focus game that like whole good mechanics wise. Most games that are okay at best are solo only games. I still don't get solo only games. I'm sorry. The type of people you can have a platonic, not safe for work role playing with isn't the type of group you form with intent. It happens at a regular friendship over a long time. Yeah, and like Like, I'm trying to think if I have any friends who I would feel comfortable having a platonic game, like a game where like all players are platonic, but in game there is depictions of NSFW stuff going on. And I think that like NSFW, yes, explicit no. Like someone like, I don't know, like being naked and like running out of like a tavern room because they got caught by someone's spouse that they were like home wrecking or whatever. Like, that's a scene played for comedy. That is not safe for work. That is demonstrating suspect or lewd or sussy content, but the focus isn't to like titillate. The focus is to be comedic. And like, that's something I could see like exploring at a game with my friends. I can't see a game where like we talk about turgid members and glistening folds for like 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't drink or do any drug or substance. The substance is just personal preference, but the drinking is mostly due to not meshing with your meds. It's just not practical because you got to know a whole day in advance. So if you want to do that, it's 100% fine. You can ask me why, and I'll explain. But if you keep pushing, I'll leave, yeah. But at that point, I would argue, if someone constantly pushes for you to drink, that's not a matter of them drinking is the issue or them wanting you to drink is the issue. The issue is they don't respect your boundaries. Same deal with if someone's hitting on you and you're not interested. The issue in that circumstance is they're not respecting your boundary. You said no, they're not respecting that. You said you're not interested, they're not respecting that. Which that can be for hitting on you, that can be for offering you things, that could be for wanting something from you, that could be for just simply making particular comments. Right? That's your comfort matters. A lot of my friends would be, but we all have wildly different tastes. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think it would be really funny to see. I think it'd be really funny to see a game, a TTRPG, involving explicit depictions of not safe for work content, where nobody at the table has any overlapping interests. Like, they're all chill with each other. They're not like jerks or like shaming or anything, but nobody's like into anything that anyone else is. Like, one person's really into feet, and then another person is really into like dom sub relationships, and then another person is into like, I don't know, what's a good other one? Like, just everyone is really pushing for their specific angle, and everyone else is just kind of like man standing emoji in the corner. That would be really funny. And the DM is arrows. The DM. What would be funnier? The DM is ace, or the DM is into all of it? Okay, that's funny. I dropped my first meme of 2026 in the Discord. Make it a superhero game. Vorman and his trusty compatriot, the Giantess. No, that's the issue. That's the issue. The Vor and the Giantess can't both be into each other's thing, though. Issue isn't consent, it's compatibility. It just turns into a bit. Well, yeah, and that's why like everyone has to be enthusiastic participants in what's happening. Best skit idea of 2026 easily. The DM has to be asexual because otherwise they'd be impartial to it. Oh, wait, no, wouldn't it be better? The DM, maybe they're ace. Like, maybe they're sex favorable, but like the DM is purely vanilla. The DM has no like kink or interest, so they purely are just like, hey, I just want this to be as normal as possible. And everyone has super fringe, but ultimately harmless angles that they want to go for. And they're all in completely different directions. A superhero game with the Giantess and Foreman is just an episode of The Boys. Oh my gosh. I want this skit on my desk by Monday. Gross out the DM. No. The core of the bit is that no one grosses each other out. Everyone is fine with each other's thing. It's just when the foot guy is up, the person that's into Vor, like, kind of checks out they're not disgusted. They're not shaming. There's nothing wrong with it. It's literally just like it's like waiting your turn in combat. So like there's a really in-depth description on one of them, and then it's just like, okay, now we come over to you, finally. And then there's just the total tone shift. Goodness gracious. I think that's a perfect place to end the stream on. It's been 5.5 hours. We stretch. Party of 7 5 cock chairs. So one of them is a cock, and then their whole thing is that every time the camera pans over to their character, like, oh no, focus on this other person. Oh my god. Can't put the boss finishes. Okay, this is how you know it's Arrow After Dark. Arrow's cackling at sussy comments. Bard walking past, unspeakable activities happening out of view. Cool, I'm gonna go over here and see if I can get the door open. An excellent place to end the stream on. I will have a great time thinking about this for the rest of the day. It was a fun stream. Y'all have a good day, night, whatever. I feel like it would be a table of JoJo and the chips of like, get me rounds of feet, get me rounds of vor, get me rounds of dom sub. Okay, but actually, you have to make a functional superpower of feet. Wait. Okay, wait. Actual character for a superhero game. The Cuckoo. And their whole power is that they perfectly know how to fight someone, but only while watching someone else fight them. So if like Bayhammer is the Cuckoo and they're watching Ormy fight eggs, they can tell Ormy exactly what to do to fight eggs, but if Bayhammer fought eggs by themselves, they would lose because they don't have the power. And it's a whole play on them sitting in the cuck chair during a fight. And then they become like a really valuable like Oracle style, like Oracle from DC, like guy in the chair. Backseat gamer, like Cuckold Taskmaster is an insane god. It is just Taskmaster, isn't it? This is just an agenda. Oh my gosh. Their superhero name is the Voyeur. Oh yeah, that's peak. Oh my god. I think that's what we call it. Thank you so much for the stream, for this year. We're starting out strong. I already kind of had my happy moment of saying accomplishments and feeling all embarrassed and expressing my appreciation for you. Thanks for the awesome stream. I appreciate it. A wonderful start. Oh, it was certainly one of the starts of all time. Y'all be sure to let me know, either you in the comments or you watching the VOD right now. How'd you like the time? Because I generally stream 9 hours earlier. I try to accommodate for EU, as well as Africa and Asia and Oceania. But I try to accommodate for everyone who is at an awkward time. I don't know if late night streams are the way to go for that, though. I assumed morning streams for me would be better, but I really want to be accommodating for as many people as possible. I don't think that where you live or where you were born or where you spawned should indicate what limits you have on what content creators you can consume. So if like a late night stream worked for you, I could try shifting one of my streams so it's a later stream, but I would need to know. So if you can drop that in the Discord or in the comments on this video, let me know. You had a foot villain super villainist called the Arch. Oh man, this is a peak. I want to play a character. I want to play that character. I'm all about sitting in a chair and watch someone who isn't my wife have fun. I'm gonna be real. You're either streaming when I'm not busy. You aren't. I'm sorry. I think we need to end this bit before I wake up my apartment block. Oh my gosh. Late night would not work. I just woke up 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry. But either way, take care of yourself. Enjoy your 2026. I don't know what else to say. My voice is kind of dead. I'm sorry. Get ASMR goodbyes. Goodbye, my ASMR voice and my weird whisper. Happy 2026, or enjoy 2026. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, and take care of yourselves.